have to wait. You know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were young, girl. Innocent in our ways, we were dumb, girl. But nothing really mattered. I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless, so let me give it back to you. 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 Don't have to wait. You know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were young, girl. Innocent in our ways, we were dumb, girl. We were dumb, girl. Nothing really mattered. I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless, so let me give it. I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless, so let me give it back to you. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on.
No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on, it's broken. Give up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. used to make me smile, you used to hold my hand, you used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know, we put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart and I fell apart. I couldn't understand what you did to me, but I'm stronger than you think. I'll make a brand new start. So don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. You thought you had it all, but up against the wall I walk right through another open door. I'm gonna hold my tongue, it can't be undone. I'm taking all that I can get from you. I'm not thinking about you, nothing about you. Nothing you can say will change my mind. I won't be back for more, well that's for sure. I'll be flying out underneath the sun. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. I won't waste another one. All that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Take me back to you. Just shake the ground. Oh, this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Back to you.
wishing that you would just embrace it. Thinking to myself, could you take this? She said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Girl, you got that symmetry. You touch me heavily. Got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me sad. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. Give it to you right, there's no complaining. Have you climbing up these walls like you need saving? No, I don't care about your past and if it's tainted. She said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Girl, you got that symmetry. You touch me heavily. Got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me sad. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You like it like that. Pleasure is pain, yeah, you're wanting to tap. Tell by your eyes, girl, there's no need to ask. You're so connected, don't wanna detach. You get me high, I don't wanna come down, and I mean it. Girl, you're the realest. One way to win it tonight is our secret, hoping you keep it. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes.
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting on my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting on my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 let them look, cause we don't mind. Diamonds up, so let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. Let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind.
Took the keys to your Mercedes and went for a drive. Never Dance Again was playing, I'm going 85. I taste the liquor on my breath now, I'm out of my mind. And you're the one who's burning bridges, so let's go for a dive. Got the gasoline, gonna make a scene. Standing on the edge of a cliff, I bet no one ever sees. You're dipping out on me, I got the receipts. I was hanging on the edge of the words you said, but I found your secret. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. 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 I lit a cigarette and burned a heart shape on my tongue. Starting to lose all the feeling for you going numb. Don't tell that shaky alibi you're way out of your mind. And I don't need your 2 cents, not a nickel, no a dime. Pour the gasoline on your off-white beam. I'm placing all my bets on the cards you've dealt me. My hands gon' beat you. You're dipping out on me. I got the receipts and all the things I let you get away with. You gon' find your keeper. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. Look what you made me. Look what you made me. Look what you made me.
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
I look back when we just met, when we were young and restless, always looking both of us for something pure and breathless. It seems so long ago, as I sit here just looking back. We moved on from something strong to where we are, it's just another day. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day. In these worlds there's revelation. We are two, not really one. We live our lives in isolation of the friendship that has become. There's a wall that comes between us, 1,000 miles to overcome. A shadow falls in the evening, in the moon and in the sun. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. It feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day. So far away, you're so far away, you're so far away. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day. Somebody calls me, I won't answer the phone. Feeling so lonely, won't you leave me alone? You think that you know me, but you don't know me at all. Got stuck with the secret to make your wish come true. What you desire strikes you out of the blue. You think that you want me, but you don't want me, do you? You say that you need me, but you will leave me, won't you? Whoa, I'll be perfect for a day or two. Scratch the surface, dig it, why won't you? Why can't you? Reach the bottom, dig it, why won't you? Why can't you? If somebody calls me, I won't answer the phone. Feeling so lonely, won't you leave me alone? You think that you know me, but you don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. No, you don't know me at all. You don't know me at all.
Yo, where my party people at? Aha.
We pump the party up. We pump the party up. Pump the party. Kick it. We pump the party up. 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 Pump the party. Get down.
I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You knew she score. I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You knew she score. I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You knew she score. I'm going in.
I'm going 50 for 50. Me and the team is superb. I got it out of the dirt. I put it out of the ground. Everything on my own, Too cold to the bone, Top dog, I'm alone. Whole backtrack to the throne. Yeah, hey, look at the shine on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Hey, time to get the win. Hey, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You knew she score. I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You knew she score. I'm going in. I'm going in. Yeah, yeah. I gotta win. Yeah, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot. I'm here, so say it again. They sound crazy. I agree with that notion. Come through like train. Look on my motion. I came from the gutter. Why you playing around? You don't know. Everybody thirsty, I know. Eating granny while around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. My teeth look like I'm in a snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on, hold on. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You knew she score. I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we've been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You knew she score. I'm going in.
Girl, you look so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. Competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we could meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your egg chakra. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, you're wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
our castle walls.
Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is a night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat.
But these notes turn different.
水量交替了，
交替上线，但是小东北这一次小机会跳，这是一个视野盲区来了，直接进场套的非常的完美，在这里
给完了之后后续好像跟不太上，这个闪现下龙跟万箭齐发，直接一波不解的输出，带动了上面的熊手。 上头掉了，这边卡拉卫一个预防的 Q 没有出到，左山卡拉卫上头了呀！左山这一炮打着一锤，看到蓝色方被逼的
来了这一剑，怎么说？哇，直接命中到了，没有进化了。
这边有 Q 的泡芙要来吗？直接2闪进回来，3场1内。
Very dramatic way to enter into the middle of week 7 here. I'm Hysterics, joined by Dagda to run you through the last English broadcast day of the week before we return on Saturday. And it's been an emotional ride because there's been many upsets along the way.
It has actually been absolutely insane, but that's why we love the LPL.
It's the usual day in the office, it feels like. We're going to go to yesterday's games if you missed out, because yesterday was one of those days. We'll start with WE, Dagda, because they got tested, and I'm not sure I really like the look of the 4th place team.
No, it looked a little bit worrying for WE, but they were just about able to eke it out, and they do get the W in the column, so they'll be happy enough with that. But the person who, or the team at least, that didn't, that I'm very surprised at, is LGD. Really not looking good against Rogue Warriors.
At the very least, Rogue Warriors have kind of tested themselves up and pushed themselves up. Hyro's having some great series. And Rogue Warriors all of a sudden have switched on with Wooming in the mid lane. Will progress forward because they've got a lot of wins to catch up to some of these top 8 teams. But we're starting to get a feel of the teams that are more consistent in the league and the teams returning to where they should be.
Exactly. I mean, look, it's some teams are returning to where they should be, the likes of Top Esports, JDG, but you look at some of those middle-of-the-pack teams, FPX, OMG, still not having the best of performances, and even down to the bottom, we're seeing previous playoff teams like eStar really struggling this split.
And you know what's crazy to me is because every split, 9 seems to be the magic number. When V5s came into the split, they're a bit of a meme when they picked up their first win, and then they got more and more. They took down Top Esports. Everyone's aware of it. They're on a 3-series winning streak, and all they need is one more series win. And essentially, I would go and broadcast and say they're guaranteed to make top 8 for summer. That's a crazy in itself. While we look at more crazy teams, like eStar, OMG will start off. Yeah, they've got some questions there. But Dagda, Vici are looking better as well.
They're looking damn good, especially with Zika coming into the lineup, really setting Vici up for success, and I can't wait to see a little bit more of him later on today against JDG. But we will be kicking things off with eStar versus
Yes,
OMG.
we will. Let's talk about eStar to kick things off, because when we're kicking things off, eStar, we're gonna really kick them somewhere, because at the moment they're struggling to hit any kind of mark. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't hit an asteroid in a field of asteroids, even if you tried. This team has been... horrific when it comes to their engagements. Their coordination is completely off. Their abilities are completely whiffing. Like, this does not look like the playoff team from spring at all.
And it's crazy because they've lost Crime. That was the biggest change around it. That dynamic purely seems to have shifted the balance of power in E-Star for summer.
And it doesn't really make much sense because it's not like we've got this entirely new team, an entirely new dynamic. Yes, FunFun has stepped in, but this is mostly just about the mechanical plays, but the coordination that still should have existed from spring. This was a team that was ferocious in their engagements, but now they're whiffing everything, and you can see the results where several things are missing, and it means that then it's given the opportunity for teams to actually fight back against them, especially in this next clip here. E-Star miss every single engagement tool known to man.
Every bit of coordination there, and it just whiffs. As FunFun, it seems to depend on what kind of champion he's on. If he doesn't get his set mid, then you're going, oh, I don't think E-Star are going to show up to the table. But even when he does, sometimes you get that same lack of confidence.
And it's plays like this that you're seeing on your screen where it's the call to have this engagement doesn't make sense. You've just wasted a bunch of your big abilities on bot side of the map. Wei has just used his ultimate and his engage tools in that top lane play, so now he's just left with nothing. It doesn't make sense. The communication isn't there to say, hey, look, we have messed up, or we want to make this play, so let's see if we can all hang on our abilities to then go for the big play, or, okay, we attempted to make a play bot side of the map, didn't work out. We're going to have to back away from this. We've got no box. We've got no affiliate ults. Let's just move away from it. But instead, they're happy to keep going, and it just gives over times where their team should be at their strongest and they should be able to win a fight. They're not winning, or they're at a point where they just end up completely throwing the game away.
It's disappointing to say the least, because for E-Star, remember, they were that team that debuted in spring last split, where they made playoffs in their first ever run. They came out of nowhere. There were nobodies. Wink, filled in for Uzi one time. Shalcy we've seen on the world stage, but apart from that, Krine was on the back burner. Wei we thought was the new jungle who was going to take over, but that's not the case. Now E-Star, they are bringing in Rat for this very first game. Rat has been on the bench until now, and over Wink, who was arguably their best player, this will be a big old question mark as well.
Yeah, and I think the issues for E-Star, what I saw on their Twitter a little while ago, was that Wink is having some ice train issues, which is why Rat is stepping in today. But unfortunately for them, I mean, this is a game that they really need to be winning against OMG. These are teams that both sides have only picked up wins against our bottom of the table team, so they need to be racking up a win on either side. And Rat now has a big mantle to carry coming into this game, and with the coordination issues that we're already seeing on E-Star, adding another new factor to that conundrum is only going to make it worse.
I just wanted to play Twitch. That's all I'm saying. I feel like it's the right fit. But while we have these other elements of throwing up in the air, we haven't really talked about OMG, because OMG have been successful as of late, depending on where they started, where they were 0-4 to kick off the summer split. They look towards the bottom lane, and you look towards the bottom lane of E-Star as well. So it is time to play Wheel of Champions. Let's go spin it, because these supports play a bucket load in the LPL.
Yeah, you have no idea what you're going to get. When you look at OMG side, Code has played 8 unique champions, but that pales in comparison to Shousee's 12 unique champions. It is the matchup to watch when you come into this game, because when we talk about the coordination issues from E-Star's side, the basically massive plaster over that coming into spring was Shousee and these engaged champions like the Thresh, the Leonas, the Bards, these things that could set them up for success. But he hasn't actually seen a huge amount of this same engaged playmaking ability, and I feel like it's massively lacking on E-Star's side. But when we look across on the other side, Cold, he's been looking stellar recently. In their last game against LGD, he looked absolutely stellar on the Pantheon, and then he looked stellar on the Bard in the BLG series as well. So I want to see Code really step it up and take it to that bot lane of E-Stars today and have that big impact that we saw in previous
our highlight matchup here, because, a lot of the time in the LPL, you notice on our desk, we do head-to-heads here. It's a fun, different way of looking at it, because I'm expecting a very different champion pool running between these two supports. You see on your left, I mean, Shousee's been picking up the Shen as a supportive item, as a supportive champion. Lulu for the side of Cold as well. Like, there is no limitation between these supports, so anything could come across today. That's why that bottom lane is where we're going to start here in E-Stars versus OMG.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what these two guys can bring to the table. And certainly, as you talked about, like Xiaoxi with the Shen, he's very much turned into more of a support the entire team rather than this playmaker now, where he's trying to use that ultimate to try and set up plays. He will still roam around the map a lot. That's basically what Xiaoxi is known for, is how much he will roam in the early stages, try to set up E-Star well coming into that mid to early game portion of the game. But I want to see if Code can try and keep him in check here today.
Okay, well, we've got our wheel ready. We're ready to go very, very shortly as well. And E-Star and OMG sitting at the bottom of the pack. We were talking about this coming in. 2-8 for E-Star. OMG are 3-6. OMG doing better than we expected, but for E-Star, so much worse than we expected after their debut split, making playoffs as we introduce to you the E-Star lineup for the first time ever. You see Xiaobai, Wei, Fun, Rat making his debut on stage alongside Xiaoxi in support.
And now I want to see what happens with Rat coming in, because he's obviously been playing on the LDL team, so it's not well, actually looking very nervous there, but look, he's still a very capable player, has looked good in the LDL, so I'm expecting him to still try and fit into this roster. But as we said, look, Wink was such a big portion of this team.
Yep.
It's large shoes to try and fill for this rookie.
Good to see Lucky standing beside them as we go towards OMG. More of a success story, considering how they started yet again. Curse, Hacker, Icon in the mid lane, SMLZ and Cold the bottom lane. I believe it will be PNG coming out to the stage with them.
And this is where I want to see Icon step up for OMG here today, because over the last little bit, he's actually been the main playmaker. You see Hacker putting a lot of resources into him as well when it comes to Rift Heralds, when it comes to playing towards him on the map. So I think here today, Icon will be looking to be, once again, that big carry for OMG.
Either that or looking to go to bed by the looks of it. A bit of a yawn for Icon coming out to the stages.
It's just so easy, that's why. You know, he's just like, look, you know what, it's another day in the office for me. Let's just go for it. Let's get this over
Must
with.
be cold on stage as well. It's a weird bit of weather here today in Shanghai. About 20 or so degrees, raining outside. Not really jacket weather, but the stadium could be a bit cold.
As an Irishman, it is very weird for me to say that 21 degrees is cold, because we usually sit around the, the 10 to 12 degree mark. So, yeah, it's a strange one, but definitely a lot colder than it has been as of late.
Well, maybe it's 18 degrees. I'm not sure, but it's a strange weather here today. And as we saw just before, on the Chinese side, they're looking at Fun versus Icon, the mid lane matchup, where Fun has been the dynamic that easily shifts the success or failure of E-Star, while Icon's been playing a lot better, and OMG, even though they play towards top side, Icon is part of that dynamic that has been successful for OMG.
And it's interesting to see Icon stepping up to the mark, because if we think like right back at the start of the summer split, it was Hacker who was the big focus for this team, having incredible performances from the jungle. He's been a little bit more quiet in their most recent series, so if we can get Hacker back to form, and with how good Icon has been looking, I wouldn't be surprised to see them really putting the pressure in that mid-jungle 2v2 against Wei in front.
Now, let's talk about bans as we go into game number 1 here between E-Star and OMG. I've been doing a bit of research outside of the virus bans and everything like that. Fun gets set banned against him 65% of the time. That's the top ban against E-Star. It remains true here for game 1 of OMG as E-Star shift their priority to a Volibear first pick.
Yeah, and this has been mostly the Volibear going towards that top lane, towards Xiaobai, so trying to get something for comfort for him. But of course, it can go towards Wei. We'll have to see how this starts to go forward. You have left a lot of those big AD carry champions open, the Ashe, the Aphelios. SMLZ has played the most Aphelios of any AD carry in the league.
How many games?
This is his 14th game of Aphelios. I don't even know how you get your hands on Aphelios that much.
What a ridiculous notion. Well, let's see what it partners up with in the jungle, because Hacker's been that big Lee Sin player. Also, Trundle fits in his top pool. His second most played here with his 6th game coming up. So we're adding the numbers here today. As E-Star, you talk about big 80 carries available. It's Rat, not Wink. Wink was a big Ezreal player. What is Rat going to be?
I don't think we'll see the Ezreal here. I like the Ashe here. I think having that pressure in lane can do super well for you. Having that one-item spike off the Blade of the Rune King means you've got a lot of maneuverability about how you want to take these early Dragon and early Rift Herald fights. Plus, it just sets up super well when you got this Volibear, because although Volibear is great when he gets into the fights, he likes having something that can set up for him to allow him to run into the scraps.
I will say, me and the rest of the audience disappointed that Rat did not play Twitch. That will commonly be the draw I get when Rat picks an 80 carry. Is support here. Thresh is taken away, but instead, Twisted Fate over to Fun.
So this is something FunFun has played it quite a bit, and definitely means you're opting into more of a pick style on E-Star here, where you're looking to have FunFun play off in the side lane, and then you've got the Ash ult, and also this Twisted Fatal to try and catch members of OMG out. And to be honest, it's not a bad strategy against OMG, because SMLZ has been a little bit prone to getting caught out as of late.
He has improved it, which is like the best part, because I feel like SMLZ getting caught out lost a lot of games for OMG. As Renekton here for Curse. Okay, we're just really hitting comfort in game 1.
So the thing here is that as E-Star, when you know that you've got this Renekton going towards the top side, you can flex this Volibear in towards the jungle and even go towards something like a Gangplank here for Xiaobai. Means that then you can play at range for the likes of SMLZ, Curse and this Renekton. Even Hacker will struggle against that Gangplank ult. And then you can still have this strong side lane split push between the Gangplank and also this Twisted Fate.
See if it gets picked up. Ornn is going to be the ban instead, so there's one taken away.
Surprised to see the Ornn, although it does fit into that very heavy kind of engage side, I suppose. So they're still looking to believe that that Volibear might be going towards Way, especially with the Renekton being shown for Curse on that top side. But have to see what OMG decides to keep going towards. I imagine here for E-Star, they're going to look towards support bans mostly to just try and at least try and take some of those more nuisance picks away from Cold.
Icon still doesn't have his champion. Orianna is going to be the pick off first here for E-Star. Now remember, Icon, a Syndra, and a Zoe player. Syndra already taken away, but a lot of teams do go towards banning his Zoe, considering how good it's been this split so far.
And even in Spring, it was the same. Does also have this long-range engage you can use with the Trouble Bubble, which can be a little bit of a nuisance against E-Star, but we'll have to see if they want to even try and go for something a little bit different, like a Galio, to try and match some of the side lane pressure from FunFun. But still a lot open and available to see what OMG want to go for.
So past the halfway point, we know what the mid lane champion pools kind of are. For people like Icon and FunFun, we know their dynamic is quite different. You're going to see the TF, you're going to see a support potential locked on here, giving Icon a bit more time.
I'd rather see something like the Nautilus here locked in. So the big issue that I'm seeing on OMG side is like, where's your guaranteed engage for OMG? So like Felios, kinda sometimes with the Gravitum. You can't really guarantee Renekton unless you get it to flank. Same with this Trundle, now the Braum too. So as we were talking about with E-Star, if they can play this far back where you've got Karma to help kite for Xiaoxin's bottom lane, you've got a lot of slows, you've got a lot of side lane pressure as well coming through from this Twisted Fate, it could be hard for OMG to guarantee engages on E-Star unless E-Star miss position.
Let's see if Icon does pick up something to facilitate that then. You got Karma. Now.
I'd love to see Gangplank. I would love it here. I think you end up in this super strong matchup in the top lane for Xiaobai, and well,
I was going to say, like, what is your frontline situation?
Well, I think the whole point here is that, like, if you go with the Gangplank, you don't really need a front line because you just outrange OMG at all points in time, where you can kite back with the Karma, you can play kind of a defensive poke style, and then look for picks with this Twisted Fate when it suits you. But looks like we're going to get the Mordekaiser as well, so we're going to have at least a beefier front line in both the Mordekaiser and this Volibear.
Okay, and then as we talked about, Icon says it's up, I'm taking it, and Icon Zoe returns. So a pretty standard LPL comp for OMG.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be looking still to have Icon doing a lot of the work here and trying to get on top of E-Star, although, as we say that, look, the Mordekaiser and the Volibear want to be very much in on top of you. So with E-Star's comp, it ends up in this 4-1 situation where you want Xiaobai to continuously be present towards objectives, towards some of these tower fights and that kind of situation, whereas you'll have FunFun off on his own in the side lane, mostly battling against Curse because he's the one who has teleportable available.
I also like the fact that for E-Star, you know, putting the Volibear in the jungle, which is that, oh sorry, I was going to say the Volibear in the jungle, which has had a lot of success here in the LPL. Well, it's had more success than top lane Volibear. Actually doing a little segment on Volibear a little bit later, just as a bit of a spoiler for you. But we've seen more and more of this champion. We've seen the pick priority go up to near first, second pick. It's gone from being very weak to being very strong.
Yeah, and it's incredibly strong in this jungle role. Your clear is really good. Your gank is really strong, especially if you've got any sort of setup there, because it just allows you to run into the lane. And don't forget, like, you've got a slow, a stun, a heap of damage as well if you go that press the attack rune. So overall, you end up in this really strong spot as a jungler that can then play as this bruiser engage style in team fights.
Way needs a bit of lifting here because 2-8 for E-Star is shocking. Unacceptable. Disgusting. E-Star, you're not getting any praises here today until you show us that you can win against a team that was pitted as a bottom 3. OMG is sitting 3-6 right now, and they had a really rough start to the season, but they got off their feet. They built themselves up. Now they're in a position where they're looking like the favorites against E-Star. Well, E-Star just needs some wins on the board to show they're worthy of being called a middle-tier team at the very least. We're being harsh today. At least I am. Let's go into game 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of that harshness is deserved on both these teams. OMG, we've been looking at, who looked super strong, and we're kind of like, okay, maybe this is a playoff squad. Then suddenly fall to the wayside, and they really haven't got themselves back into the right position. I know.
Dagdum getting fired. All right, I'll take the headset off. All right. Come with you? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well,
it's been a pleasure.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll put this down.
Cool. Okay, yeah. Well, look, it's going to be solo cast time for me, so this is one of the few times I've done play-by-play. We'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm not meant to be here. Well, I could have used that as a bathroom break, but we'll find out what this pause is all about for you, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we can. Hopefully, we just jump straight back in. But E-Star and OMG to start off your Wednesday was a series that I personally was curious about because E-Star have had these moments. Just as a side note, it's the set games that have been pretty decent. You know, the one against IG, despite the mistakes we talked about in our opening segment, E-Star did have these great moments of brilliance, coordination with Wei and Fun on the champion that Fun is 100% win rate on after 5 games.
And I think that's the big thing here for me is that we can see the thought process from E-Stars, where even on the Twisted Fate, some of the ideas about how they wanted to approach these team fights, how they wanted to execute on these compositions are there. It's just the missed ultimates, the miscoordination where they're kind of going in one by one rather than as this coordinated jump. And I think that's why it's so upsetting to watch E-Star, because you can see the inklings of it, and especially after what we saw from them in spring, you want them returned to top form, but we're just not quite getting it.
We had a big conversation about E-Star being figured out. E-Star are like the younger version of WE the younger version of FPX, so you can see how far removed E-Star are. And
they're only babas, you know.
Well, at this point, it's going to be very hard for them to make a dent here in the LPL. Blue side starts both these junglers, and we want to see the TF getting out of lane as usual at 6. And we already talked about OMG. Nice bit of scaling here with the Zoe, and of course the Aphelios.
And the beauty here for Fun is that he's got a lot. Ooh, nice bit of poke, but he's got a lot of ways that he can play around, because you can either go towards Xiaobai in the top lane and setting up this Mordekaiser, who's got some great setup alongside the Twisted Face, but towards the bottom lane as well, you're looking at the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you'll have the CC that can come through from Xiaoxi as well. So he's got so many different places that he can go and roam to, and it'll be on Icon to try and keep him in check for the majority of this game, but it's going to be a difficult task to do.
Really nice in the bottom lane meanwhile, though, as Rat continues to poke out. Hits level 2 first with a ginormous wave pushing against Cold and SMLZ. Half health with the volley and the poke from the Karma. An oppressive lane for any bot laner.
And especially in the hands of Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi is a very strong laner, and you can see the results there. Able to sneak a couple of those Mantra Qs through, and is really putting the hurt on SMLZ right now.
I mean, there was a reason they brought in Rat. When Wink is the best player, there must be something to Rat that is a greater advantage. I have to say, look at the bottom of your screen. That's Amazing J. And he's cosplayed again. As Cold is going out to check, Wei's on the way. I'm so distracted by Amazing J as the heal comes out from SMLC. Why? Why did I just look at Amazing J in a gorgeous dress?
He looks superb, but
well,
we are going to get some action towards mid.
Going to be an RNG top laner. That's what you got to do. Is Fun now against the wall, literally with the pillar, the gold card to save his life, but he might have to burn a flash. Chomp for flash in the end.
And honestly, this is really good from OMG. They've managed to push Fun back. He'll have to use his teleport to get to lane as well. So at least shutting down some of that early roam potential where he's got that teleport. And the Destiny is going to be available just after the 6-minute mark. So So far, OMG at least answering some plays in the mid, but bottom is really going to struggle now. Cold already using that heal just at the mere sight of Wei, plus you got that CS advantage that's slowly starting to open. Hacker, though, wants to make more plays.
Dive time with Curse. He'll juggle the aggro to start things off. First hit goes down. It's actually Hacker. Death Grasp misses onto the jungler as the flash away. Shalbai survives long enough, and Curse walks away with first blood.
And this is the Hacker that I wanted to see, but maybe bot
Yeah,
side.
hang on, SMLZ has to flash away himself. Volley blocked by Cold nicely, but that's a summon it down.
Wei is still going, though. No flash, and Wei has his.
On a ward, SMLZ trying to bait it in, or rather, he's just going to commit. And that was a ballsy game. Cold's going to stick around.
Well, look, either way, Xiaoxi and Rat getting the job done. Shoving SMLZ out of lane. Now they're going to be able to get their second plate off of this play as well, so with Rat coming in, it's still looking good for E-Star's bot lane.
I mean, Wink was a great team fighter, but Rat, so far, great laner. 10 CS up here, second plate going to go down. The young Miracles 80 carry who actually played with a lot of the people on this E-Stars roster, showing up well in game 1.
Yeah, and I was a bit worried for him when I saw him come onto the stage. You could see the nerves in this guy, but he's showing up in-game, and that's what really matters here. And now we get to see how, moving forward, E-Stars can look to keep this pressure up. You've got a super heavily winning bot side of the map. I want to see Wei starting to rack up these dragons nice and early, and then they can start to use this pick potential we talked about with Fun, having that level 6, being able to push out these side lanes, and putting pressure onto OMG.
He is pretty close. Next wave should secure it. Xiaobai in a bit of a roam as well. Hacker at his Raptors. And Xiaobai trying to implement some of that pressure as well, knowing that Fun will be 6 soon.
We are praising the E-Stars bottom lane, and rightly so, but I do also want to praise Hacker, because got in towards mid lane, got the flash out of Fun, then moves straight towards top and gets the kill for Curse as well. Like, Hacker has had a massive impact so far in this game, and in the last 2 series, Hacker's been a little bit more quiet, apart from that Lee Sin game, but now we're starting to see him really step it up against E-Stars, and you need to do that against Wei, who we know likes to get these early ganks.
I mean, playing to the lane that OMG have been playing towards spring and summer. Hacker goes top towards Curse, and quite often you see him put pressure on and then transition towards mid. As back to Fun, who has no flash with a gold card. He's just dead. Instant flash on top. Fun gives the kill over to Icon. Wei just has to walk away.
I don't know what the thought process was with Fenton. You just saw Hacker and Cold there. Wei had spotted them, but he doesn't respect it and ends up getting caught out for it. So no flash, and a kill goes over towards his Icon.
Part of the systematic problem of E-Star. Individuals failing to perform. Fun goes down. Kill over to Icon. Kill to Curse earlier on. OMG with a gold lead to start this game off. And talked about that dragon and the pressure to be built up. Well, E-Star have control for now, but transition down bot.
But E-Star can't have pressure on Dragon anymore, because look, Xiaobai doesn't have teleport. He's also losing massively to Curse in his top side of the map. So if any time E-Star tried to put pressure towards this Dragon, well, you can have Curse come in. You've now got Icon who's winning the mid lane as well. So although Rat and Xiaoxi have this advantage bot, they're not really being able to turn it into anything.
Be curious to see what happens when Fun clears out this wave. Has ulti now available though. And Chana Crystal Arrow almost on the board for Rat as well. Key engage tool we already talked about. River controlled by OMG for now. And just while we are having a bit of a lull moment, a good time to talk about Rat. Rat was the 80 carry in 2019 LPL on the Young Miracle side as they push in this bottom turret. Played with Shalom Bao, who now on RNG, and a couple other sub-members on E-Star who I didn't actually get to play in spring at all, like CJJ, who we saw debut in summer a couple of weeks ago. Good to see that they're giving him a chance. I think with E-Star falling down the drain a bit, it is important that we see some variations in the roster. Whether they're better than their counterparts or not, at least give some change. Push it in a direction, you know?
Exactly, and I think maybe this is the mix-up that they need, because right now, if you have... Oh, hang on.
Cold is level 5, and Chana Crystal Arrow is available, playing with fire.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive there from Cold. I want to see how E-Star play towards this Rift Tower, though, because it is up on the map, and oftentimes we'll start to see his Xiaoxi is already leaving to go towards that top side. I was wondering if we'd actually see a ward go down from E-Star where they try and instead of going for the Rift Herald, make a play through bot side using the ultimate of Fun, but instead they want to get that Rift Herald for themselves and then use the Rift Herald in time with the Destiny to try and crack open some of these side lane turret plates and maybe even a turret for themselves if they're looking towards that bottom.
With some gold back in their favor. Already losing out heavily in CS top side. So Wade's going to pick that one up and get a quick back, while after Herald going down, you can see Hacker and Icon making their way towards this Dragon. Bottom side resetting as well. I mean, this is a no-brainer trade.
They may not be able to do this too... Actually, no, they should be fine. I was going to say E-Star are coming back out of the map, but should be able to take this down. With Rat staying in that bottom lane, though, you'll probably imagine that OMG will try and back after this, because you've got to be worried about E-Stars moving straight down towards that bottom lane and making a play onto SMLZ and Cold.
Stick around for now, just waiting for the wave. 3 bits of turret plating taken by Rat. I mean, again, just to harp on, 20 CS up. Berserker Greaves were picked up. And, if there's a time to play through bot, definitely now, as Way is towards that bottom side of the map. He's also got the Herald that we talked about.
Yeah, so this is where, with the wave finally being cleared, Finfin can potentially make something happen, but you can see Icon's doing a good job of just keeping him pressured, so he doesn't really have a time to get down and start roaming towards his bottom side, but Wade's just going to pop the Rift Herald anyway. 2 plates there. Rat is going to be able to pick all these up, and he's looking pretty damn good right now, especially with all this gold funneled into him.
I mean, first turret blood is no joke. 610 to Rat. What year is it? It's year of the pig, I think.
I think last year was the year of the Rat, wasn't it? I think
it
you missed it just a little bit.
Well, thank God we got mobile phones. As dive beneath the enemy dive as SMLZ cleanses immediately, flashes away, but that's double summon on with TP burn. Cold has come in. Of course, he has the unsealed spellbook, but they're trying to get Herald to get another charge while there's no response from OMG. 3 people down here as well. And this is a really good trade, or rather, rotation from Easter.
Yeah, especially once they got the damage onto SMLZ. He can't stay around to try and hold his turret because, well, Way's got ultimate, so they can look for the dive. Hacker on that top side of the map, let him support them, so a heap of gold going into Rat's hands. That should be well underway towards that Blade of the Rune King. And now you got to be a little bit cautious of Rat wherever he's on the map, because yes, you've got a very fed curse, but if you're not able to get on towards Rat, he's quite strong.
Oh my God, it's Year of the Rat.
It is the Year
of the Rat. I knew it. I knew it. It's Year of the Rat, folks. This is why. Man, I think I was born in because it goes every 12 years. So I'm born in 95 and
92. I think I'm the Ram. Or Monkey. I'm Monkey. I'm pretty sure I'm Monkey.
You're a monkey.
Yes,
yeah.
I am. Hey, how dare you?
Toxic on a broadcast. You're a monkey, and I'm a pig. I'm a pig. 95 is pig. Last year, fun fact, was also pig. But it is Year of the Rat, so let's see how we go with an Ashe who's just running into a Renekton.
Yeah,
it's going to be slowed down. Shalcy's nearby. Dominus for the turn. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And the Year of Rat suddenly looking okay as he front first. He flashes away. Hacker chasing after with the chomp. The shield keeps him alive. And it definitely is, because E-Star diving down. Icon flushing away. Hacker and Colt for the re-engage, but Way tanky enough for now. With the gold card landing, they just need a bit more damage. Slowed on down, the Glacial Fisher hits max range onto Shalcy. The Winter's Bite is out of range, while SMLZ has Gravitum, hits it onto Way. Ulti follows up as well. And we're doing a Felios things here to get his first kill. As teleport behind. The Fiesta has begun. Another teleport on the backside on the Curse. He's full health on Xiaobai has pulled SMLZ into the Death Realm. He'll be in the middle of everyone, but he has enough damage. The Death Grasp pulls in Icon. And Xiaobai now on a bit of a hunt himself. Hacker's going to be the triple kill. The Penta's there. Go forward, son. It's yours.
Rat is coming, though. We might have another round 2 in our hands, but
how many
looks like
teleports we got?
OMG is going to back away.
Holy crap.
That went from 0 to 100 out of nowhere. But that's what I wanted to see coming into this game. And that's what I wanted to see out of Rat. Like, to have the confidence to go on to Curse, the strongest member on OMG, and just say, hey, look, I'm going to beat you. And although that ult did miss because of Curse's flash, that is what Rat needs to do on E-Star to help be the big carry we want.
That's my region. 9 kills, 13 minutes, and they all just happen topside. Chilling
Keep
smite onto
going.
Curse. Rat is so close to the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Look at that cooldown. Curse thinking he can come back in, but Rat now going to use that pressure to head topside with Way. more turret plating available.
Exactly. They're just looking to zone Curse away. They've got the turret plating here. And look how far away SMLZ is from that turret on the bottom side. He's not going to be able to go against the pressure that everyone here from E-Star can put on.
Heading up, 2 bits of turret plating available. Cold making the move. Hacker shortly behind him. Dominus again. We're this time diving, but with no teleports available. Curse in a bit of danger. He manages to get out with the help of Cold. They deny that bit of turret plating forward.
The thing is, though, because Cold showed in the top lane, SMLZ couldn't get onto that bottom lane structure as much as like. Now, he did get 2 plates, but with 14 minutes gone, that's going to be all she wrote for SMLZ and what he can pick up when it comes to his third structure plates. But that next dragon is up, and Hacker, as much as he's been kind of taking a step back on how heavily he's been ganking, his objective control is always incredibly strong for OMG. You can already see 1 dragon picked up, and now he's looking to add that second one very quickly to their box.
Meanwhile, E-Star are like, okay, we'll trade top turret for it. More gold onto this bottom lane. And remember, you're paired with a Karma, so it's Ard, it's Athene, it's enhancing the Ashe, who's going to be the primary damage source, or should I say one of them, now that Xiaobai has 3 kills and Liandry's.
It looks like OMG will trade this tower in the bottom side unless Xiaobai does have ult.
How
so
good would you feel after that triple kill at 12 minutes of the game?
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe actually they can't go for this bottom lane structure because with the ult available and how strong Xiaobai is, may not be the best play. And with E-Star now, still in control, still looking strong, they can go towards this Rift Herald on the top side. Like, screw this bottom side jungle. Hacker can have it. Just go take the Rift Herald and use it to open up that mid lane structure.
Seems like Wave's resetting to do so. Hacker back into his own jungle. Well, heading towards that top side, it is controlled by E-Stars. And E-Stars, the team that have 15 minutes in, have a 2k gold lead, sorry. So this has been a much more impressive start. There's direction that they're playing through.
But this is the thing, it's those mid to late game fights where we start to see the cracks form in E-Star. So now that we're starting to get towards the, well, in a few minutes we'll be at that mid game point and we start to see the big objective fights like this Rift Herald. I want to see how they operate around that with their current composition.
Herald begins though, second time around. Shousty's like, it's Xiaobai coming in. Okay, 4 people top side with Rats alone mid without Flash. Does have to cleanse. But we did talk about the ability to engage for OMG and how difficult it can be, so he's safe for now.
Yeah, it's more about if Icon can hit some of these long-range bubbles, then it can be a little bit of a dangerous spot. But honestly, with where Code is, with Curse, Hacker, he's fine.
Okay. Bit of a powwow in the pit there with Icon and Xiaobai. Heals back up, and that's it. Herald goes over.
And now I want to see if we can have this Herald held off for a while, because, look, the way E-Star want to play it, obviously, is looking towards that next Ocean Dragon. They want to make sure they're the ones getting it. So hold on to this Rift Herald for a little while, wait until that Ocean spawns, use the Rift Herald mid to create pressure, and then you can look towards the Dragon, but also into getting some decent damage on this mid lane tower.
Feels bad when you see a cannon that you think, oh, it's 2 shots away from a turret, and right in front of you, takes it down.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's just rude, to be honest.
Sympathize with Rat. Yeah. He's got Blade of the Ruined King, by the way. We're talking about the upcoming objectives. We're talking about what's going to happen next. Well, 80 carries sitting firmly on their first item. First item here for mid laners and top laners as well. But an elevated top lane in Xiaobai who got first blooded. And Curse was the one to pick it up. Now after that massive fight, even the 40 CS discrepancy, I think Xiaobai should be close.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to see him go towards that Nashor's Tooth next so we can put a bit of pressure onto these side lanes and do a decent amount of damage against Curse when we do go into the later portion where, again, remember we were talking about, hey, look, E-Star at least wants to be able to apply some pressure in these side lanes and use the Destiny and the teleports for Xiaobai. But yeah, he's so strong that if he ends up in a 1v1 situation with pretty much anyone at this stage, maybe even Curse, he's going to be able to just win it.
I mean, he has the sickest armor guard as Fun. Doesn't have much hope if Icon lands a trouble bubble. And boy, oh boy, is a Zoe going to do Zoe things in this game as well.
Certainly so. With 2 kills already, that Luden's Echo completed that you pointed out. Like, that's going to be
Rat. Cold, this is strange pathing, but has a bit of help. Wave puts his hands together and says, Rift Herald, ahoy. Rat's going to be with him, and he's going to get the gold if they can get the turret down.
There isn't a lot of people here, though, to support Rats, so they don't get the structure. And unfortunately, there's still another minute towards that Dragon, so at the moment, like, eStar have kind of lost their way of creating pressure mid for this Dragon and trying to get River priority for themselves. I'm not actually the biggest fan of that play.
They're just going to watch as that turret that they wish they got stays standing. Wave's like, okay, now I'll back as well. We're at a point where the limbo continues for another 45 seconds. Everyone resetting for this next Dragon and an Ocean Soul on the Rift. Both these 80 carries would love this.
Yeah, the issue is, though, they just stopped the back of Rat. So now, for him to get back onto the map in time for this Dragon won't be a case. So he actually has to stick around and not be able to purchase the actually looks like it might have been a finished Ruinance Hurricane for himself off of that. So that's a massive boon that OMG have managed to get for themselves.
Well, part of OMG were able to reset. It's going to make all the difference in the world. Let's have more blood. I'm ready. After what we just saw, we are gonna fight.
Certainly are. I know a lot of this is going to be on Rat and how he uses this Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Icon, icon. Zoe's level 13 and she's flying some bubbles. Bit of healing coming through thanks to Shalcy with the Athenes. And they're going to go into a river towards the ocean. Start this up. eStar need this under their belt.
Remember we talked about, though, OMG want to find blanks, and that's exactly where Curse is positioned right now.
Bubble lands from downtown as well. Dominance over the wall. It's stolen. And eStar now in the middle of trouble. Half Elf in the backliner's way. Uses his ulti no fruition, but Xiaobai dies meanwhile. Kiting back, that's what they need to do because Rat and Shalcy are so darn low. The shield goes over towards that mid laner. Rat just gets nailed down though, and yep, when you walk forward like that, you're gonna die as Troll Bubble lands, but not in time. And OMG just devastate eStar.
They come up massive there. Hacker flashing in to get the steal and then picking up the team fight. That was beautiful by Curse to get into the right position to just decimate the backline, and there's no peel for Rat. Yeah, Shalcy speeds him up, but the entire time you've got Renekton wailing on him.
So definitely one to go look back at because the steal puts them on soul point now. And OMG, even after losing the fight top, they got a Fed of Felios and Zoe. Yeah. This is the makings of a GG no read.
Well, I think eStars will be reading after that one because they're not going to be happy with the way that this has gone. They managed to set up in the river. They were the ones that had the priority so in mid, so they moved down, but having that stolen away. But honestly, look at the level difference between Hacker and Wei. Hacker has completely controlled this game, and it's hard as Wei to have an impact and go into these smite fights when you're 2 levels down.
Yeah, it happened when Herald was put down mid and Hacker was still farming up multiple times like this as we watch again.
So Hacker gets the flash in, manages to get the smite away, and then what you can see in the bottom of your screen is like everyone on eStar is trying to deal with Curse, but there's not, like the hard CC on this team is going to be from the volley and from Fun as well, but it took so long for that to come in that you're just decimating Rat. He can't do anything, and there's your big source of damage gone on this eStars.
Icon is huge. SMLZ's massive as well. And you know what, in that last fight, Xiaobai didn't even get to ult. He pulled out the animation at the very last second when he died. So that's such a big tool that eStar were relying on that didn't come into fruition as Wave's ending for the engage. Colt gets hit with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They're in a choke, but I'm not sure it matters. Icon just does so much. The Glacial Fisher almost hits Rat, but the Moonlight Vigil will instead. And eStar are just walking into trouble right now.
And OMG are going to get Baron as a result. That was a really good play from Cole to get in the way of that arrow. But eStar stick around too long after that play is done, and it gets turned around by OMG. This is fantastic from OMG.
This is what OMG have been doing in the past. They've been really coordinated, something we didn't see at the start of the split. Hacker again to be highlighted. Agent 0017 apparently. And Baron going down. OMG have full control of this game. They have majority of the gold lead as well for the first time.
And that's the thing, is that this is the team that wants to scale it. You're still waiting for SMLZ to come online. You're still waiting for a lot of that. So the fact that they're super far ahead already says a lot about how this game is going to go. And unfortunately, there's nothing that eStars can really do. They've just been caught out several times, and OMG are reaping the benefits massively.
Why am I calling Hacker James? That was literally the James Bond moment from Cole. He jumped and mid-flight caught the arrow. That was sick.
Do you remember that old James Bond game where it was like whenever you did something cool like that, you'd hear the theme song pop up for a sec? I felt like that's what was playing in Cole's head.
There's a lot of James Bond games.
True.
You got to tell me, because the
It's not
Agent,
GoldenEye. Well, it's
Agent
the old
Under Fire
PlayStation.
was on GameCube. I don't think James Bond was ever on PlayStation. Was it? I think it was
I think
always.
it was.
No, it was
I
always
remember
on
renting
Nintendo.
it like way back in the day where you could actually rent games. Remember? Back
I
in
feel
Pepper
like
Ridge
it's
Farm,
GameCube.
remembers?
I feel like it's GameCube.
I didn't have a GameCube though.
Well,
So it was definitely one that I played. There was the N64 version, which was GoldenEye.
yeah.
But it's not that.
I always thought it was a Nintendo franchise. Hang on, re-engage here. Cold might have been called out for the first time. Rat's starting to DPS away, and a chance for E-Stars. SMLZ gets lowered up in the back of the fight. Xiaobai pulls Hacker into the Death Realm, and they're picked OMG one at a time. SMLZ walks into danger. Curse trying to find Fun on the back line, but once again, Rat kites his way back. He survives long enough, and the ulti from SMLZ misses as Icon has to flash to get the trade. And OMG send it back.
And that's the way E-Star are supposed to play their composition, is by pressuring the side lanes, then having Fun and Xiaobai join in. And finally, we see it out of E-Star that they can make these plays work. And beautifully, it's with 10 seconds left until Dragon. But the problem is, everyone in OMG will be back up in Chelsea. Oh my God, fast! What?
Fun is very, very fast. Instant cleanse, though. From Icon versus 3, how does he get out? Exhaust available, but he's heading towards his own base. He's ready with the paddle star onto the 80 carry. It was short by about a millimeter from killing Xiaoxi and maybe Rat. The rest of OMG are coming in.
But
this is an Aphelios.
But E-Star are low. OMG can just turn towards the Dragon now. They don't have to fight this.
No, but they got to fight. They know what they need to do.
Dragon. Go Dragon. Just corral them
For
back
now.
into River. It's okay. There we go.
Control level lands again onto Wei. Icon has a redemption. So he's going to be near full.
Yeah, this is Ocean Soul. Wei is 2 levels down and has to make a miracle steal here.
Janikosara onto SMLZ. Instant cleanse again. This time it's a QSS, I believe, is into the back line. It's Wei for the steal, but nope. Ocean Soul given over, and versus 4. OMG going to have the time of their life as Curse is apparently playing Jurassic Park here. But the humans, they're losing as Rat and Fun are kiting away. Rat has had a decent game, but E-Star have been thrown into the deep end once again.
Disappointing performance from E-Star here. We talked about how they actually have a composition that could do really well against OMG as long as they're not just running into them all the time, using this side lane pressure. And we saw where Fun had that one opportunity where they did make the picks onto OMG, but they stick around too long trying to pick off Icon, and they're not able to secure that last Ocean Dragon. OMG now have Soul. They can move towards Baron. They can do whatever the hell they want in this game because of how far ahead they are.
I mean, Icon has 22 stacks on Magi's. I said it last time. Only real mid laners purchase Magi's.
So every mid laner in the LPL purchases Magi.
Everyone that's winning purchases Magi's. I think that's when you know you're a real mid laner. Wid laner, yeah.
Win laner, I like it.
A win laner. It's a mid laner who wins. And Icon's winning pretty damn hard. At this point, E-Star just have to prevent, I guess, the pushing from continuing with Ocean Soul. OMG are lining up the timers and Xiaoxi. Too careful.
I mean, he stops the backs, but I don't know if he wants to keep going here. Look how far away Fun and
They're not missing out on anything.
yeah, Rat are. Yeah, so I mean,
No objective.
they're fine. They're just going to be able to back away. It was just more of an annoyance than anything else, but
Well said.
still, E-Star. Oh, actually, OMG might be looking to move into a position where E-Star very spread out here.
They're going down mid. Destiny used. They're trying to pick off Icon. There goes the Magi stacks. 5 versus 4. OMG still want to fight. The Glacier Fisher layered down. The backline destroyed. And Rat the first to go. Wei on all fours trying to run out of here. But Cole's in for the flank. Curse going to get gold carded. Picking between Xiaoxi and the rest. It seems they've found Fun. A nice little Q, but even with the gold card, the slow comes through from the pillar. The flash burnt. OMG on the chase. They trade off the kill.
Oh, Cold hit him
Oh,
though.
he stopped him. And Xiaoxi's going to die now as well. Which way is he?
Oh,
Spot the karma.
oh.
Wait, with Inspire, I think he's out.
He might be able to.
out.
Yeah, he's out. Okay, nice play from Xiaoxi 2 making out of here. But yeah, E-Star basically go for this play where they try and pick off Icon in mid. But the problem is with Xiaobai not having teleport, they end up in a 4 versus 4 anyway. So when Curse teleports in, it's just, hey, OMG are stronger. They're just going to win out.
This game's definitely gone to a point where E-Star are probably not comfortable with the result. were complimenting them so heavily in the early game, talking about their coordination, talking about the top lane fight, which really worked out in Xiaobai's favor. But we got in front of that dragon. It didn't feel like E-Star had an advantage at all.
The thing is, though, like, let's look at the positives here from OMG. Because if we take the bottom lane out of the equation, where Rat and Shousy were very heavily punishing SMLZ and Cold, the top three on OMG side were doing absolutely amazing. Hacker, very early, getting that flash burnt in mid, meant that Icon was set up for this nice laning phase. Then getting the dive onto Xiaobai to set up Curse, who just ran away with that lane. Like, this is OMG, at least the top half of the map, looking absolutely splendid in this game.
I want to see improvement here in summer. All right, E-Star, Baron's up. What are you going to do? Because Icon says howdy. Once again, Troll Bubble onto Fun. Icon at half health, but the Glacier Fish will lay it down on top of Rat. He's kiting back as the teleport to channel from Xiaobai. Cold at half health, but into the middle goes Renekton once again. Death Realm used, but the backside of E-Star need help. Fun just watches, and Xiaobai tries his heart out, but this game is in the trash.
There's nothing that they can do. Curse is massive and is getting onto Rat every single damn time. And OMG, they've done it. They've just won off of that play.
Well, run it down mid in a very positive way. I don't think they end here, though.
Oh, no, actually, couldn't keep the minion wave alive. So instead, they're just going to move back towards Baron. But look, at this stage, it's the slow, inevitable draw towards the end. You've got Baron up. You've got Elder Soul in just over a minute and a half. You can go Baron, finish this, back, spend all that lovely gold you just picked up as OMG, and then just go in for the last hurrah.
Good to see SMLZ not getting caught out. That's what I'll say.
Well, I mean, he has gone for cleanse and has gone for the QSS. He was so like, look, lads, this is not going to happen. I am not going to be the one that causes issues here. And I got to give credit to Cold here, because he has been really good on this Braum in stopping some of these pick potentials coming through from E-Star onto the core carries from OMG. And once again, we saw it there with hopping in front of it, and then instantly we get the follow-up here from OMG. It is kind of just sad to watch from E-Star.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. Well, Icon's rejuvenated his stacks on the Magi's. With a 10k gold lead, Baron in hand, and I'm sure Elder very soon. OMG will put the finishing touches in this game. Open inhibitor through mid, and Icon keeps hitting these trouble bubbles. I'm not sure what that blast cone was, but that was a little dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, how do you try and get any sort of play back here? Is E-Star Hacker actually moving in?
Does Hacker care though?
Oh,
at half health, maybe he does. Destiny used on the side. Fun is in a weird position, but does find the gold card. Just needs to come on around. As Hacker gets taken down in the Death Realm. E-Star with a numbers advantage, but Xiaobai is going to come on out. Flashes away. Curse in with dominance yet again. The Glacial Fisher layers him down as Rat. He's trying to have a star performance, but not when Aphelios is in town. A quadra kill, and Fun, get ready, because an Aphelios Penta returns to the LPL.
And it felt like it was only a matter of time. SMLZ, he got beaten in the early stage, but he came roaring back late. 15-1-7. He will finish out with a penta.
An easy way to clap him down in 32 minutes. OMG game 1. Absolutely dismantle E-Star past the mid-game.
So, I guess we can see the difference between 11th and 15th right there on the screens, because OMG ran away with that. Hacker, once again, having a strong start to this game. Ganking mid, ganking top, getting that top side of the map in order, even though the bottom side was kind of going a little bit astray. But what I love about Hacker is that even when there's problems hitting on the map for OMG, his objective control is absolutely incredible. He played it really well against LGD, he did against BLG as well, where even where there was losses, he was often getting towards 2-3 Drakes super early. And we saw it again in this game, where even though he's against a team that should be able to pressure those dragons early, he's the one making the calls to get these dragons rolling nice and early, and then they end up in the situation where they can just run away with the game.
E-Star had like the momentum in that game, the way bot was built. And, you know, we saw a couple of moments where Fun was able to use his destiny and come down and influence the map, but there's just something going on with E-Star that's not the same as it was in spring. And whether it's Crying or Fun, I think it extends past that. Rat seems to be an answer, at least for the lane, but I'm not sure about anything anymore with E-Star.
Well, that was the thing. Again, we saw some of these weird engagements trying to come through, and unfortunately, as we talked about, like with the Dragon situation, they actually couldn't go for it because of how heavily Xiaobai was losing in the top lane. Because Curse had the teleport advantage from the majority of that game, it meant that they couldn't actually go towards Dragon using Fun's abilities, because they'd end up just losing the fight. You'd end up in a 4 versus 5, and then it's, well, good luck to you. We're taking this anyways, OMG. So moving forward then, they've got to look at some other way of getting these fights going, but they never played to the win condition that we talked about with Fun off in a side lane, trying to get some sort of tempo advantage out of that. They just let OMG do what they want, and every time E-Star ran into them, OMG won.
Yeah, Icon was pretty on top of the ball there with his Zoe as well. It was a big part of it. Pratt did the most damage in the game. Well, not surprised about that, considering how hard he tried. And it's sad because I don't think Rat was a problem that game. I think he was the best performing member alongside
100%.
Chelsea in that game 1. The rest of the map just fell off a cliff.
And I think that's the issue with E-Star, is that the bottom lane is not the issue. Whether it's Wink, whether it's Rat, Chelsea as well. The thing is that it's the rest of the players that are really struggling. And to be honest, again, it's Chelsea, not dissing the Karma look fantastic, but I think because of the way the team plays, he needs to be on some sort of CC, engage, disengage, properly support, because when it's something like Karma, you can see how easy it is for Curse to get in on top of the back line and then ruin the day of Rat, even though Rat was doing a really good job.
You know what would have won that bottom lane? The Karma Twitch. That
No,
would have carried the game. Hey, with the Karma Twitch, busted. Yumi Twitch, busted. Because you know Yumi goes invisible as well.
Invisible as well, yeah. Well, camouflaged, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, E-Star, I know I've been very harsh to them, but it's incredible how, because this is a team that has Dandy as a head coach.
Yeah. And I think that's wise that, like, we saw, if this was spring, we wouldn't have been so upset. It's because we saw how good they were in spring. And then we get to somewhere like, what the hell happened? Where did that E-Star go? Where did this beautiful playmaking, Thresh plays, the support plays coming in? We've got there's a massively aggressive early game jungler who can do so much. And we're like, oh, we're going to get to see that E-Star again. We're going to get to see all the funness. And then it kind of just falls apart.
While OMG, as successful as they have been recently, they're not on a win streak. I'll correct myself from before. They were on a 4-series win streak before losing to LGD recently. But OMG are doing better than expected, and here in Game 1, they found a pretty surprising win against E-Star. Can they do it again? We'll find out after this break.
两边各种
这波被看到就可能要死了。
对，各种摸黑博弈，这波硬要动吗？哇，这波是硬找 Hold 的麻烦 ，Hold 这边直接被一个卡牌的大招看到了真身，但是第一时间没能杀掉 Hold， 后续跟上 Q， 但是无名下来一个战争高峰。
熊熊一个人绕后没什么用啊，感觉得要色体来绕后。
啊，两边在龙刷新前先交换了一波技能，
集合了。
但左边已经交了很多底牌，而右边的话其实底牌都在。这边一个魔法水晶救，后续的话闪现上来，马老师已经控到2个人，然后悲伤配合 Morgan 的进场。但是另一边的话，蓝四方也同样的开始去输出后排救梦倒地，但是剩下的残局那就不是蓝四方能说了算了。Flander 后续再倒 ，Missing 一个 E 技能指到了 Maple，Morgan 砍下3杀，两边交换后排之后。
这把别看狼行死得多，但是他这个装备。 还不错，挺好的，跟卡米尔都差不多，快4件了啊！
哎，但是 Pina 这边可能要被先打一套啊！现在哈鲁直接大踏步上前打出风骑，这边的话又是一个巴德大招，弹到2个人，后面的话 Prima 是直接闪现拉开，用金身规避掉了 Holder 的一个大招，这波 Prima 做的不错，但是直接被杜老夫的嘲讽到了，最终张无忌闪现上来带走了这边的 Prima， 那这一波打完 ，RW 应该要收拾残局了。
还在追，给个能量倾泻，伤害差一点点，卡妙这里蓝斑一闪，骑自行一闪。
就看你接不接吧。Maple 已经飞中了 ，Missy 在草里面，这波矮王底先上来探路，旁边致命华彩定到5000多的大龙血量，旁边的话 Morgan 是在一个侧翼，这边的话马老师这个进场应该能击飞3人。 流到了对方的前排之后，后面的话 Fender 的这个位置逮住了旧梦 ，Fender 能杀旧梦吗？然后说话 Maple 已经倒了 ，Fender 是一个人单切到了旧梦，但还是那句话，两边换了后排之后，前排的战斗力不是一个级别的呀。
是时候重拳出击了。
我总能居高临下。
W 众人发现了之后，直接过来6000血左右。旁边的话是悲伤在找位置，用一个海克斯闪，但是没有闪过墙，因为前面很容易会被定住。旁边悲伤发现龙的血量不行了，必须得进了。可是直接被定住了之后，这个龙是用 OMG 拿了下来 ，W 只能打团。这边熊熊又是进来支持秋梦，秋梦计划解完了之后，正面 Fender 倒地，被悲伤一个血红锥给击杀掉。正面 OMG 众人给拧成一团，但是赖的被艾旺迪给吞了下去之后，转头被摩根。
Triple kill.
Well, OMG dismantled E-Star in Game 1, and we're taken to a Game 2 with a lot of questions, but impressions of OMG once again. I'm Hysteric Stagda. SMLZ got MVP, by the way. He picked up a Penta. This is the time I agree. It's time for an Aphelios MVP.
Yeah, the Penta power will be too much for anyone else on OMG to pick this one up. And SMLZ did look good. I mean, that early game was very much a struggle for him, but when we got to that later portion of the game, every single team fight, he was dealing so much damage.
I think it was this where we're like, hang on, E-Star might win this. And then all you have to do is watch SMLZ.
Yeah, exactly. Able to turn this one back around. I mean, technically E-Star did slightly come out on top, I think, in this one, or maybe it's a different one, but yeah, SMLZ just goes, oh my god. This is actually his pentakill where he just goes, yeah. This was all said and done, and yeah, it does get gifted across, but like that damage was insane. He broke his steroids.
I mean, the thing is, like, all right, you know me, I don't like the champion, but the thing is, he was majorly fed.
Yeah.
Like, he was absolutely fed, and I feel like that you put a Jinx in that situation, she does the same. It's not like a Severum Q where you're like, hey, why is he not dying? There's so much lifesteal. It's like, no, with Jinx's Q and Rocket there, she probably gets a pentakill as well because OMG got so many big trades. E-Star were ahead, and then it came down to that Dragon, you know, the one before Ocean Soul. And E-Star, there's just so many questions. Shout out to Rat and Shalsey, who I think had probably one of the better games.
Yeah, definitely.
And Rat's filling in this game. If you haven't seen on Twitter, on the E-Star Twitter, Rat is filling in because Wink, I believe...
yeah, Ali's strain is... Yeah, so he's got
strain.
some...
A medical issue. You can go and check out their Twitter itself. So Rat is filling in, and I think it's a good chance to find out what the other members of E-Star are capable of. You know, people that are on the bench. Like, we know CJJ is on the bench. Rat also there. Alu is a support who's never played.
Yeah.
Too, that he's played with. So, good to see Rat playing his first game of League of Legends. He will be staying in. There are no subs on either team. So, we'll see where we go from here. E-Star, you got to show us something because falling down a drain. Their last win was...
LNG.
LNG,
yeah.
what, week 3?
Their fourth series was their last one in week 3, yeah.
That was like week 3, yeah. So that was 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They've picked up individual game wins against IG, Suning, Vici in their RNG, but never a series win since LNG. And then DMO before that.
Yeah.
What do you do?
And I mean, look, we were saying already, the bot lane is not the problem here.
No,
Chelsea,
never was.
look, Chelsea's played what? Well, he's played, yeah, so he still played these 12 different supports, and he's looked good on pretty much all of them. The problem more so is when we look at the rest of the team and how they coordinate, that's where the issues lie. And the fact that Rat and Chelsea can get such a large lead in the bottom lane and you can't do anything with the disease star is crazy to me.
Now, on a different topic, I want to see, well, you know, I want to see Twitch. And we did actually see Twitch earlier in the year from, you know, in the LCK they actually played Twitch. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Was it Hanwha Life? Was it Viper who played Twitch over in the LCK? I apologize. I do have a phone, but I want to be genuine. Aphelios ban as we go into game 2. And let's spin that wheel of champions again for our supports, because I don't want to see a Karma Brom. You know what I want? I want something crazier.
I want to see the Pantheon from Cole.
There you
I
go.
really liked it. I really liked the way he played against BLG, and it looked great. So maybe we'll get to see it again, although we'll have to see what OMG decide to go with. But either way, they are looking super good in this game. And again, on this red side, they can look to try and pick up some of these stronger AD carries for themselves. Although with E-Star banning away the Volibear this time, they'll be locking in, I imagine, a strong AD carry for themselves on first rotation.
I guess it's going to be the Ashe again, right?
Yeah.
I feel like our AD carries now are so telegraphed that, okay, this is why I don't get paid to be analytical. Good. Syndra first pick.
So Funfun will have a strong lane for himself, but we'll have to see if they can try and make it work, because, look, last game broke me. So not only the fact that the way that E-Star played in the game was really annoying, the way the draft went from them, where we talked, look, you know that OMG are trying to get you to play into them. If you try and play at range, you can play around that, but E-Star then opt in towards the Mordekaiser, which forces these 5v5 scraps, and OMG are able to beat them out. Now OMG opting again with this Trundle. Imagine that they'll try and pick up an AD carry here for themselves, potentially the Ashe, which you talked about, and you've got that super strong pick potential and a bunch of slows that will really make it difficult for E-Stars to operate in these team fights.
I feel like it's going to be the obvious lock-in. However, SMLZ's been a big Jhin player, just saying.
I was actually going to say the Callista as well is a potential here. But there we go, Icon.
Early
he
Echo.
Loves this Echo pick, especially into the Syndra. I'm surprised to see it locked in so early, though. It could be just the case that, look, SMLZ is like, right, I'm going to hold on, because he's played the Jhin, he's played, well, Jin's his pocket pick, but the Sivir, Kai'Sa, Callista, Ezreal, he's got a heap that he can still play with.
Let's pause. We know Way's not going to play the Kha'Zix, even though in 10-14, which, again, we're not in, he got a nice little buff to his Q. But here we go. Lee Sin. Now, impress me. What AD carry do you take? You've been given the Ashe. Do you just take it for Rat in game 2?
I believe so. I mean, you've got this really strong team fight composition then where you've got this injury, you've got this long range engagement or scatter the weak, then you got the enchanted crystal arrow. Like, that's a lot of CC and a lot of damage on those 1 to 2 items, and I think you just work forward with that, but
Solo lane is nice and early. Bottom lane to be secured.
So it looks like Rat feeling confident here that he's like, look, I can go on to whatever AD carries left open at the end of things, but for OMG's side, I feel like you then take this Ashe and then you can just go down into, okay, well, we can ban away some of like the other AD carries, like the Callistas, anything else that's a bit of a nuisance, and then set ourselves up. But you know what? These guys don't like AD carries. Screw it. We're going elsewhere.
They were hovering because a bit of a free lane we've seen will be the Ashe, unfortunately, at the end of the day. No SMLZ Jin. Oh, well. We still have a support and a solo laner to be picked. Already got something interesting like the Echo. Start queuing those bottom lane bans for OMG.
And I imagine, actually not going to go towards the AD carries. I thought maybe we'd see it go towards that, but when you've got an Orin there, you're going to be looking at potentially something like, at least with the later scaling, and can work well with those Orin items that are coming through. So a lot of, like, personally, I'd like to see maybe some of these more crit-orientated AD carries like the Zaya and these kind of things come out, but we'll have to see what E-Star decide to go for us.
So Zaya the other day had a Huanfeng from Suning, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't seen a little bit more of her.
Jung Wuji, Rogue Warriors, excuse me. It was yesterday.
We saw it on Sunday as well.
Yeah.
We saw, was it Wings? Anyway, either way, it's still a good pick. Has gotten some buffs as well, over 10-8 and 10-12 as well. So let's see what they, if they want to go towards that or what they decide to prioritize here.
Ice, baby. There we go.
Ice. Because you got a lot of slows going through from Trundle, from the Braum, from the Ashe. Like, this bot lane combo is incredibly potent and is really difficult to deal with, especially if you're a mobile AD carry where you can have that slow come in with the long range auto on the Ashe, and then Braum can leap forward and you just get that definitive concussive stacks off.
If you think about range, there's the ability to create range now with Senna in the mix. Not often do we see a fasting lane bot. Xiaoxi is the support on that Wheel of Fortune. Oh, sorry, copyright, I'm fired. The Wheel of Champions. And what are you going to fast down there?
It may not be fast. Now remember, we have seen with that Bard locked in, I doubt it is a farming or fasting Senna. We have seen the farming Senna with the free footwork taken in the bottom lane as well, because on the last time the Senna got buffed, every time she kills a CS, she has an 8.3% chance to get a soul for herself. So we started to see farming Senna creep back in a little bit, but it's not something we see a huge amount of.
But sir, I see a Camille from Curse, and Curse is a carry top laner versus Xiaobai on Ornn. We have very dynamic solo laners from OMG with a controlled bot. I'm looking solo laners to see if E-Star can survive the laning phase. Get through. Well, see if Icon can bully the matchup.
Well, that's the thing here for Curse is, look, I can just stick around here in the top lane farming up. For Icon, he can bully this matchup, as he said. Well, survive it for the early stages, but Icon, on this Echo, because of how much he loves it, has been able to bully these Syndra matchups in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him again find that success against Funfun here. And then you're in a situation where, cool, we've got two super strong side laners who can join in. They love the ability to flank, and the dive potential here with a Camille and an Echo, and the setup that's coming through with this Ashe can be super strong in setting up for those plays.
Keyword dive, I like it. As Hacker's got a big grin on his face. We always look at Curse too, and Curse is very mellow. Like, there's never a time where Curse looks angry or happy. Always in the zone, and Curse has been talked about as a top-tier top laner this split. I think it was me and Lyric casting the last OMG series.
It would have been, yeah.
Yeah. And we were mentioning that Curse was top 5. He at least put him in top 5, and I'm tending to agree. Curse has been really on the up and up this split. Even game 1, he dominated E-Star. And we're ready for OMG to do the same. It's E-Star who have to prove us wrong with a change in draft. With the center with Bard bottom lane. We'll keep a track on that one too as we enter Summoner's Rift for game number 2. It's True Damage Echo. Icon be dancing. I wonder if Icon's got his own little album coming out as well. If
It's
no one
Jackie
saw,
Love,
yeah. Jackie Love. It's even on Twitter. Jackie Love's got a song. Oh, Glacial Orb.
I did retweet it as a personal shout out because I'm going to be that annoying person.
Nice.
It is on my Twitter. I did retweet it, so you can go find it there if you want.
But
to be fair, it's only a very brief window that he has.
Hey, he still sings like an angel. Invade. Haven't been spotted out. Pings are getting spammed down. Missing. But they back away.
I mean, do they even? Yeah, they get a ward down, so they will spot where Hacker is going to begin his route. And honestly, I think E-Star are just like, Hacker had such a big impact in the last game. We don't want to give him an opportunity to have more of an impact. And on E-Star's side, Wei has struggled in the past to try and predict the pathing of a lot of the enemy junglers, and particularly Hacker, who's quite good at his jungle route. So I think Wei just wants to try and get as much information to try and help his laners, because we even saw it where last game Fun still goes down when they've already spotted Hacker in that river. So trying to get as much information about Hacker is just giving a little bit of extra help towards E-Star's laners.
I'll be curious to watch this 2 versus 2. We've talked about Echo and Syndra before. A lot of it about landing the parallel convergence, getting your trade and getting the heck out of there. But Icon's taking Electrocute versus the Phase Rush, while Hacker starting the vertical path of the Wei. It's duel time, and here comes an angry troll. Wei's backing, at least backing away. I wish his name was different. And what do you think here, Dagna?
I mean, Hacker does win the 1v1. The problem is it's not going to be a 1v1. Yeah. Xiaobai's left lane. So Wei will have a little bit of an easier time to clear this out. It doesn't mean the Curse, though, will be able to obviously hit that level 2 and might be able to zone off Xiaobai a little bit, but it's not really going to matter too much in the grand scheme.
Take a look at Xiaoxi's rune set. Now, everything seems to be in order, but of course the sorcery second, water walking, and
Transcendence.
Transcendence, that's the name of it. At level 10, the 10% CDR, so interesting, unique set instead of something like the Nimbus Cloak, which is still quite OP.
Yeah, and I mean, like, a lot of times we'll often see supports tending towards that inspiration tree as well, because you go towards what you see on Cold side, which is the minion dematerializer. It means you can definitely control that lane a lot better as to when you want to push, how you want to try and have it push against yourself as well. So I think on on Chelsea's side, it's more about, okay, look, I know I'm with Rat here. He's on the Senna. I'm not going to be sticking around in this bottom lane. Water walking to get myself into the right position.
Are you ready, though? Cripple misses, so does the Sonic Wave. Xiaoxi's following alongside Rat. Now that he's out of lane, but they'll get back shortly. And while nothing happens there, I just want you all to note that, as Dag just said earlier, yeah, it is the 80 carry Senna instead of the fasting lane. So Doran's played the start with the Glacial Augment.
Yeah, so the last time we saw it was with the Fleet Footwork. I much prefer the Glacial Augment. I haven't quite been able to figure out why the Fleet Footwork was taken the last one, because usually you take Fleet Footwork. Oh, hang on, mid lane? No. Wei might get the Q here.
There's a level advantage, of course. Straight into Hacker. Seems to have the damage. Pillar placement nice from Hacker as Raptors get started up. Fun makes his position known. But both mid laners are low on mana, so Wei gets the smite down, and Hacker just gets a remnant.
Wei's doing a good job of bullying Hacker, though, because off of that one play where Hacker moved into the enemy side, got spotted out, and then was slower in his clear, well, Wei's done a fantastic job of just keeping the pressure up. Hacker can't even go for the second scuttle, although with Fun being low on mana, Icon can support Hacker on this.
Yeah, Teleport's going to be used, though, on that ward behind. Trade comes through with Electrocute as Hacker's running into lane. They haven't seen Xiaobai, or rather they have. The pillar goes down. Flash away from Scatter the Weak. Now the turnaround from Icon, waiting for his phase dive to be back up. Time Winder doesn't get the extent, and Xiaobai hovering.
The big benefactor of this is Curse, though. Look at the CS difference that's opening up in that top lane. He's getting such a free lane, and there will come a point where Curse is just like, hey, look, I've hit level 6. Xiaobai, you don't have access to it. I can go for the kill here where you don't have the armor to survive.
A lot of minions just died to the turret. And the only response is Wei gets the double scuttle here in this game, too.
And if Wei is able to keep up this pressure, and, oh, hang on.
See, Winter's Bite, but there's no follow-up damage. The problem is that Cold might be a bit too far forward. Unbreakable used. And Rat's starting to bully out with the range on SMLZ and Cold.
So I want to talk about two things real quick. So as we said, if Wei is able to bully out Hacker and keep this snowball rolling where he can have massive influence in the lanes, it'll go great for E-Star, and that can be their win. But Looks like Hacker wants to set up Curse even more.
Searing Charge was used. Xiaobai in a difficult position, and Teleport's going to be burnt. And now Curse has to get on out as Fun with the full mana bar and Flash wants Scatter the Weak. The first Flash burnt, the Scatter the Weak doesn't hit Curse fully, and Unleash Power not available. Double Summoners for Fun. Curse has TP to get back to lane.
Fantastic fancy footwork from Curse. I was convinced he was going to go down as he saw Xiaobai looking for the clap, but just about able to escape away his Curse, and he'll be able to pick up all this farm as well. So, yeah, it's fantastic. And I mean, look at the CS as of now is even. Curse is going to pick up all of these.
Charge ahead again by that 15 CS mark we saw before. He's got double longsword. Xiaobai has to walk back to lane. It should be okay for now as Icon's starting to show us some of this trading. And I'm ready for the Unleashed Power into the Chrono Break that we've seen so many times. It's just a bit of a nothing trade.
But Icon is doing a good job of, well, with all the moving about that Fun has gone for, picking himself up a CS advantage, looking pretty strong in this lane. And as we talked about, Icon loves the ability to be able to bully on this Echo, not just survive the lane. In the bottom side of the map, this is the lane that I wanted to have a quick talk about was because of the rune choice here, but I'm not going to get a chance.
Oh, Unleashed Power being held for the Chrono Break. Icon holds it long enough, but here it comes. With the Parallel Converted Shield, though, Icon able to survive, and there's the trade.
And a big win for Icon, right? He's just put way low. He's managed to survive. He's got the ult out of Fun, so he's now safe and happy. But Wei looking for round 2.
All right, well, no ultimate either way. Xiaoxi makes himself known with a magical journey. 3 versus 1. Icon with the Time Winder. Parallel Conversion set on up for the stun. Right into the middle. Dodges by Wei. The kick flashback still gives him the shield. The execution will come through. The first blood at 7 minutes goes to Easter.
That was beautifully played by Wei. Oh, hang on, Rat, though.
Exhaust, which Spite flashed away from the turn onto SMLZ. But Rat, he's too far away.
So Wei manages to outthink Icon on that play, getting that safeguard over to the ward, avoiding that stun that was going to come through with the parallel convergence, and then setting up beautifully for that. So, well played by Wei to read Icon in that situation. And now he's talked about it, we want to see Wei doubling down on this aggression from the jungle because he's ahead of Hacker, but he's done just that with that.
Getting spotted out as Hacker as well. While Curse, we go back topside, and this continues to happen. So at least for OMG, while mid may be under a bit of pressure, Curse a level ahead of Xiaobai and almost 20 CS.
So when we're looking towards the Dragons and towards the Rift Heralds, OMG should still have control down towards the Dragon area. SMLZ and Cold are going to be able to do a lot more. They provide more CC, and they've just got a little bit more damage and control in these team fights thanks to the Ashe and Braum combo. Whereas when we look towards the Rift Herald, I definitely favor E-Star. You've got so much CC between the Ornn, Fun and his Unleashed Power, but he needs a bit of time to get that up, and OMG might have found that small window of opportunity where Icon has his ult and Fun doesn't.
Icon moves back to the lane, and there's no pressure here as Fun and Xiaoxi manage to get the lockdown. But Chrono Break is available once again. Feral's going to be taken. Dragon, the response. First Dragon of the game left a little bit late here. But still, a trade is a trade. And we're going to roll that dice. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? And it's called a Forge God. Meanwhile, it's the topside wave. But Hacker's making this dive happen with Subjugate used. Curse now going to all in, and Hacker, nicely done. Takes the last shot, survives. Thanks to Subjugate.
And can now throw down this Rift Herald as well. You get a bunch of plates in towards Curse. Woo!
E-Strat just got that one.
Well played by Rat to manage to finish off that play. But yeah, that means that this Rift Herald can't be used. Curse can't double down on this advantage. But either way, Curse is going to be huge in this game.
Yeah, Camille at a side lane. We've seen that many times before here at the LPL. Takes a bit of turret plating, leaves. That's going to be a Tiamat. Get ready. There we go. And a Sheen. And another longsword. That's some gold.
Oh, poor Xiaobai. You have no idea what you've just got yourself into. A 20 CS lead, the kill, and so much more going over towards Curse. Where do you try and answer back as E-Star? You don't have control of mid lane right now because Icon's been playing this matchup so well. And Rat and Xiaoxi, well, they're not going to be hard carrying this game. It's a Senna.
Still don't get many souls as used to. What is this moonwalk? Oh my.
Oh, it's the dancing. That's the true damage right there. You thought it was going to be Icon, but it's actually Rat who's doing the dancing in this game.
I just realized, yeah, we got true damage Senna, and we got true damage Echo. What else do we need? There's an Akali, isn't there?
Yeah.
True damage.
And then Kiana.
And then, yeah. See, when they first came out on the Chinese client, I got Kiana, because that's when Kiana was playable in the lane. As Icon, good dodge away, phase dive over the wall. And Wei is persistent on mid. Icon making it difficult, but good to see that E-Star have a really strong direction through Fun in this game too.
Although they have E-Star playing through Fun, it's more interesting to me as to where OMG are going to start making plays with jungler, because Hacker, as we talked about, was set behind early, but does still have this Rift Herald to try and place down, and you can have an argument towards Icon, but I think we're definitely going to see this play towards Curse. And there's an opportunity here for Icon to shove out this wave in mid and move towards the top lane and look for a 3-man dive.
What the hell? What the heck is this? Rat is just like, this lane is pretty easy. Good time to dance. Meanwhile, Wei wants to lane gank top side. Now, Curse is still quite large and feeling confident. 1v2 is not a 1v2 because Hacker's coming in as well, and he has Herald, so...
Oh no, the quick back!
Up.
No, stop the back! Oh no!
Oh no. Wei's still here.
Curse is playing a little bit safer now. Realizes, you know what? Something fishy is going on here. I'm just going to wait for this wave to crash in instead. And the back will be finished by Wei, but either way we're looking at this, this is just a little bit more time the Hacker's got to wait until he can use this Rift Herald. Like, he's backed, cool, bought his cloth armor for himself, but he's still going to be moving towards his top side because this is where the play that they want to make is happening.
Turns back super quickly. Teleport being burnt mid, as Icon might actually make the journey up, threatening it through gap and vision while clearing out the ward. Here comes Herald over the wall. Xiaobai's going to use Call the Forge God, but it won't clear out all of the wave. Q with the follow-up and Bellows Breath. Curse takes a 3 turret shots, which is not ideal. Hook shot, wall shot to get out, and Xiaobai actually defended that really nicely.
He does manage to escape away from it, but bottom side, Chase is going to walk away. So the reason that Icon was able to start posturing towards that top side is because when he backed, he bought really quickly, used his ult to get back into lane, which meant he had the TP advantage over Funfun and the buy advantage. So if we ended up in a play where everyone was going towards that top side dive, well, you would have been winning out as OMG. But he doesn't actually manage to get up towards the top side in time before that Rift Herald's used, so OMG not able to get further plays, but still, Curse is benefiting so much in this game.
We'll see. When he gets towards that Trinity Force, his first item, who's going to match him? Phage in hand. Teleport being burnt topside as well. As also notice that there is a Proto Belt for Icon. And one of the first items in the game. Rat, of course, picked up his Manamune a lot earlier, but still stacking up. While there's your comparison. Rat versus Curse.
Yeah, Rat's actually got quite a bit of gold for himself, surprisingly so, but 132 CS, he's been farming up quite well. And I'll have to see now. Like, the thing is, you are still Senna, and although having all this extra gold is great, you'd go for a very cheap build. You tend to get to a point where you're super strong off of the Black Cleaver build, and you hit that your stride, but it's not like you're going to go super late game and get all these crit items and really become a menace. Hacker.
Blue buffs with him. Wei's ready in. Sonic Wave perfectly timed. Eastar flash forward. The kick back as well. And Funfun unleashes Havoc. While Icon now with the Chrono Break available. Only enough mana to die. The ultimate not going to be used as Eastar group is 5. Curse even flashes away. And Eastar just outgun OMG.
Eastar backed first, had Rat and Shousey towards his top side, and OMG don't respect that. They end up giving over the kills. Now that Glacial Augment, nearly catching up to Cold.
Cold needs to be careful. Rat now with the range. I believe he's just hit 20 souls, so a little bit slower than normal, but he is farming. And Eastar managed to hold onto that gold lead by about 1,000. They've got a mountain dragon towards the bottom side. After Rat collects these souls, they should just walk through it. Well, Teleport's being burned by Icon, but that's just to get to the lane.
So this is where Eastar are getting into a spot where they're a little bit dangerous for OMG, because they do have a gold lead, and they're doing a good job of getting some of these plays, and Curse needs still more time to really ramp up into a position where he can be a menace in a side lane. So with these Infernal Dragons and Fertile Soul coming up now, it's going to be really tough for OMG to try and avoid fighting Eastar because of how strong this Infernal Soul could be.
At the very least, OMG like, okay, we've got ourselves a nice little second Herald that's going to be started off. Hacker actually backed away, noticing that Rat and Shousey were through mid, so not going to risk it as the Herald resets. And You've seen Curse the top side. He's backing. Is this Trinity Force? Yes, it is. So Sunfire versus Trinity. It begins.
Yeah, still, this is Curse favored in this top side. We're just seeing it even more so as the CS starts to open up and those items come in. But the thing on E-Star side is you're going to have that Black Cleaver come through for Ratton basically on this next back. But the thing is the Black Cleaver doesn't do a huge amount for the E-Stars team. That armor shred, yeah, it's nice for Wei, but the rest of the team doesn't really care about how much armor you shred. And OMG are going to be like, fine, we can still look to fight. So Rat does have a lot of upfront burst right now, just as a Senna. But as this game starts to go on, we get towards a third item, it will start to teeter over into SMLZ being that little bit stronger.
As he was in game 1, SMLZ had a great game on Aphelios. And when I think about him, I don't really think about SMLZ as a Ashe player. You know, he's that niche pocket pick. Of course, he's already picked it up this split, but SMLZ is like that Jhin, the Sivir he actually picked out the other day. Quite interesting to watch. Kais is in there as well. As Herald's going to be used mid here by E-Star as SMLZ, speak of the devil, has to flash away. Chat across the arrow, launch though, the counter attack. As Golden in the nick of time, the wall doesn't go up in time for Cold as Wei manages to get away. Turret goes down. A good attempt by OMG, but E-Star even better.
Icon's trading for it in the bottom side of the map though, so it will be tower for tower, and this is the way OMG are going to play this game. It's going to be a case of, right, we've got SMLZ mid, we're looking to clear waves. Curse or Icon can come and join us if we want to, but we want them in these side lanes. And actually, at the moment, if Curse can shove this wave, might be able to get it, but Fun is going to be able to go topside to protect his own turret before Curse can try and pick up a second structure for OMG.
Sure, he's just happy that he's getting more CS at this point, and when do you start playing more around Curse? Hack has been here for a lot of the game, and he's actually there on the top side now.
So, for OMG side, losing that mid lane turret isn't actually that big of a deal, because you can still protect your inner structure super easily, whereas for OMG, they want to get these side lane turrets down to create pressure for Curse and Icon.
With the Fun still here, despite seeing Icon on a ward, he's going to jump on into the backside. They go on to Curse first and take him down. E-Star, no fear of the reinforcements from OMG.
I'm not sure why OMG are trying to commit so many members topside. Like, that tower, cool, it's all well and good, but you can just take it in time. Instead, they end up just giving kills over to E-Star, trying to fight in this 3v3.
80 carries are not moving either, so E-Star comfortable to hold the line. Xiaoxi's just kind of been everywhere. There's Cold still in this brush. Are you ready? Icon going to be jumping forward. This turret's gone, but over to Fun first. The dive happening. Chrono break on top. Fun dodges away, and now Icon's dead. That was good until it was bad.
I mean, that's two my bads on the side of OMG where they give over 2 kills to E-Star. And E-Star have got Xiaobai pushing this bottom lane, so he's going to get a tower as well. Like, OMG,
I feel like
you've got an advantage. Just let the game play itself. Play through side lane. Stop doing this.
SMLZ caught out in the mid lane as well. Janicus ROUs while he's trying to 1v, well, 3 in the end. And 7 for 1.
So this game got real weird real quick.
What the hell
I don't understand what
doing?
OMG are going for. It's, all right, we've got a really big Camille. We've got a really, well, had a big Echo as well, who's putting pressure in these side lanes. And instead of just letting the game flow out naturally where Curse can one-shot that tower that's in the top lane with one Triforce proc, instead they tried to force these engagements where E-Star are on the top side of the map, they're able to make the play to turn around, and then they just double down on it instead of backing away, and then they lose SMLZ mid as well. Like, that's a massive gold lead that's just gone over towards E-Star.
I feel like that phase dive would have just destroyed the turret.
Yeah.
And
especially with the Sheen.
Yeah. But you knew they were up there anyway. We'll move forward, because E-Star are in a gold lead. What a pleasant experience for them. Got bounties across the board. Black Cleaver now finished. Black Cleaver also finished on Wei. And this dragon will lead to Soul Point. So 1 more to go after this.
And the whole point of OMG getting control of these side waves was so they could make a play at this dragon. You have no TP on Xiaobai. You gotten the one off of Fun. So as OMG, if you just took that play slower, you then would have been able to use your double TP advantage to get the dragon for yourself without any E-Star being able to do anything. But because of all that messing about, well, the waves aren't in a position that eStar really need to worry about them, and OMG can get that third dragon for themselves.
You know what? This time, Icon's like, I've got my boys coming in. Xiaobai pill it on up. Icon happy to go forward. The center ult comes on in. Chrono Break available, and that's what Icon's waiting for. They'll have to use it in the end, and the 3-man dive comes to a crushing halt. Xiaobai, he survived for long enough.
Look at bottom lane, though. eStar is still looking to make their own plays here as well, so it looks like it'll be tower for tower when all is said and done. Won't get the kill for eStar, but they're still pretty happy to trade these.
Especially when they're a team that has a Senna, a Syndra, an Ornn. Of course, you're not dealing with the Echo Camille, but so far, eStar are playing this game 2 out a lot better than OMG are.
Now, OMG can still correct their path right now. They can redirect their flight trajectory and start playing through side lanes, but they're getting caught.
Okay, good dodge. Compliments where compliments are due. I'm only going to be positive for the rest of this series.
Okay, so OMG now, we've got Triforce complete onto Curse. He's nearly at that Ravenous Hydra as well. So he's in a pretty good spot when it comes to side lane pressure. And when you look at OMGs who can play through Icon or Curse, having both of these side lanes so exposed for eStar is great. But they have to make sure that they're able to still keep control of this mid portion, or mid lane and mid section of the map. Because right now, SMLZ a little bit dainty and delicate in that mid lane if he manages to get caught by like Xiaoxi's Tempered Fade or even Rat managing to pick him off.
Which is why that ward in the brush is so important, as OMG set up for a flank onto Xiaoxi. The Hextech ultimatum means Xiaoxi's going to die here. Uppercut into the face, and Wei gets slowed down in the meanwhile. In front of Baron, but this will just enable the push to continue and Icon to have more free run.
And good pick from OMG now. So they've got Icon, as you said, down on this bottom side of the map. They can put pressure through this mid lane as well, start to clear these waves, pushing them right the way in towards eStar, and actually getting some of the mid lane structures down for themselves as well.
Suddenly, the side lane power's back on. Back and forth, this game, bit of a seesaw.
And that's the thing, is like the way OMG need this game to work is through having some sort of tempo advantage where they have mid pushing at the right time. Actually, hold on.
Sonic Wave onto Cold to get to SMLZ, but he'll burn immediately. Dodges away from the tangle and Wei gets knocked on up. The damage still coming strong. Wei flashes away. Back on in with the kick and just sends himself to his death. While in the backline, Curse has joined on in. Doesn't get hit by Rat. Even the Searing Charge doesn't connect.
Curse did blow his teleport, though, to come in towards this fight. And they do get the kill, but they're not able to get any more out of it. So you will end up seeing this kind of just nullify with no objectives on the map. Still a nice pick coming through from OMG on an eStar's started play.
And if you give more kills over to OMG, if they go to Curse or Icon, you're saying, yeah, that one did go to Cold, but still, frontline.
And the thing is as well, it's about what I was about to mention before we went for that play was OMG are trying to work through a tempo advantage. They want to have these waves shoving in at the right time so they can have all 3 waves pushed. They can be able to create these map movements where you can have Icon and Curse join in, make picks, or create man advantages to take towers elsewhere on the map. When you're giving across picks like that, eStar have to play back, they have to play safe, and you're giving those opportunities to OMG to create what they want in the waves across all 3 lanes.
Well, Dagda, we got a dragon in a minute 15. That's what my eyes are looking at right now. Because that's Infernal Soul for eStar. And I want that if I'm a Syndra, but more importantly, I'd love to roll for Elder. Because the way this series has gone so far, that's how you know, settle the score.
And then we just have a steal on either side. It's like you think one team's about to get Baron, it gets stolen. One team's about to get Elder, it gets nicked away as well. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's been a bit of a funky game, a funky series, but, well, I mean, eStar have done a good job, as we talked about, of getting these early dragons for themselves, and now they're set to reap the rewards with 3 kills onto this Senna. Rat as well, having that rapid fire cannon finished, can now use the glacial augment, super long range, set up for a lot of these plays. And then as well, looking across the likes of Funfun, who's got that Echo, Void Staff, he's looking pretty good at the moment as well. So in an all-out brawl where eStar get the straight-up engage onto OMG, they're pretty favored right now.
See the damage coming out of that Syndra with 2.5 items, and you mentioned Rat on 3 with the Obsidian Cleaver. eStar and bottom side River grouping up. They have priority over the Dragon with the mid-wave push.
Look at Icon though. He's got teleport. He's looking to go and crack open the inhibitor. So eStars are going to start up this Dragon trying to get that teleport from Icon.
See where OMG are. I'm in no position yet. The teleport you mentioned starting to be burned at 2k though. Has it gone down too quickly? Icon ready to go in the middle. Infernal Soul secured by Easter. But Funfun gets low on the back end. Icon kicked away. Curse in the back as well. The Chrono Break doesn't hit anyone. The Unleashed Power kills the Echo. And the Scatter the Weak, beautiful. OMG on their deathbed. Now relying on SMLZ. And he can't get it done. The front line's dead. And OMG walk to their deaths.
OMG relate to the party. Dragon's already gone, and even a miss smite coming in from Wei with all the pressure that was on him. But Hacker can't get into the pit with his flash. E-Star get the Infernal Soul. In a fight they were already favored. Now they can get the Baron as well.
Even on the ward, what can OMG do? Hacker needs a big steal, and he's heading towards the Baron pit.
Does have the Blast Cone, so could hop over the wall with that, and then still flash out, but it's going to be a big ask. He is a level down, and Wei's trying to limit his opportunities here.
SMLZ gets vision. There's no ward here. Hacker knows in the back of the pit. Do they play the 50-50 level advantage for Wei? He wants to kick him. He goes back in and he secures. In fact, it is Rat who does the security. E-Stars with the Baron. E-Stars with the momentum.
And E-Star are looking pretty damn good right now. And you can see how strong they were in this fight. So OMG are looking for this flank ward, which is great for Icon. But it's the decision-making on who to jump on here, I think, is what really hurts them. If both Curse and Icon had just jumped onto Rat, they kill Rat easily. Funfun doesn't have the damage right now to be the consistent damage dealer to deal with the rest of OMG, and they can win out this fight. But leaving Rat alone, going instead for Funfun, they don't even get the kill onto the Syndra. And then from that point on, it's only getting worse for OMG.
Gotta forget how much damage a Senna does now that she has Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
Rat in a really good position. Also, Luden's Pulse given over with a Spellbinder to Funfun, the level 15 Syndra. And yeah, it is time to compliment Eastar because they've had a much more successful game. Their game plan has been a lot more solid. Their direction against OMG, they've grouped up. They've forced the split-pushing team to come to them. And it's worked wonders.
And a lot of that is off of those mistakes we saw from OMG, where they tried to make that play in the top lane not once, not twice, but kind of thrice as well. But here we go, Icon.
Well, Chrono Break might have to be used early. Kicked against, and nope. Icon's dead again. This is like watching the Shy, but in the mid lane. As Tempered Fate flashed away from. And OMG are pretty much saying, take our base, because we're going to die.
Well, I mean, what else are they going to do? I mean, the best bet here is to have Curse try and match the race against E-Star, because you've got decent wave clear here for SMLZ, no Baron up, so Curse can fight in this side lane against Xiaobai at the moment.
Rat doesn't take turrets the quickest, but with the lead they have, this one will go down.
Curse trying to look for a flank, walking through river, but I think E-Star reading what OMG are trying to do pretty well. They escape off to the side, even already having Wei push in this bottom side, and Curse will return towards the top lane in a 1v1 against Xiaobai.
Just want something. Curse level 16, but waiting for that third, fourth item. Just trying to neglect the Baron here, and at least for the Baron buff, it doesn't break the base. 45 seconds left for E-Star, but they're back, they've reset, gearing up towards the next fight.
And I think as OMG go, trying to go towards these fights once again is only going to hinder you more. I think your best bet here is to try and get the waves in order now, which is what we're seeing, but Curse might be cut out.
Kicked against the wall, Sonic Wave into Hextech Ultimatum. And OMG have been caught out many different times on many different members.
And there goes the plan that they maybe could have worked with, which is shove out side lanes, try and make a play elsewhere on the map as this next objective is going over, but fortunately for themselves, they don't have that opportunity anymore. Icon's going to be forced to back because E-Star are pushing in on their base and they can't do anything.
Just got to watch. OMG group mid, people top.
I love the call here from Rad as well to go towards the Infinity Edge build because we didn't quite see that come out the last time we saw this farming Senna, but at this stage you're so far ahead and you want to have some late game scaling. Going for this Infinity Edge makes a lot of sense.
But SLZ's locked down. Here comes the damage. And that's game. That is game. We're going to a game 3. Icon in with a 3-man parallel convergence, but has to Chrono Break immediately. Hacker locked on down and in place. He'll get kicked on back. A triple kill over to Funfun.
Another Penta, let's go!
A Penta in each game. Curse almost gives over the Quadra with the Arbor.
That
he
was a close
one. Spellbinder. Funfun, if he uses Spellbinder, he gets that. But let's go to game 3. Because E-Star this time, a much better performance, but OMG, absolutely, they did it in the bed, Dagda. They definitely did. And the side laners who we hyped in game 1 have done the opposite in game 2. This series will come to an end after this next game. That is how best of 3 works.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. But E-Star do manage to pick up the win here, and honestly, they massively deserve this win. Playing very well in the early stages of the game. Now, we did see Xiaobai struggling a bit in that top side of the map, but with the 2 plays that OMG tried to make, E-Star turning them around, they could find these victories, forcing these fights around the Dragon objectives that we talked about, as Wei was able to set those up nice and early. So, E-Star, at least in this game, biting back.
Yeah. But Icon died 6 times.
Yeah, that was a little bit sad. Especially when he looked good. You were praising him at the start.
Game 1 was so good. Game 1 for Icon was great. And then there's that. And, you know, I said it'd be positive, but holy moly, it's hard.
Yeah.
I mean, SMLZ just walked into, like, a full team and was like, nothing can go wrong here to defend a Barrett-up team topside.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of issues on both sides, as we can see. For OMG, the biggest issue here was just not playing towards the strengths of their composition. Massive lead for Curse. Icon was looking good. You've already got a bunch of these outer structures down. Just play through these side lanes. Don't try and group up and give E-Star the opportunity to play what their comp is strong at, and that's exactly what they do. And even when they manage to fight back a little, they still end up opting, well, they have to opt into a fight because the Dragon is up. E-Star have already put themselves on sole point, and there's not really much you can do as OMG.
You know, the thing that annoys me in this series is it doesn't feel like it does feel like there's good opportunities built. OMG game 1 very much exposed E-Star. E-Star did the same in this game, but it does feel like the teams are putting themselves in that ditch and not thinking far enough ahead as to how the game's going to work. And getting caught out as an Echo, I mean, it can be pretty hard. You know, when you have Protobelt phase dive and chrono break. Like, you know, it's Jesus. Like, what the hell? So, Dagda, we go on. We move into unknown territory because Rat has played well throughout the series. Fun had his best game in a while. And I think, you know, Xiaobai absorbed pressure very well.
Yeah, you're reading my mind with the Rat thing, though, because I think he's looked absolutely incredible this series. His ability to play down towards the bottom side against SMLZ in cold, where you opened up Xiaoxi to roam, and Xiaoxi was actually able to make a lot of these plays. Like, Rat is doing a phenomenal job to keep himself safe in that lane, but 2, farm up. We saw the gold lead he was able to get for himself. It was absolutely incredible. So, honestly, he's looked really, really strong in this series.
Good to see Rat as well, willing to pull out something like the Senna, which is not common. And I know people don't like to watch Senna, but a different champion for a new player in the LPL. When Rat, this is his 2nd game, both games have looked clean so far. He and Xiaoxi syncing up really nicely, and obviously scrim time.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't just throw someone on the stage and go, have at it. But a composition that E-Star can play. Remember that, Dagda. A stronger 2v2 in the mid lane. Remember that.
Yeah.
Hey, and it's not set.
Yeah, and look, to give them their due, Wei, at the beginning of that, looked good. Like, Wei, when he brought it in, was like, hey, look, we've got 1 invade from Hacker. I'm just going to run away with that jungle matchup from that point on. So, yeah, look, I think, honestly, there's a lot of positives we can find for E-Star in that game.
I think we can. I think we're going to go to a game 3, and all hell's going to break loose, though. We're going to return after this break and see exactly what happens. See you soon.
看一下小明这一波，直接把
来了，飞回来！行了，我会管一下的。果然又是踢着马，但欧这个羊撞的很好，不过自己成为了众矢之的。这波想单杀沙皇，闪现一下拍死了，沙皇倒了，而且侧面在追击当中，塞纳刚才也被解决了。
我不知道你是干嘛的，我也不在乎。
命运
掌握在我们手中。
先 Q 一下龙，看一下血量，而且
很谨慎拉出来，
是一定要拉龙，但火龙坑是一个破碎的一个，
稍微挡一下这个 Q，
是不让盲僧有机会接近，摸了一下想要过来抢，没有抢到个狼骑进场，直接拍到了2个人面前。
我的士兵们前进！
这个3万推到了后排3个人。
进场推到了小花生，这时候一脚来的已经有点慢了，只剩下西叶在跟他作战。回头小花生 Q2 拿到这个人头以后，并是选择骁闪电想杀小花生，拿下人头，而且西叶是被自己给卡住，已经交过闪现了。这样的话打出一波团灭，
未来将由飞升者撰写。
上路挂 DP 这波想留，但是第一时间巴德看隧道以后，感觉有点留不住了呀。2个人上来，嘲讽不错，但是巴德大招给的同样也不错。奥文大招换了上来，强手猎物直接拉过去以后，瞄准的是对面的野和 AD， 但是正面的话可以看到泰坦、色骑、巨魔都纷纷倒下。
战斗之心，至死方休。
打到了伤害。
皇子来了呀！这个皇子过来，不能上了，感觉要卖了。
对，波士堡死掉，
德玛西亚
又跳出一个大招，一口挑起来，多个人，
发条
大招，
终于赶到了战场。
皇子跟发条经典配合。
德玛西亚，永世长存。片甲不留。
LG 不想放。
7套睡到了，睡到这个大鳄鱼 poke 一套，这边 Q5 的血量有点残。
跪拜我吧！
熊玄决定开大招，正向哥直接进场。必须现在要考虑撤退的事情了，有办法吗？
雷声滚动。
再拿一个暗影燎原支援一下，乐言继续想要输出，但这个位置已经被2个人逼迫上来，巨魔卡一个柱子。梅否在后面残血量，疯狂的想要找机会再丢对面气泡。
我狂奔，我践踏。
乐言一直闪，但是都没有机会上来输出，最后终于找到一个机会进场，但自己随即也被圣枪哥给换掉。
哇，这波是直接打出一波团灭。
感受来自蛮荒的力量吧。
Your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. Reflecting in the water, I thought we were young, and nothing really matters. Openings night, everything is cool. Open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. When I saw your lips reflecting in the water, I thought we were young, and nothing really matters. Electricity, you and You should come and fly. We should be happy. Open means night. Everything is cool and open up your mind, and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you see the light.
And I see the light at the end of the tunnel. E-Star and OMG, there can only be one. There can only be one. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Hysterics. I'm joined by Dagda. I could be having a mental breakdown, or I could be running into this series not knowing what I'm going to expect next. Wei was MVP. And he deserves it considering that this has been a rough season for him. That means assists, by the way, at the bottom of your screen. Because Wei's got 11 of them. And that, Dagda, that was a good game from him. Let's be real. That was a really good game from Wei.
Yeah, we saw some sick plays like that one on your screen that really did set up this team for success. And that was what we wanted to see, was Wei having, again, this aggressive early game performance that he can then turn into advantages for E-Star. And we got to see it here. And at least that is, as we said, Wei finding these early game opportunities off of one mistake from Hacker on this early invade to run away with the jungle. And I wasn't sure how well E-Stars would be able to convert that into a win, but they did that.
And it's amazing to see when there's confidence from Wei, when there's that ability to push forward and know you're going to outplay your opponent. E-Star looked like a whole new beast, the beast that made spring playoffs. And Wei was a big part of that. He quickly became a potential top 3 jungler. And it's crazy to me that out of the blue in this series, E-Star could turn on like that. So we're going into a game 3 where, as chaotic as this series has been, now it's just that best of 1. And I believe OMG on blue. Let's go. Is Jakey right? Nope. Don't listen to me. I had a 50-50 chance to get it right, and here we are. E-Star on blue. OMG on red. And Dagda. I'm seeing a LeBlanc ban, even though there's no threat. And there hasn't been in this series.
Icon is still a very good LeBlanc. And can still do pretty well as like a blind pick, but still it means that you're more than likely looking again towards this Syndra as the first pick up here for E-Star, unless OMG want to ban it away. The fellow has been banned. As you can see, Graves is going to be targeted towards Wei though, so I imagine we'll still get that Syndra block in here for a flip.
Well, if you want it, you got it. Yeah, baby,
you
got it. Yeah.
But yeah, I think over on the opposite side then, SMLZ can just go back towards the Ashe if you want to, although we did see OMG hold off in this AD carry lock-in for quite a while. Hacker preferring to go towards the Trundle, and then I can't remember actually what we saw.
It was the Echo.
The Echo
Echo's second pick is to run straight into the Syndra, and within the lane itself it was fine. But we just saw so much attention from Wei, plus we got into the fights, and Fen was more useful. Icon got caught out in the side lane way too many times. So does he opt in to rinse and repeat?
Looks like the answer is yes. So I think I don't mind this thought process from OMG, because honestly it didn't feel like it was the pick itself. It was more the way that OMG played out the map state that was really the big issue here. And if I'm E-Star, maybe they just want to go back towards the Lee Sin here. You see the exact same things. You saw well Wei played around the Echo engage, and also how well he played into that jungle matchup in general. But opting potentially to go towards the Kindred here instead, and having a little bit more of, well, late game scaling, because you can go for this double AD carry build, and also just having a little bit of survivability for the likes of Rat on this backline.
And also, counteract the burst here from Icon. So, Lamb for Spite into the mix. Now, Ashe, or we go solo. I think it was the Ornn pick here, Dagda.
I'd imagine they're going to go with it as well. So, the Ornn works super well, because as we said, when you've got a double... Okay, never mind. But as you've got a 2 AD carries in your composition, having that Ornn go in and having that late game scaling is going to work wonders for you. And I think that's what OMG have read here, is that, look, if we want to win here, we either got to match that super late game scaling, or we got to go for something like the Callista and try and just go for this early aggression and try and win out then at this early point in the game, and not giving the opportunity for E-Star to scale into that later portion.
Against the Ashe, we've seen a lot of LPL players prefer this, and boy is Jhin meta. I gotta say, quickly becoming an answer to the Ashe, even though, you know, Lyrics talked about it. Not the traditional sense that Jin loves going into the Ashe, but people like playing it.
Yeah, and I was going to echo that from what Lyric had said, is that this sucks in lane against Ashe. You get poked out. It's really difficult for you to try and get away from the Ashe as well. She's really capable of just auto-spacing you to death in a lot of situations because of that range discrepancy in the slows. It's a really obnoxious lane matchup, but we see the LPL AD carries are happy to pick it in and still just have that kind of more utility focus with the curtain calls and these long-range deadly flourishes.
Yeah, I mean, key word there, utility. That's what we've seen a lot out of these Jins and how they set up the fights. There's no Bard to pair with it because OMG want to ban it away themselves. Now, do you get rid of something like a Braum? What other support do you want to take away? Because it's that or a solo laner, like the Ornn that's still available. Maybe Curse has his eye on that.
I'd like to see the Ornn banned away here. I think if you leave the Ornn open, you're just giving so much potential here for eStar to go into these late game team fights. And you got an Ashe who's going to pick up a bunch of those ornaments alongside the Kindred. And looks like OMG have read it. They don't want to try and go towards any of these late game fights. So instead, you're going to be looking more at a mid game focus here as well, where eStar will be trying to get off onto the right foot with maybe something like a Volley Bear or some of these bruisers as to follow up on the engage from the Ashe and then take the fight and run away with it from that point.
Jax is oddly specific. We know Curse is a carry top laner, but assuming that OMG are going to go for support and then a final pick to counter, maybe Xiao Bai wants to play something like a Camille? No.
The Wukong as well is the potential here, because we've seen Ashe or the Jax do relatively well against the Wukong.
Very
so
true.
The preemptive Mordekaiser lock in here though from Curse saying, look, if you want to go towards Wukong, that's all well and good. I'm going to go for something that beats you in lane and then can also just tear you out of these fights. So we'll have to see if that may dissuade eStar from going towards that pick. I want to see it. Come on. It's so rare Xiaoxi gets this thresh. There we go. So Xiaoxi actually is this banned away from in 42% of the games that they play. So this is a pretty big pick to see Xiaoxi from. And actually harks back to what we wanted to see more from Xiaoxi, which is this playmaking ability. Because he ends up oftentimes on the likes of the Karma and these kind of things. So having him go towards the Thresh means we're going to see more of these beautiful hooks from Xiaoxi.
Yeah, very different feeling that we've seen so far in the series, where we've been used to the Karma. What was it, game 2? Was it Braum?
Braum, yeah.
Was it? Or was that Cold Braum? Either way.
Yeah.
Let's pause because we've got a Gnar. Now, I want to talk about Gnar a little bit as I see the Norton. I'm like, yeah, whatever. A hook lane with a hook lane. Hook City bottom lane. Gnar has been rising once again. As Xiaobai is going to show us maybe why.
Yeah, I mean, well, don't forget he did get buffed on this patch, so he does have the 40% attack speed when he does get that hop, which is a massive buff, especially since you don't tend to max the hop until later on. That's the E. So if he can get that jump, he gets a bunch of attack speed, and it can be quite a nuisance for the Mordekaiser to deal with because you are able to slow him. That hop can also mean you avoid the Death's Grasp. So this is a great matchup for Xiaobai, but still provides this super strong teamfight ability in the Mega Gnar, and then having also that side lane pressure in the Mini Gnar. So it's a nice lock-in here for what eStar want to go with.
I also like if we get to a 5v5, Mega Gnar is going to throw you outside the Lamb's Respite. And there's the poke on your screen. So interesting comps to run us through when OMG decide they're going to pick out the Jin for game 3 alongside Icon's Echo. And it's kind of fun playing with an Echo. Echo's ability to get your proc for the Deadly Flourish by hitting and slowing an enemy. And the burst damage that comes through. As a combo, they're unlikely pairings, but quite nice when you're playing a game of League of Legends.
And I think that having that ability here to engage is going to be quite nice. I don't think they'll be using the Echo too much as an engage tool to set up for the Deadly Flourish. I feel like the way OMG are going to play this is in a 4-on-1 with Icon off in the side lane, having Curse join the team to provide that front line alongside Hacker, and then you can have Nautilus be this engage, the Deadly Flourish to follow up, and you'll need someone to try and deal with Xiaobai off in the side lane, and our Icon, at least on the Echo, can deal relatively well in just wave clearing against this Gnar, but it'll be pretty difficult for the Mordekaiser to try and go up against that.
See the matchup in person. Let's go to game 3. Let's see if eStar can get their first win in 6 series. 6 series. LNG was their last win. That was like 4 weeks ago.
Well, when I look at the composition here from E-Star, I think it looks great, especially if Code is going to give over a
kill. Because Cole's going to go face check a brush. Well, Colonel, he's saying up. The stonks are rising.
And I agree with them. So what I wanted to point out was you have 3 winning lanes essentially for E-Star. Xiaobai is going to win top. Rat and Chelsea are going to beat out SMLZ, as we talked about, because of the how strong Ash is into that Jhin pick. And then for Fun, well, up until level 6, he should be pushing pretty aggressively. So this game is on way to be very aggressive into Hacker because, again, Kindred beats out Trundle. And I want to see Wei take over from the jungle once again and set up E-Stars for success.
At the very least, should be easier when First Blood did go to that bottom lane and Rat picks up an early longsword. As Wei passed away. He'll be spotted out by a ward. That's the saving grace for OMG at the very least. While Curse has decided to show us fleet footwork, Mordekaiser. And survive a little bit more of the lane. Fleet versus fleet. Not normally what you see.
No, I thought we might actually see a...
Normally Conqueror is what we get.
Yeah, but of course with the way the matchup is going to work here, that extra speed up that you get from Fleet is going to be pretty needed, and not only to mention the healing you can get off of that, so trying to help out quite a bit against what is going to be a not so fun matchup for Curse. He's going to be heavy relying on trying to get that Death's Grasp to, or even the Fleet work as well, to try and close that distance onto Xiaobai.
At the very least, he'll have some friends coming to the top side soon. Wei's taking a very genius path. He's going to hop over the wall. Curse thinks he's safe with that ward. Has he paid enough respect? Into Meganar. The slowdown, I should say, as the flash comes through. I think Curse still going to die. Death Grasp good, but not good enough. Wei with his first kill.
Yeah, fantastic play from Wei, and this is what we wanted to see. We just said, look, Wei is the one in control of this game right now, and he, at level 3, gets up towards Xiaobai right as he hits the Meganar. It's a beautiful setup there for E-Star.
He didn't have to burn a summoner. E-Star just ran in and killed him. So with the first kill going down, Wei set up to succeed topside. That Scuttle should be spawning very, very soon as well. Where's the mark? Oh, it's bottom. Oh, well. He's been dominating the game too, and now, so he won't be caring too much.
But the thing here for Hacker is, hey, look, Icon's just been forced out of lane. He's going to have to TP back. So maybe a moment here for Wei to try and go across and fight at the second scuttle, but unfortunately with the bot lane pushing in for OMG, it doesn't quite look like Hacker will be dissuaded from picking up this scuttle.
We trade. Hacker with a small CS lead as well. Invade time. While Icon gets a bit of his feelings back into the mid lane. Had to burn the TP to come on in. Fen will do the same. Wei steals away this camp. Assistant on top. Xiaobai walking back to lane with a cull, while he's just waiting.
I actually think Wei might hold on here. This wave is pushing out, and you've no flash on Curse. Xiaobai doesn't have the Narbar built up, so won't be able to set up for him. And it looks like that might just be enough to call Wei off.
He's pushing, but he's super suspicious.
So Icon going to back away. He, as we said already, was forced out of lane. So now going to recall, pick up the Doran's Ring. And this is something that Icon does a lot in this Syndrome matchup, is to make sure he gets Dark Seal and the Doran's Ring, because obviously you got to push super heavily with your Q, which is going to spend a bunch of your mana. And then you're going to be taking a lot of poke from Fun as well. So having both the regen off of the Doran's Ring and that Corrupting Potion, plus the increase off of the Dark Seal, just sets him up totally fine in this lane.
Look at the warding in bottom side. While Wei's had a great start, you can see that OMG puts so much priority on tracking his Kindred. Triple ward placed down. It was Icon who roamed down before backing and going back to mid. And even stealing some of the camps away, which was nice from Hacker. Part of what's net him the CS lead. He's heading towards bottom side. He has full control of this side of the map. Wei walking in with level 5. Frenchline's going to pull in the engage. Hacker starts taking him down. The dueling begins off screen while Xiaoxi ready for the crit, but SMLZ sends it to Rat instead while Hacker wins out, forces the flash from Wei. And E-Star have to back away while Icon's on the roam down. Parallel convergence. He wants Rat or Xiaoxi, but OMG aren't with him. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, that was nearly a really nice hook from Chelsea, actually predicting the flash from Icon to get over the wall, but not quite able to connect. And as I said, OMG nearly able to pick up the fight there, but going a little bit too far, and then Icon forced the flash away as well. But Wei playing right in on top of Hacker means that he can't actually get away from the Trundle, can't win out in the duel, while E-Star are losing in the lane as well.
Like the bottom lane was obviously not on the same page. Maybe it wasn't Icon, so I don't know. I hope this series has just been something else. I'll tell you one thing, I'll be honest. JDG Vici is going to be like a breath of fresh air. I'm going to be so positive and
upbeat.
Upbeat.
You're cheery. You're cheery also.
Icon had the flash. So, yeah.
Well, look, when all said and done, let's take stock of where that leaves us. Because it was a trade against Rat that really went poorly, and he will be able to pick up the CS collapse from the tower, but SMLZ getting that first shove, he's got a BF sword for himself. So overall, what's supposed to be a pretty horrific lane for SMLZ isn't going too disastrously. Now Icon again is matching with Funfun, and Hacker is actually leading in CS against Wei, because when you look at the jungle pathing that Wei went for, he can steal away the Krugs on the top side, but Hacker had already cleared the entirety of the rest of his jungle. So when Hacker moved in towards the bottom side, he got Raptors, he got Krugs, and he's able to get at least a little bit more for himself before making that bottom lane play.
What's the difference in timing when you're ganking like Wei is, when you're being patient towards top side, and Hacker's still just farming away? So it seems to be the difference. Let's take stock of differences in lanes as well. While you're mentioning how the Jid's going, well, still a kill in the back pocket of Rat, who has himself the Cutlass versus the BF sword. E-Star in spot out. They don't care. They're starting this dragon off. Hacker on the way. But will it be gone by then? I think it will.
I actually think Hacker just wants to try and take his Gromp. He's not too worried about the dragon. It's just about getting these stacks off the board. And you can see at the moment, at least, that Chelsea is looking to play towards Wei, and so is Fenfen. I think that's the best call here, because, hey, look, Fenfen can shove in mid. Chelsea, you're fine to leave Rat in this bottom lane for at least another few levels until that level 6 is hit realistic from OMG. You've got to be a little bit more scared. But trying to set up Kindred to get these marks for herself is how you try and accelerate Wei in this game.
Curious to see how many he's got for now. He's backing away. This is, I think some of the benefits of being elsewhere is, you know, being able to say, I would like to see the marks of Kindred. Unfortunately, can't say that.
Well, I don't think he's doing particularly well. I don't think he got that. I don't know if he got the one on top. I don't think he'd swapped it to Curse. I think I had a quick look there, and
no, he did.
And then I think he. Oh, hang on. No, just going back away. So, as well, hasn't got into the enemy jungle to actually get any for himself either. So, Wei doesn't have a huge amount of marks, and one of the big things that stand out to me as well is Xiaobai isn't actually winning in this top lane. This is supposed to be a fairly heavily Gnar favored matchup, and even with that initial kill going over, the wave collapsing under the tower, and Curse losing a bunch of CS experience, he's evened up the CS, although E-Star are still, with that shove on top side, able to get this ripped out.
I mean, they got full control at this point, as over the wall Curse says, let's take Wei to the death realm, and still secured by with members of E-Star. As Curse taking the 1v1, the Death Scratch does land, but out for now, the Dredge line pulls him back. Nicely timed, arrow flies through. Funfun going to be targeted with the curtain call nailing down, but not too much damage at this point. E-Star is the trade of their jungler for the Herald at 9 minutes.
And Rat has stayed bot side, so E-Star will be able to answer up the gold from the kill, but at least one plate I'd imagine for Rat, although not quite able to push as fast as he wanted because he went for the Bilgewater Cutlass and doesn't have attack speed to really get through these minion waves.
With the dagger in hand, at least he defends the turret for now. Well, we got a Herald. Where, oh where will Funfun put it?
So, I think one turret plate died on bottom side, but Rat actually didn't get in range to pick that one up. So, when we started to take turret plates into account, kind of sucks that Rat was a bit worried about OMG collapsing from the bottom side to get some gold back into his pocket, but you see already OMG starting to collapse around this bottom side as well. They're setting up to get some vision down here, look to make a play, and especially with Dragon in 2.5 minutes, I would love to see Hacker try and use the combo between Code and SMLZ again, just as that Dragon spawns, to get onto Rat and Chelsea.
Super easy to lock someone down. Well, in a sense, this series has felt like, I don't know, it felt like jungle diff at times. Curse now going to feel that again, and he's going to pay the price. As Wei has Lamb's Respite, survives thanks to Dark Passage, teleport being used. Dives are not going well this game.
Well, I don't know how far Eastar wants to take it, to be honest, because there's always the opportunity that Curse just hops back into the Lamb's Respite, so Wei going a little bit deep. Now you've left Rat down on his own in this bottom lane, and Code and SMLZ can pressure Rat underneath this turret. The ult from Code is just about to come up.
Well, but then drops the Rift Herald mid. And that's going to get him Ludens. So, good gold there. Curse to respond. Get one more Funfun, and he walks away. Funfun on Syndra could be the answer Eastar's need, as a side thought. As he's walking into no man's land. Flashes over the wall. Survives. Locked down again. Cold has his flash. It's a double. And now, against the wall, just as I praised him, he's going to go down.
That was so much dedicated to from OMG to take down Funfun. You get the ult from SMLZ, ult from Cold, hook from Shousey though.
Yeah, onto Hacker, box laid down, but it is a Trundle. Subjugate not used. That was used a bit before, I think, as Eastar will lose. Rather get the jungler. Lamb's Spike put on down, and we're grouping again! Rat's on the side, but OMG have more members. And with a Jin, he just loves this. Into the Death Realm, take Xiaobai. Curse is having a field day in here, though, and Cold waiting for him on no health bar. Sacrifices his life, and Rat starts firing away. And you know what, Dagda? You know what? I'm just going to take the headset off.
Yeah, I'm... What? What? Why did it happen? That was... What? I was like, okay, this is totally fine. OMG are going to make the play. They're going to turn this around. And then Cold gives his life over to Xiaobai, who pops out of the Death Realm. Is just like, I got nothing there. Xiaobai whacks him. And now Wei is 4-1 and 3. He's just got a second dragon. I don't understand what OMG were doing.
God. Just think, after this, we got JDG Vici. That'll make
we will get to the promised land.
The promised land. Let's watch this again.
Yeah, look, to start things off, this actually looks okay for OMG. We're like, right, they're going to get onto Shousey. This is all great. I caught, like, Shousey's flash out of that the Lamb's Respite was questionable enough already. But now you just back off. Now you're just like, cool. Even as Code, if you want to turn onto Rat, I'm down for that. But going for Xiaobai here is so strange, especially when Wei is putting all this pressure onto SMLZ. So SMLZ gets the kill into Wei. Icon then goes way too deep. Cole's already gone too deep. Curse is now in the middle of everyone. And it boggles my mind.
This is peak League of Legends.
And it comes from 11th versus 15th.
From the LPL. There's Fiestas. And then there's this. I think we found a new level. I don't know. Because it ain't a siesta, right?
You could say that.
It's,
I mean, you got 10 kills. You know, it's going good. It's going well. But yeah.
Well, let's take stock. Where are we?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't even know.
We got a 2.5k Cold lead. And look, even our graph is tilted. I just saw Google Chrome. Like, the graphs guy was like, just take it.
I'm outie. I'm done.
The whole of Eastar are ahead. SMLZ, the most fed member, isn't even up there.
Shousey, come on, lad. Pull your weight here. Sitting down there at 3,000 gold. God damn it. Come on.
Curse is so far behind.
Shousey's going to get that. Oh, I thought Shousey's about to get that hook. Making it onto Icon still.
Oh, well. Well, that was a good laugh. that was a bit of a breakdown, but I'm okay.
The fight is going to continue here because we got Rift Herald up.
Yep.
You've got Wei, who's sitting on 4 kills, jungle item completed, very much on his way towards that Black Cleaver. And Luden's Echo with that Blade of the Rune King for Funfun and Rat means Eastar are in a great spot to fight for any of these objectives. But it looks like they don't care because Wei can solo out the Rift Herald. They want the tower.
I mean, there's only Cold and Icon here. Hacker behind. They clear out the wave. So no turret and herald, just the herald to be taken away. And that'll navigate them to another outer. They got one bot, one top. He start grouping up while SMLZ, yeah, take the turret. Get the gold. There we go. Ah, that a boy. Well, another Jin who's got a bit of gold on him, at the very least. He's the most fed member of OMG, which is nice to see, considering SMLZ's track record. But on top side, another trade of turret. That was actually first turret blood for OMG, but because they're so far behind, it might not matter.
And I am curious to see what SMLZ can do in the Jin going forward. Because we've seen different things come through, but obviously this has been SMLZ's pick. So now he's gotten a bit of gold for himself, got the Infinity Edge, working towards the rapid fire. So when we do get to the point where we get to that 3 items on Jin, I want to see what SMLZ can do, because he's been dying to get this pick back onto the Rift, and he's finally got his hands on it.
All right, Dagda, my mind's wavering. What do we fight for next? Dragon's coming up, 130.
To be honest, in a series like this, do you need a reason to fight? Or is it just because we can?
I'm getting out my asthma inhaler. I'm preparing for this. Hang on. I can't.
Halfway through, it's like the fight goes to kick off. Give me 1 second.
This next fight is off.
Okay, and I'm ready.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
That is the spot.
All right.
He says it was an asthma inhaler. It's actually a massive slurp of whiskey you just saw.
Me getting fired is on the card. Thank you so much.
Don't go for a second one then. What are you doing? Come on. But yeah.
Our production crew can see. They see it's my Ventolin. All right. I'm okay. Let's go. 35 seconds. Mid turret's gone. And it's time to reset for SMLZ, who's got a rapid fire cannon. Now the party begins. And you know what? I expect OMG to win this next fight. You know why? Because that's how it works.
Well, they shouldn't win this next fight. I mean, Rat is in a good spot where he can try and keep Hacker and Curse at bay. Got Funfun with the Scout of the Week, could do a great job. Xiaobai as well is managing that Rage Bar super well here, although won't be able to hit anything else from this point forward, or he will end up transforming that a little bit early. But at the moment, right as this Dragon is up, E-Stars are looking like they're in prime position to take it.
Trying to distract the attention while OMG is still grouped up. Called on in is Shalsey. It's both supports in the middle of the action. Pulled back cold. Is going to go down, but over the wall, Icon almost gets Shalsey and flashes away. And there goes Icon without his ult, because he ran in and OMG, we're not really behind him. And Dragon is going to be secure.
And that's it. That's Soul Point, or well, putting themselves onto Soul Point are E-Star. And we're at 18 minutes into the game. Like, this is a super fast Dragon Soul that we're going to see. They're going to look towards that Mountain Soul now. It does super well for just trying to survive some of that burst damage we were talking about coming through from Icon, even from SMLZ. And right now, OMG don't look like they can fight at all. 5,000 gold lead nearly for E-Stars in this case.
Where do you go from here? 55 seconds of a Baron. And if we get to the point where OMG get picked off again, E-Stars have a pretty decently fast Baron. Now with an Ashe, with a Kindred, double 80 carry, plus Xiaobai is on hit now.
Yeah, it's double Blade of the Rune King. So basically triple 80 carry when you think about Mini Gnar. It becomes super difficult for OMG to try and contest against this. The only hope for them now is to maybe have Icon down in the side lane where I'd prefer him towards bottom side to start pushing in, and maybe you can catch Xiaobai out where he's not quite in a position to try and push against you. Maybe you can make a numbers play with the double TP that you have, but it's not looking very likely they'll be able to get that done, but we'll have to see what they can try and do.
So Icon for now just pushes the wave out, can't go any further forward. See, the Baron area is littered with E-Stars wards. And the most realistic case is we farm for 3.5 minutes, and then we get to a point where we fight for the soul. Don't think any of these teams are really going to take the risk.
And as E-Star, why would you? You're in a great spot here. You have a massive gold lead for yourself. You're just waiting for like the likes of Rune's Hurricane to be finished on Rat. You already got the Black Cleaver completed for Wei, which has massive value against the team comp of OMG, because you've got Xiaobai, who's going to be doing 80 damage. Same with Rat as well. So you're shredding armor across the board and setting up beautifully for the rest of these.
They want to pick off Icon. He has ulti. FaZe dives away. Way's going to be spotted out, and Icon should just be fine.
Xiaobai is in this bottom lane though, and as I said, the unhit R means he can push pretty aggressively against Curse. Going for a Black Cleaver himself, but Icon scared a bit of Wolf.
I mean, if he got caught out there, Dagda, I would do more than take my headset off. Oh, he started to get priority in topside, deeper vision yet again. Look at where the mark is. Might even give Way a bit of an opportunity to pick that one up. Still curious about his stacks, as Icon is going to be holding off 3 top, while Curse is pushing without a real care down bottom lane. Maybe an opportunity for OMG.
And this is what we're talking about, is maybe OMG can catch E-Stars out in the map plays, because E-Star haven't been the great at lane assignments, and maybe Curse can shove this in. They can try and make some pick potential with the members of E-Star back, but it's not looking very likely with no real deep vision for Curse to try and collapse onto anyone. And when you've got a Baron up, you're not really wanting to go for just a pick if you can't turn that into the Baron.
At the very least, I'm still expecting 2 minutes to be the play, instead of that pick. Icon's like, are they in here?
Every bush is deadly when you don't know where E-Star are.
I've said this before, but this Gnar skin, for any OPL fans out there, it does look like an OPL logo. I don't know if this is still their logo. I don't get a chance to watch OPL as much anymore. But
turn your back in your own region.
Well, it's almost like we have 7 days a week.
Yeah, see, it's easy to keep up with the Irish one because there isn't a League of Legends scene anymore.
Hey, so you know all about the Irish scene then.
Exactly.
And I mean, to be fair, in OPL, if I ever needed to search up OPL, I would just go through VODs, only best of ones. I honestly think best of 3 as a viewer is just so much more entertaining.
Oh, definitely.
This series is not an example, but I think any other series, honestly, is Xiaoxi walking in. We got 45 seconds till this dragon. I'm going to amp this up because Enchanted Across the Arrow is onto Hacker. E-Star's pushing in mid. Right safe place. Boxed down. Cole getting damaged, but Xiaoxi even more so, as Curse has pulled him into the death realm. But meanwhile, SMLZ has been cornered, drawn, and decapitated. Curse gets 1 trade, but it's 2 for 1. 3 for 1, excuse me, as Xiaoxi goes down as well. And we're going towards Baron.
Yeah, why take a dragon when you can take a Baron? E-Stars have a bunch of damage on this squad to tear through this Baron's health bar. And OMG, you've got Icon, you got Cole, but not too much else left in the tank.
Cold over the wall, going to be spotted out by Ward. Icon in front of the pit, wants to go on a firm, but that scout of the week was beautiful. He won't get the stun down. He'll chrono break immediately. The Lamb's Respite is on Baron, though, but you got a smite, and it's secured. E-Star 1 step away from ending their 6th losing streak.
And they can even turn over towards this dragon. Baron recalls have come in. TP's coming through as well for Fun. They're looking to contest this again, Asterix.
Well, cold.
Well, contest. I don't know
Let's
if it's
go.
called a contest.
If it was like real life, a Nautilus could 1v5. That dude's a tank. However, he starts are too damn far ahead. And even Curse coming through with Icon on the side. Going to need more than that. The curtain call off the back, the full 5-on-5. And they hit cold. And the Dragon Soul secured, the shield in hand. Forward E-Star go. Hacker is a magnet to that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And with another pick and a massive gold lead, E-Star have it all.
They got the wave in the bottom side of the map as well. They're going to start pushing in. Just throw it. Do it!
Oh, my lord.
Oh, I thought Shellboy was going to catch him. But
well,
yeah.
get back. Free turret.
Well, yeah, E-Stars are going to get the tower here. They can keep pushing forward. Rat does have a lot of gold that he hasn't spent at the moment, but I don't think he particularly cares with how far ahead E-Star are in general. A 10,000 gold lead at the 25-minute mark. This is the E-Star that we saw in spring.
I could not agree more, sir. At the very least, it's a fresh leaf, and it's a path towards that direction. I mean, this game, OMG have been running, not as face first as the second game. No, that's a lie. they ran face first.
They turned slightly sideways. I'll give you that. It was kind of like
I got so
diagonal.
tilted. I just, mentally read. You know how when you're stressed, you'll sleep and you'll just go like, I'm done with this day. You mentally reset and you go into tomorrow with a new mentality. That's me. I had those 5 minutes before that fight where I was just like, I'm just going to reset. And now I'm back. And 25 minutes into this game, I see an E-Star who shined bright. The supernova on pause, as it were. And the Star got a bit of life in it, it seems, as the 2-8 team are taking down all avenues. A 10k gold lead with a Majai's Syndra now ready for this inner as well.
Well, that's the thing. Supernova is when a star shines brightest right before it blows up, and it takes down anything in its vicinity. E-Star are looking to take down OMG because they're the closest team to them right now, and they will start to push in, and they will look to crack open this base.
Fortunately, though, a supernova is also a planet dying, a star dying, I should say. So we kind of mix in positive and negative connotations for that one.
Very much like this series, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. OMG, sit in the corner and think about what you've done. Because E-Star dismantled you in this game as well. 13-4, 26 minutes in, ways over the wall. And they're just going to lose this. Cheddar's arrow hits cold this time. Won't be any follow-up for now. Xiaoxi ready for the hook. Damage onto Curse, massive from Wei. Inhibitor's going to drop. E-Star taking this slow and methodical.
And they can move towards mid. They still got pressure here coming through from Xiaobai, but there's the Baron buff gone, but I don't think it really matters too much. Look, it's basically a matter of time now until E-Star are able to close this game out. They are massively far ahead. They're just going to wait for Elder Dragon. They're going to wait for next Baron. They'll force a fight and make sure that they're able to knock OMG out of this.
Knock OMG down a peg. It was a 4-series winning streak where they managed to take down LNG, BLG, Rogue Warriors, DMO. Some top stuff from OMG, but as soon as they get rolling, LGD, and now E-Stars ready to knock them down that peg. And I just have to say, for E-Star, I still don't think they're a playoff team. I look at them and I don't think this team could beat, you know, the likes of LGD, which earlier on, funnily enough, was their first series they lost. For LGD, it was a 2-1 in their favor. E-Stars still need some work, but a start is a start.
When you look at both these teams, though, I mean, their series have been won against the bottom teams. It's been DMO, LNG for both of them, and the only difference between the 2 wins of E-Star and the 3 wins of OMG has been Rogue Warriors that OMG were able to beat. So it's not like both these teams have been able to deal much of a dent to our top teams. So I think I'll echo you on that we're not going to get that playoff contention from either squads, at least with the way that they're looking at it.
For now, yeah. I mean, LPL, anything can happen. So sometimes me being negative and being what I think is to the point can backfire.
The negative Nancy.
Yeah. But at the moment, like, sorry, it's scratching my ear. At the moment, we've got a team in front of us who have survived the trials of the series. And the trials of this series are greater than Russell Crowe in The Gladiator. Not only did they get captured, I don't know where I'm going with this. Not only...
I'm letting you take yourself in a walk here. I'm trying to see where this one goes.
It's like they found out their family were no longer with them. But they fought anyway. I'm not sure. It's been a long series. A very long series. I apologize. Inhibitor number 2 down. I'm trying to remember that. It's been a while since I've seen Gladiator. So I'm trying to think it's Marcus Aurelius. That's him. That's him, isn't it? Zycon. Oh, last play in the playbook. It might have actually found Bud, but he flashes away. Curse on top. Goes golden in the death realm and hits him down at the last minute to die. 4 versus 4. Jin on the backside. SMLZ has some range, but they can't kill Xiaoxi. Icon's back in, but he doesn't have his ult. And Rat now firing away. SMLZ gets into the Lamb's respite. Waiting for the 4th shot, but he's taken down, and it truly is the year of the Rat for E-Star in Game 3. They end that curse, Dagda. Finally, 6 series later, they might be getting this win.
You can beat E-Star once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, but you will not beat E-Stars the 7th time, as they will manage to take down the Nexus and put themselves onto 3 wins.
Well, how about them apples? I think, ladies and gentlemen, chat, listen. I want you to step away from your computer, pull your chair back, stand up, take a stretch. I'm going to do the same. I want you to stretch, sit back down, blow some air out of your mouth, and say, whew.
I think that
was a game.
It's called breathing.
Do it just this once. That was a series. Both teams to go back and have a long, hard look at themselves and bring us back to a LPL series we can
be proud of.
Yeah,
there was a lot of mistakes from both teams in those games. In particular, OMG, when we started to see them maybe looking good again, where they had some moments against BLG, they had some moments against LGD, I thought, okay, maybe they will be able to come in here today. They've cleaned up some of their act and will be able to move into OMG taking this series. But OMG did not play to their win conditions. They looked really shaky throughout, especially in that game 3. And eStar, in that last game, if we only look at that as eStar's performance, they looked really damn good. So at least there is some bright sparks here for eStar that they can look towards in that final game.
At the very least, 2 and 3. I mean, eStar's some of their best games recently, right? And if I'm taking the positives out of this, OMG in game 1 looked like they were going to 2-0 this series. Easily. eStar looked uncoordinated. The same issues were coming up. Even though Rat and Xiaoxi did play a good series as well, Rat's debut here in the LPL. This was a really disappointing series at the end for OMG. Whatever happened to Icon? I mean, this is the thing. This is the reason why in the past there's been criticism of Icon, and the OMG fans come at you hard. You gotta be careful. But I'm gonna say this: if Icon plays like that, sub him out. Holy moly! Game 2 especially. If you disagree with me, that's fair enough. Everyone can have their opinion. But, whew!
Yeah, I agree with you here. Icon did not perform well in the series.
Do not give him Echo again.
Oh, well, we have seen him perform on Echo.
Yeah,
I don't know what it was about this series that he just played horrendously. And the thing is that across the board, a lot of the standout performers did not stand out. Now, Curse had a lot of pressure put towards him in the early point of the game and did manage to bring that lane back, but fortunately going for this blind Mordekaiser pick did not work out. Hacker as well opting into this Trundle, twice ended up in matchups where he just wasn't able to do anything. And across the board, OMG were a big letdown.
Yeah, they were. And seeing this Jhin pick again, I mean, a pick that people are opting in for, there's a lot of games where it doesn't do anything in the LPL. And look, I know people are going to be mad about me telling the sub out Icon. He's had some great games recently. But that game 2 and 3 was not something to be proud of. A couple of good moments in game 3. But game 2, no.
But I do want to take this to a more positive note. Because eStar, at least for game number 3, did look good. Wei was able to come in. He looked absolutely stellar on this Kindred. Was a winning jungle matchup. Had those winning lanes that we talked about. And he did run away with this game, no matter what way we want to look at it. The early gank towards top lane was very reminiscent of the way that we saw in Spring. Where that was how eStar won. Was Wei, these level 3 ganks that always worked. Even though you knew they were coming, he would make that play work. Felt very similar in this game. Then the Kindred really started to get rolling and start snowballing. Early Dragons going their way. And I am really happy with Rat. Like, as someone who's coming in, he looked very nervous stepping onto that stage. He performed magnificently. Even in that first game, going up against Curse, the most fed member of OMG on that Renekton. Goes in aggressively, flashing about the place, making these plays and trying to get eStar the win. Like, if Rat is left as a sub on this team, that is going to be an absolute waste because he was so clean.
I mean, he's played with Xiaobai before in Young Miracles. He's also played with Alu, who's a sub in this roster, CJJ, funnily enough. Played with Xiaolong Bao.
Yeah. Would have played with Wei as well. Wei was a substitute on Young Miracles, so had some games with them. But yeah, I think he looked absolutely fantastic, and I want to see more of him. Maybe it's not in the eStar lineup because obviously there is that contention with Wink and Rap, but I do not want to see him sticking on, like, just on the bench. He needs to be on a team or at least getting some games in because he looks really good.
There's a lot of times where, rosters start going wrong and people aren't sure why, and you bring in a new player and it kind of revitalizes the roster. That could be the case with eStar and Rat, especially now that they're 3 and 8. Chances of them making playoffs at this point being 11 series in and only having 3 wins is super low because they've got 5 more to go. So they can only hit 8. And 8 was only just enough in spring.
And they still haven't played teams like Top Esports. They still haven't played JDG.
JDG's coming up Wednesday.
They haven't played V5 either. So yeah, there's still a lot of those top teams still there. So overall, it's not looking likely that they will be able to get there. So hey, why not mess around with the roster, see what you can make work and what can happen for you.
We'll see. It is another way highlight, by the way. So hate that I do that. This is oh no. This is the fight.
They re-showed it, but it was where Wei just popped off here because he'd already had a kill and some advantages for himself when it came to the levels, but at this point in time, this was where Wei picked up all of his kills and got himself snowballing. And look, I don't know what OMG were doing in this, but definitely it was Wei capitalizing massively on the mistakes of OMG in this play.
And then also Rat, like Rat was so threatening. But yeah, it's hard not to look at the other team who's in that fight. Props to OMG for their last defense, but again, all about Wayne. Wei's Kindred 6-1 and 5 at this point, like 3 items strong. You weren't killing him.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you've got to try and get onto the back line when you're getting through Rat, you're trying to get through Xiaoxi, Fun scatter the weaks, and as Curse and Hacker, it's very difficult for you to close that gap and then have an impact as well when that lands. Respite comes down, and you can see it there. E-Star, with how far ahead they were, plus the composition that they had, it was nigh on unstoppable.
Another MVP for Wei. There we go. We don't see many of those in summer. In the past, when E-Star did pick up their wins, I believe a couple were Fun. I think even Xiaobai got one.
Xiaobai got one, and Xiaoxi got a few as well.
Yeah. So nice to see that Wei's in the spotlight once again, as he was considered one of the best junglers in spring, but fell off a cliff here in summer. And for E-Star, development continues. OMG, there's a lot of questions to be asked because after you beat Rogue Warriors, LNG, DMO, and you're like, well, they're not a bottom tier team. Now losing to E-Star, that argument's kind of out the window again. It's like, well, lower echelon for sure.
And that was the question for me coming into today was how do OMG perform against these bottom tier teams? Because as you said, look, they played against an on-form RNG, which is a very different beast from just RNG. So V5, who now just beat Top Esports, EDG, okay, they're looking a bit shaky. Top Esports, like these were all tough teams, but now it's BLG, LGD, and now they've just lost to E-Stars as well. It's painting a very different picture of this team than what I was really hoping for in summer.
Well, we're going to leave that one there. And we're going to refresh. We're going to breathe in and breathe out and move to JDG Vici Gaming, 2 of the more winninger teams. That's not English, I know, but we're going to break and we'll return after this.
奥迪在干嘛？这底下奥迪被秒了，没有打出3个效果。大头，里面会不会很尴尬？闪现过来可惜，击不回来。
我瞄得很稳。
哦呦，这波出事了，龙王这边在撤，最后还一个机身，拖时间，这个的话也是赶紧留，能回来一个是一个。
是想让我们状态变好，一定要把自己降低，这个很重要。
这边也开起来，卡莱达这边直接落下，配合自己的一个打野闪避目标，这边的小榴莲，第一时间小榴莲直接被这边的一个大辽保了下来，但是自己的辅助是阵亡了，正面夫妇开了一个金身，在原地
上来，直接拿下了一个 double Q 啊！这一波小榴莲本来还以为能活下来的，但是有
没有五杀？
关键看一下，哎呦，最后
赛哥好兄弟，
这个 IG 的传承。
这边嘲讽过去，去留小天，小天应该是没有办法去征叫远古龙了，交一个闪现就往后拉，大招再拉掉位移，这边烟雾弹是阻隔了一下妖姬的视野，但是妖姬能不能跑掉呢？妖姬好像跑掉了，但这边已经拿下远古龙，而且团战已经是可以沐浴着龙血融化掉方 plus。
还闪现一个柱子立起来了之后，卡住林伟翔，追着一口一口的在咬。厄斐琉斯的伤害跟上了之后，
还有最后一下斩杀了，
直接斩杀500块的人头到手。
这个绕后绕的非常不错，有一个家园守卫，直接要来找的是先找出了菲琉斯，抓到这里有一点点危险。
肆虐吧！
大招做了下去，直播已经阵亡了 ，ADC 也没了。这样一来的话，哪怕是原木就能抢到，也没有任何输出跟上了。
纷纷在侧翼，哦哟，直接被莽勾勾到了。宝蓝这个预判绝佳，后续大招也跟上，逼着纷纷的一个闪现。黄牌再出去的话，闪现直接跟人头，再度让宁王拿下，已经暴走了。团战第一时间开起来了，开的是一个大树，让 TP 来的是一个纷纷的位置还不错，但落在对方人员的里面，这里有一个秒表控制了，但是 Rookie 这边第一时间应该是倒下了，纷纷被踢走了。那正面来讲的话，小白这边可能选到也不是很好，但是纳尔拍了3个，同时纷纷还要进场，纷纷他倒了。这一的话，伊瑟瑞还进群里的一个输出，配合着雷根赛打得不错，可是对方存活的人是要更多一些。
闪老瞬移吧！这边又来了，闪现这边开大招，大招啊！林北上这边被赚了一套，冤家的血量有点低，但这边的话杰克浪直接被秒了，但是这边赚的效果很不错，又力爆的上头了毒晕币，这边残局的话怎么打这个猴子呀？解决不掉这个猴子啊！又是一个一级的上来，这个要被留下，带着身上2个人，看这个那个毅力能逃跑。
不过君家状态没那么好，可能要回家去。君家这边要回家的话，那其实要动作有点难，而且这边突然一个对面定住嘎啦的一个大招炸出去，没口跟石头流起来，这样比较低。很多时候狗熊单人进场，虽然凯南从后方电到了不少的人，但是明显的一个正面状态，RNG的状态是更好的。小强开了一个死亡秒表在这个位置，现在没口这个位置，他是一个射体，有一个轰拳缓冲一下交闪现，但差一点点被嘎啦刚出完无尽以后就射死。远方终极爆弹过来，小龙宝拿下这个人头，君家交了大招以后，嘎啦是直接交闪现，又被黏住了。
最近京东状态很好，我们状态也挺好的，我们也在一直进步。到时候对上他们，我觉得我们能赢。而且祖母是一个偏稳健的选手吧，我觉得他对我造成不了什么威胁，我觉得应该能赢。
There's something magical about. I'm sorry, obviously we had a play. There's something magical coming into this segment with my baby love, which has been around for a while. I'm as stagnant. Tonight has already been a bit of a riot, let's just say. We are moving into JDG and Vici Gaming. A much more, I'd say I'd embrace this series a lot more after what we just went through, because Vici and JDG are at similar points in the standing. Obviously, JDG have had a lot of success recently getting back up to form, but Vici out of nowhere have pulled in with a bit of a hot streak.
Yeah, their summer streak has looked absolutely fantastic. I mean, a lot of that is revolving around their change in pace from the mid lane, bringing Zika in. He has looked so strong. And I mean, look, we saw him the last game of that V5 series, which I don't really count as Zika, but literally he's won every other series he's been a part of. So this guy's looked so strong for them in the
He's moved in, and I feel like it's the communication that he has with Koma, because being the only other Korean on this roster, Zika has synergized really nicely, a stable point that we were saying in rehearsal.
And I think that's the big one here, is it's the mid-jungle 2v2 has taken on a new threat for Vici, because we have a bunch of different styles that Zika can play. He looks great on the set, he looks great on the LeBlanc, the Zoe, and as well then he's supporting Ikes in a lot of situations too. So when we see Vici going for these plays, it's much more about Zika setting up or even being the big carry in this squad.
Because Zika came through over Forge, you remember, and Forge, IG 2019 summer, he replaced Rookie when Rookie's father, unfortunately, an issue happened back in Korea. He went home and Forge stepped up. Forge then came on to Vici in 2020 and did not look anything close to a carry player. Instead, he was making some really questionable decisions. Zika, on the other hand, looked like one of the best mid laners.
And even when we came into spring, I wasn't the biggest fan of Forge. I actually preferred Zika and thought the ceiling was a lot higher with Zika on this roster. Zika was the guy that Koma and the staff in Vici brought over from Korea. They wanted this guy on the roster. They said, this is the rookie, this is the player that we think is really going to be the standout performer here. And we're starting to see inklings of that now on the
He was shadowing KT from memory as well. So he came over from a big organization, didn't actually get to play. This is his first competitive split in a major league, I should say. So there's a lot of hope on the mid laner riding here in Vici Gaming. On the other side, we're going to talk about the success of JDG, and with that is a very special pick that is adding a bit of that Grizzly prowess.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's JDG that has been locking in this volley bear all the damn time, and it really feels like the bear has awoken. They've been poked, they've been prodded, but now that we're getting into summer, they have suddenly come alive, and a lot of that is through Kanavi, who, instead of having the lanes played towards him, is now having the lanes structured more towards the lanes and playing these early game junglers like the Rek'Sai, the Lee Sin, and even still having a few of these carries thrown in here and there, but definitely working towards the lanes has been much more of a success story for JDG in summer.
But it's really nice to see Kanavi empowered when Zoom is on something like this volley bear. Zoom as well had a really rough start of the split. I think the solo laners were kind of a bit above average, not the 2020 spring champions that we expected. Zoom is rising back to form, and with it this pick alongside of the success of JDG on a 6-series win streak.
It really did feel like Zoom struggled to find his own coming into the 2020 summer. He was the laner that was doing a lot of work for JDG, was outright winning, but then coming into summer, he actually started to lose, couldn't really find his footing, it felt like in the meta, but at home on the volley bear and this Renekton once again, he's looking a lot stronger. And we've also got to give praise to that bottom lane, because Lumao is starting to find his footing again, but Loken has come into his own. He looks incredible. Ever since we started to see him really shine back in the Spring Split Finals, now he's carried that the entire way through into summer.
I mean, Loken is, someone you wouldn't expect, the silent bottom laner who went through all the shenanigans with top esports, meaning he had no pressure from Caster. Was it Caster at the time?
It was at the time,
Yes.
No, it wasn't. It was
It's at the time now.
Oh my God.
XX.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, my brain went as well.
Busy night. XX, on that top esports roster, remember that Loken and Ben was such a quiet bottom lane because it was all about the solo laners. He comes onto JDG and there is actually a bit more pressure there, which is quite nice to see. So we'll see how he shines in this matchup, because another thing that we have to use our eyes for is the mid lane matchup. Yagao versus Zika. That's on the tip of our tongue, because Zika's looking promising, and Yagao is still a top-tier mid laner.
Exactly, and Zika has been massively performing for this squad. You can see with his KDA there, his kill participation as well. He's been feeding a lot into how this team wants to play. Now, of course, these stats come with a caveat. It's only over the handful of series that he has played, but for Yagao, he really needs to be the one that's stepping up. His LeBlanc oftentimes gets a band away from him because of how potent it is, but we have seen him step up on other champions like the Zoe, and I think picks like this are going to be super high priority coming into this series.
I love that you talk about picks here, because for these two mid laners, there are a lot of similarities across the board. It is the Zoe that will be as a high priority, is the LeBlanc, you know, and then we go our different ways with Set, Azir, Silas, etc., etc. So there are two big key picks that in this series should be contested.
And I think that's where we're going to be looking to see how does Vici try and deal with JDG, because that mid-jungle 2v2 is going to be quite a lot of pressure here, and even when you're talking about champions that are shared in the mid lane, the likes that Nidalee for the jungle is going to be super high priority as well. Ike's oftentimes gets a banned away from him. It's banned in 82% of the games against Kanavi. People fear the Nidalee, and that's why I want to see when we do come into this, how that mid-jungle 2v2 stacks up, because a lot of how this series is going to go will revolve around who can win out there and then influence these side lanes and come into team fights looking the better.
I mean, the biggest problem that Vici going to have is that, you know, Kanavi, when he's on a roll, he continues rolling. You know, it's always about how Kanavi dictates the pace. And in the past, Kanavi was a top 3 jungler. Now he's edging towards that. Of course, we've seen Karsa, Ning returning to form. Who else am I missing? I mean, Shalom in his good days. Who else am I missing?
Wei. You know,
Wei from V5. How could I?
But that's the thing here. We're looking at, as they start to go forward, Kanavi has moved from, as we talked about, look, the way he used to play looking at Spring was invading, getting his hands on Kindred, on Graves, these kinds of picks where he would invade towards the enemy jungle, having pressure from Yagao and also from Zoom, and getting in, really causing a nuisance for the enemy jungle. And that's why he had some insane stats, like he was top of the charts for DPM, for gold difference of 15. It's because he stole away every bloody camp that was on the other side of the jungle, hitting everyone on the way out. The difference now, though, is that because we've seen a fall off from Zoom, and also to a certain extent from Yagao as well, that he hasn't been able to get in and have these big invade style carries anymore. Now he's got to take a step back and play champions like the Lee Sins, the Rek'Sais, even have a couple of games in the Volibear that they've had that high priority in draft. And I want to see now if he'll still stay with that style here today, or if maybe we do see him go back towards the likes of the Kindred and these kind of things, because Zoom is really starting to come into his own, finding what was the big carry top for JDG, and Yagao as well, having a bit more control of that mid.
A lot of pressure on Ike's though, and if you're looking at jungle matchup, I mean, Kanavi might be different from what he was in Spring, but at the very least, Ike's is still a jungler we don't rate as highly. We put on the edge of the middle of the pack. So Ike's has a lot to live up to when it is Lo Yan as well. There's been times when Lo Yan has been super inconsistent. The fun part is, if we see a Volibear on Vici, it's like, we expect that to be a Volibear jungle more than definitely, because Cube has his other priorities. If we see a Volibear on JDG, we expect it to be on Zoom. Volibear priority in this series is only going to be high.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be one of the big things we're looking towards, and I want to look at how all the other lanes start to come out here as well, because we talked at length about the top lane. We think Zoom is starting to come back into his own. I think Cube will be able to match him though, tip for tat. The bottom lane though is what I'm super curious about, because as we saw last week, Hung looked great. Hung was able to pick out some of the Pantheon.
I mean, he's in Best of the Rift.
He was Best of the Rift for support, yeah. He looked absolutely stellar, and I think now we're not seeing as high a quality from Lumeo, apart from a couple of these Bard games here and there. I actually think that the support matchup is going to be very much swinging back and forth between these two. The issue for me, though, is with Loken looking like the best League of Legends he has ever played, and iBoy, arguably some of the worst at the moment. I think Loken is going to be able to take over that bottom lane. We've seen Lumeo and Loken be able to pull out these lane advantages where, as he said on Top Esports, Loken wouldn't even know what a lane advantage looked like. So now we're coming into this, and I honestly believe that Loken and Lumeo can just win outright in this bottom side of the map.
I mean, there's a lot of questions as we finally get into our lineups here for JDG Vici. You know you guys have been waiting for this one. And we went through the ringer to give it to you. As JDG, welcome to the roster that you should know. Zoom in top lane, Kanavi, jungle, Yagao in the mid lane. It is Loken and Lumao as a support, and Coach Home coming out on stage, I believe now.
Yeah, this is our Spring Split champions taken to the stage and trying to return to that form, as that Summer Finals is fast approaching on our end.
Yeah, actually, we're at week 7. I mean, we've got 3 weeks to go. And Jagda, let's meet their opponents with the new logo and a new field. Cube top lane, Le Yan's going to be starting here in game number 1. Zika as the mid laner, and iBoy with Hung as the bottom lane. And there's Coma standing tall next to them. Always looks like the most dapper person on the stage, I'll say.
Definitely so. I mean, look, he's a presence unto himself.
He's a married man now. You know, he's got to look good.
Has to be done. And he does. Look, when Coma came over, there was a lot of talk around his movement here. Because obviously, leaving SKT, coming across to Vici Gaming, Coma was the guy who created Legends. And now he's found his home on Vici. And well, it's taking a bunch of misfits essentially coming into spring and is starting to get them into the shape that he wants them to. But we want to see now how far he's been able to take these guys, because we're now getting towards the end of summer. It's been this first year. We've seen some improvements, but we want to keep seeing this squad perform to the high level we put Coma at.
I love this shot. Watching Zika and Coma laugh together, because I believe, and also the irony of both AD carries. What a shot. Actually, what a shot. iBoy finished first.
They're all at it.
Well, I want to come back to Zika and Coma. I believe Zika being successful, not only individual skill, but also the nurturing from someone like Coma, who breeds champions. Now, there's been a larger discussion going on about the influence of coaches in League of Legends, but I do believe in terms of nurturing talent, coaches play a pretty important role. Zika's been nurtured. He's been playing some great League himself. And if he's successful, you can't help but relate it to the other import on the team, the most famous coach in the world in League of Legends, in Coma.
And especially if we see Vici potentially moving into that playoff spot. Because what we saw in spring was not a good team. Like, they couldn't get themselves together.
No.
There was miscommunication, miscoordination. That mid lane really wasn't performing. Now, though, they are sitting at 5-3. They're in 7th place. They want to try and keep that trend rolling.
Which is why to start off game 1, we got JDG on blue, and red side Vici say no volley bear for this first game.
They won't want any of that to be going over into the hands of JDG. Still, the Kalista and the LeBlanc ban coming out from JDG. It's usually the other way around. But as we talk about, well, Pantheon banned away from Hung. The Nidalee is the one that is really going to be the curiosity pick ban for me, or pick here for me.
Do we see an Aphelios instead of that, though? What is the priority? Because both these teams haven't really looked at it much. It's Aphelios for iBoy, but Loken's Ezreal has been such a big top priority. Aphelios open. Does Loken say, I will take this away? Nope. You mentioned it, Dagda. You're on the money.
Yeah, it's the Nidalee for Kanavi. This has been the most feared pick for Kanavi. He loves this champion because, hey, we talked about him loving that invade style. Well, Nidalee does that, but he can do it on his own terms, at his own pace. And now Leon is going to have his work cut out for him because, well, unless he wants to go towards something like the Graves and try and match that clear, it's not going to look too hot for him in that jungle role.
It goes further to the point that JDG are like, yep, that's how big the Nidalee is for us, that we don't care about giving Aphelios over, excuse me. You ready for the Ezreal? Because even though he's played a bit of Ashe, I feel like Loken's like, give me back my champion.
And they can just go full poke here if they want, right? You can go towards the Ezreal. Hey, it looks good at the moment. It does well into Aphelios. And then you still have multiple options of, well, do we want to go towards this full poke style composition? Do we want to go towards a more team fight oriented composition? You have a lot you can work with by going towards this Ezreal. And then we'll have to see what they want to pair it. I imagine support's going to be the lock in here for Lumao in that bottom lane, or at least some kind of flexibility for multiple different positions.
He's played 6 games of Bard. Lumao's Bard, as we all know, in the spring finals, made international headlines for a reason. The opportunity to pick it up now or go for something a little bit crazier. Instead, Renekton. Okay. That's so, Cube play Quinn.
I mean, Cube does play a lot of different champions, so I wouldn't be surprised if he has something that he wants to bring out. Cube is also a fantastic gangplank, which could work relatively well, but decides instead, hey, look, we're going to go towards this full team fight. We need Aphelios. We want the Ornn. We're going to go towards late game.
Let's see. We've got a bit of time. 5 seconds. Be very surprised. In a team without Forge, if we had Jace, that would be a bit of a kick in the shin as the cannon locked on in.
So, this is still, you're going to be looking at least a matchup in the top lane where Cube is going to be relatively similar to Zoom. It is Kennen favored, but it's a matchup that can swing either way. But when we get towards those team fights, you're going to be looking at Cube to try and have these big flanking positions and try and set up for iBoy to close the distance onto this Ezreal, onto this Nidalee, who are going to be playing relatively far back at the beginning of these scraps.
Saw a lot of this from Cube when he debuted last year in summer. It was the Aatrox and the Kennen that he was mostly interested in. But now, bans towards the support pool. Well, that's what we have to nail down, along with another solo laner from both teams. So there is a lot across the board. The set taken away. Lumao also loves this pick. He's played it already 3 times.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nautilus ban or Nautilus locked in here for Vici. Works pretty well in setting up in the bottom lane and has that briefly engage tool that you really want to set up for yourselves when you've got a Kennen and this kind of stuff that you're trying to play around.
You know what? Seeing the Leona ban, not surprised. I was going to say, what about Brom Dagda? You're an Ezreal and a Nidalee.
Yeah, there's so much coming your way though. Even if you block one with the Brom ult, it doesn't really matter. Or Brom ult. With the Brom E, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. So having something that's more guaranteed lock up and engage here for Vici, I think does a lot more. And as we were talking about for that Nautilus pick. Now for the Ezreal though, you can go for the Brom if you want to. You just create a bit of space and disengage for Kanavi and for Loken. And you do pretty well in that bottom side matchup as well, because whenever Nautilus goes in, you got this Brom toss up the shield and you all just back away happy as Larry.
Okay, well, Larry's on the blue team this time around. You go. What do you want? Okay, Twisted Fate, but Zika can carry this.
Yeah. I mean, it works pretty well into this Twisted Fate. You can stop the teleports, you can farm up relatively easy. And you match because basically you're both going for this Rod of Ages build. So I don't hate this here I think it'll be a great pick for Zika. And they can just go towards late game scaling again.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, look, this just basically, as you said, matches these side lanes. It can match the roams. It can keep everything in order here. And on Vici's side, they're just all in on iBoys. Like, right, we're waiting till the affiliates get towards late game. You are going to either on JD's side try and go for these big poke plays, or you're going to be trying to make the pick plays where we can manage with this Galio and trying to get in aggressive where we've got the Nautilus to engage and the Galio to follow up as well.
I think this would be something maybe Lyric would be happy with. You know he complains about Galios with engage. But the Kennen...
So that's where I'm kind of on Lyric's team here, where I'm trying to look at the positives being like, look, you do have a Nautilus that can engage here. You've got a Kennen who, if it gets that flank off, can also be an engage tool and set you up, but it's lacking some guaranteed engage is the big thing to make sure you can actually get in with this Galio. Now, the good news is on JDG side, they have the Renekton, so they do want to be at least enabling Zoom somehow to be this front line, but it's going to be hard for them, especially with how far Nidalee can play back, with how much poke Loken can put out as well, for them to really try and play around that, or try and get that engage onto JDG.
Ready to get in this game. JDG and Vici are both on win streaks. Vici, 4 series in a row. Now, you guys would have missed it because it was on a non-English broadcast day, but Vici recently just 2-1'd FPX. Before that, Rogue Warriors. Before that, E-Stars. Before that, LNG. All 2-1s. They're on a 4-series win streak as stated with JDG, who have beaten DMO, Rogue Warriors, WE, IG, EDG, and LGD. JDG are returning to form, and Vici are returning to the Rift. Let's get into this, and let's baptize ourselves of the sins of the first series of the night and get ready for some good League of Legends. Oh, I can feel it. The sky's got writing, and I'm still learning. I apologize. However,
you're getting there.
I can tell you one thing. JDG, I can read Beijing above their logo, because usually if we were in stadiums, JDG would be in Beijing, and Vici would be here in Shanghai. One day, sir, we will return to normality. But welcome to the Rift, where Unsealed Spellbook creates a library in this first game.
So it looks like JDG maybe looking towards iBot already, just a bit short there. But as we start to look at how this early game is going to start to play out, The big issue for Kanavi here is that, unfortunately for the Nidalee, you don't have too many lanes you can work around. Especially when you're looking for this kind of invade style that we were talking about. Zoom isn't going to have too much pressure against Cube. Cube should be the one that's able to control, to a certain extent, that top lane. Same with Loken and Lumao in the bottom lane. They're definitely the ones on the back foot here when it comes to controlling their wave. So Kanavi will be more so playing towards trying to farm as quickly as possible in his own side of the jungle, and maybe if he spots Leian trying to go for a gank or trying to make some play somewhere, then he can go in and steal away camps. But just outright having his own lane pressure to set up for these plays is not going to be quite there for Kanavi.
Starting on the bottom side for both junglers, pathing towards top at the very least. No wards to track. As Ygal's put a ward to the side of the brush. And of course, when we hit 6 on both these mid laners, that's the expectation of action. As this is the first time we've seen the project, what's it called, the Project TF?
I am not going to lie, ever since, I think I had this conversation, maybe Munchables instead, is I have no idea what the name of skins are anymore, because obviously the Chinese client is on my PC, so I actually don't know because I can't read it. And when I get to patch notes, they kind of just breeze out of my head because I'm looking at everything else.
I'm in a weird limbo where I want to change my my client back to English, but I'm also like, I'm trying to learn Chinese rather quickly, and I should learn to read the characters of champions.
Also just to see what they're called, because they're very different names from what we have on the English side, so I kind of want to see and figure out what they're called.
We'll say I might not learn that way. Justice Punch into the flash with the perfect traffic cone from Luoyan, but Kanavi for the counter gank. Spear onto a minion. They still want to turn it around with a red card onto Zika. That's not a stun, but the damage, the spear flashed over with the auto, and the corrupting potion burn will not kill him today.
Very nerdy, but good turnaround play from Kanavi, and now you can see, okay, well, this is Kanavi's time to shine. You can move down towards the bottom lane, get that scuttle trap for themselves. There is a Gromp on the enemy side of the jungle as well if he wants to try and go for that, but a bit wary since Zika will be back, and he actually doesn't know where Leian is at the moment.
We've said this quite a lot, freeing up the mid laner who has global pressure to roam, but early on getting that advantage. With a better mid win, you can see setting up as Zoom, okay, ready to dice over the wall, but Luoyan isn't going to take that bait.
Dan's going to just back it off. He knows, look, I got to get back to clearing ASAP if I'm hoping to keep up with this Nidalee. And Kanavi there, as you can see, will start moving into the enemy side of the jungle. As
walks in, doesn't care. Good little shot. iBoy doesn't get tagged, though, by the javelin toss. Second time Kanavi's come into the lane, and not a good couple of shots, but at least adding pressure.
And the thing is as well, Kanavi's gone for the Conqueror runestone, so usually we see the Electrocute because it's all about, you know, getting into the enemy side jungle, trying to get as much burst damage off as possible. But Kanavi, realizing, hey look, I don't have any of these lanes to play around, has gone for the Conqueror, so more about that sustained damage and also getting a little bit of a heal for himself off of that as well.
He's actually backed away to get skirmishes, while also for Luoyan, the exact same in his pocket going bot side, Kanavi top side. Deep ward plays by Vici. You can see the control ward there on your screen. That should spot out Kanavi as he paths upwards, depending on the route.
And this is what we want to see from Vici, is them playing smartly around Kanavi, because they have left this open. Every other team has gone, no, we don't want Kanavi to have this pick. We want to make sure it's off the board. But Vici have said, look, we're fine with this. We've got a game plan here. We're going to get this deep vision, spot them out, and make sure that Kanavi can't have these big impact plays that get him ahead so often on this middle.
The way it goes is he enters your lane like this, and Shielded Durand will actually save Zika. Kanavi not landing these spears today, even then into a minion. And Luoyan's here to provide some support. A lot of positioning around mid. This continues to go on, but Kanavi's low on mana.
And it's because mid is so crucial. We already talked about it a good bit, but Kanavi, he'll hop out of the wall. But both of these laners, whoever gets an advantage, then gets the opportunity to roam. Both of them have burned teleport. Both of them have these big impact ultimates that they want to try and use. Super long cooldown on them as well. So you want to be getting value out of these ults. The problem is, because both of them are trying to roam at the same time, both of them are clearing fairly similarly as well. It's really hard for either one to get that advantage to move. So you have to rely on the junglers to make that advantage for them. And so far, it's been so back and forth, neither has that.
But at least Hung to influence the matchup could be the difference maker. Loyan, security of topside scuttle, which is the third to spawn. And Hung missing from lane, while you can see Lumao doing the same. Lumao was once known as the best roaming support, matching quite nicely alongside Kanavi, but Scuttle was taken. That'll secure a bit of information towards this top side.
I think they were spotted, though. I think just about on Zeke's back, it was known that they are going to be coming in. That's Beer. Definitely going to let them know that they're here. But Zeke, you can already see kind of hovering towards that top side, will have the ultimate if anything goes astray. So honestly, it's not too bad of a deal, as already Hung has made it back down towards this bottom side. He can help shove in this bottom lane, get the recall for iBoy and Hung faster, and they can get towards this Rift Herald if Vici want to make a play towards that objective.
Nice shot from Zika, meanwhile, though, cancelling the back of Yagao, not making it as easy. Destiny and Hero's Entrance available for both these mid laners now.
So iBoy just popped Infernum there, which means he can push in super heavily. Leanne, now realizing this, has moved down towards this Dragon, so they're going to look to shove in, get Dragon, and then as we said, it's still 45 seconds before that Rift Herald spawns, so they can pick this up before having to worry about that Rift Herald objective.
Also, iBoy with the BF versus a tier on Loken. Big damage difference here early on for Vici, so that helps.
And you can see JDG have realized, look, when we're looking towards this bottom side, we are not going to want to fight. They've gone for the tier, they went for the cold. Look, Vici, dragons are yours, is all that JDG are saying. So instead, they can potentially try and make plays on this top side, because you do have Renekton, you do have Zoom, who's going to be looking to try and be aggressive early. And you kind of Yagao, which can set up Zoom in these fights, but realistically, it's going to be a little bit tough because it's never just a 3v3. Hung is going to be moving up from Vici. You do have just as much team fight power coming in from Cube and from Zika with these massive AoE CC ultimates. So JDG still have to be quite careful about how they play this early.
I wouldn't say this is careful, though, because Kanavi himself, even low on mana, going to be walking through. Loyan has the smite available and just autos it. Oh, Kanavi against a pillar. He'll flash over the wall. He turns his attention to the Herald, but that's a summoner down after a tricky situation.
And this is what we were talking about. It's super difficult for Kanavi to make these invade plays as the Nidalee against each of the lanes from Vici. So as of right now, he realized, look, I got to get out. Even where Yagao would usually be able to support him as this Twisted Fate, because you have Zika on the Galio, it's so easy for him to roam against Yagao that they can't go for these aggressive plays.
And we get to a point where the duelist of a Trundle just shows his stuff. Yagao with blue buff. Blue was transferred over to Zika a little bit earlier. Kanavi a bit slower on the clear, just because of the way he's been pathing. Now heading towards the top side. Remember that Herald's still standing there. And Loyan's also here. This will be a question as to whether he wants to contest. Might have a suspicion.
I'm surprised that Vici aren't contesting for this, especially as Leon backs. Like, you have Hung moving towards this objective. They know it's something that JDG would love to get their hands on, and they're kind of just gifting it across. iBoy's free to just keep farming in this bottom lane. He doesn't need the help of the Vici support, but unfortunately for them, as Zoom moves down, they realize we're a bit late on this and we won't be able to fight for it.
And so Herald given over to JDG. A killless game at 9 minutes here, but still feels more controlled than what we saw before. Hung is walking around towards the bottom side. Yagao was waiting with Lu Mao. It's all like, you know, I've used the first date analogy so many times. This is like meeting your girlfriend or boyfriend's parents. You're not sure how to progress, but you've got a general idea of what's accepted. But it's one misstep and you're screwed. And then they're never going to respect you again.
You only get one chance at first impression. And I mean, look, you only get one chance at trying to beat JDG's Vici, because you only get one chance during this split unless you can make it towards playoffs. But Vici want to take this slow. They want to make sure they're doing everything prim and proper, impress the parents, impress the viewers, and make sure that they are at least getting to a stage where they can be in a good standing.
Remember that last split, our cutoff was 8. I think WE was the final team to pick it off. We say 9 because that was the definite. But Vici were one series away. They ended 6-9 or 6-10 or something in the end. They were so close to making playoffs. One series like this could bite them in the back if all said and done. So an important day for them. Maybe it's getting the blessing to marry the girlfriend or boyfriend. Maybe that's a little bit better. Positioning around mid once again. Lumao has Made his destination clear. Hung is here once more. No ulti burned yet, nor the Destiny, nor the hero's entrance. Waiting for that next big moment. 1 minute 20 till Dragon. Loyan securing his own jungle, getting rid of some control wards.
It's interesting to see that Kanavi wants to try and make this Rift Herald play mid, though, because when you think about it, it's more about trying to set up Loken as the main source of damage on this team, but hang on a second.
Oh, and it's Hung. Javelin toss wide again. Navi's aiming just off today.
And not quite able to get that one to hit, but as we already talked about, look, you think of Loken as the person that you want to set up on JDG's side, but I think the main goal here for JDG is more about enabling Yagao to get these roams off. We talked about how difficult it is for both the Twisted Fate and Galio to have impacts on side lanes because they can match each other, but if you can create this longer lane, it gives more roaming time for Yagao to try and make these plays, and that's where the Rift Herald is coming into play, trying to crack open this mid lane structure so you can have the Twisted Fate.
See what Kanavi eventually does with it, because at this point it is starting to run out. But I will mention there's a CS lead for Loyan in the jungle. No other lane really has much of a lead, bar maybe Zoom in the top side with Cube, but Cube is receiving a large wave for now. And all that attempted ganking from Kanavi trying to get active, but Loyan's been farming meanwhile. There's a really good sign of control from Vici. And you would kind of expect that this team is, you know, run by a Korean coach. It's very controlled play. We're just getting through the early, picking up items. But maybe I'm wrong, because the gank begins mid, and Kanavi's poured out to put the Herald down. He'll die for it. First blood over to Vici. The Herald gets a charge, but no gold was given over. And this is a good sign.
That's an amazing sign for Vici. And they can turn towards this second dragon set up for themselves. We're guaranteed Infernal or Ocean Soul as well, so Vici can make plays just off of these dragons alone. We'll get the Ocean Soul as well, so this is looking really good for Vici. And as you said, the big thing for Vici is they are built around team fights, whereas JDG are looking to try and create pressure in side lanes with Yagao, and then have a lot of poke in and around objectives with Loken and Kanavi. If you can force JDG into fights around this dragon, it becomes a lot easier for Cube to find a flanking position, Leanne to get these pillars to try and disrupt the likes of Kanavi or Loken or even Zoom to a certain extent in these pits. So this is where Vici are actually setting themselves up to find opportunities where their team composition can fight against JDG.
I mean, they're at a point now where hitting those one-item strides, the double proto belt and the solo lanes, and that BF sword will become something soon for iBoy, in a very good position where they can head towards these next objectives with a lot of confidence. Zoom even roving down, trying to add some pressure, but Zika knows that his team's towards the bottom side, not taking any unnecessary risks.
And that's the thing, is that often when you look at... Hang on, that's a pillar.
Yes,
Hung is off to the side.
He was thinking about it.
Yeah. So the thing is for Zika, like, when Yagao roams, you're actually better off being second to the party, because you want to get as much use out of that big AP or magic resist shield that you can offer to your squad as well, and you can almost bait in JDG to go that little bit too far as well. So he's fine to be a little bit behind the play, so he doesn't have to roam first to try and make anything happen.
That was so sketchy with the blue off. Hang on, first Destiny of the game. iBoy in the lane by himself, but the hero's entrance is burnt. Actually, you talk about matching, and there it is. Play is negated.
Yeah, and now Yagao has to go back to base. You do end up missing out, it looks like, on a wave mid, but you can have Liang move over to collect that and keep the tower safe just as Zika makes his way back towards mid. So at the moment, again, Vici just dissuading everything that JDG want to do.
All right, this game's going late.
Yeah.
Who scales?
Well, I mean, you've got kind of a bit of both on either side. Like, Kanavi will do relatively well in comparison to Lian, but obviously you've got iBoy who's on Nephelios. So it's kind of even to a certain extent, and it will be more about how both teams play around when they're strongest. Like, if JDG are able to just sit back and poke, they look great. If we end up in an all-out team fight, Vici will win.
Well, Zoom might be caught on that here. Good dodge away from the Shuriken in the end.
So the problem for JDG is that they are heavy reliant on Kanavi and Loki. If they can get a bunch of these skill shots to hit, well, they can whittle out Vici, force them back, and try and go for the aggressive play at that stage. And Zoom here on JDG is more about being a beefy frontliner and dissuading this engage from like Cube or Zeke or anyone else. He's about when Vici try to engage, that's when Zoom's enabled. Whereas on Vinci's side, they have to be able to find flanks. They need trundle pillars to try and allow iBoy to get into fights. Because otherwise, I mean, look at the range he can play around his JDG.
Hey, we're in the same play yet again. Leon's going to walk at him. Ignite was put down, but it was unsealed spellbook, and that was just like the play we saw at the start of the game. JDG, meanwhile, though, do have a bit of priority top, and they're going to start the Herald off, but Vici are coming.
They are, but you do have Loken who's able to move a little bit faster.
Leon
Here
in
we
first.
go.
Subjugate is available. Has it to put onto Zoom. Herald is continued. High hit. Hung ready to engage with Zika. JDG numbers at 4 as well. 80 carries are on their way, but iBoy and Loken are a bit far away. JDG established control back in the river. Cube has ulti and flash. They're in a choke. Running away first. He cleanses immediately. Hero's entrance used, and Vici now reassert their position as Hung starts to engage. Loken and iBoy have joined. The slicing Maelstrom burns them up, and JDG have walked to their death. And you know what? The Herald was taken. Vici Gaming.
And that was what we just said. JDG, if they can poke, if they can prod, they can take the fight. But if Vici find the engage, they will come out victorious. Cube with the flash engage and the setup from Hung win that fight for Vici, and they want to crack open mid.
The Herald going to give them the gold lead in this game. And you know what? This is another promising sign.
And it's 30 seconds until this dragon as well. Vici instantly back, they can move towards the dragon, and now they've just created so many advantages for themselves.
Well, I don't know what's happened to Vici while they've been off the English broadcast, but Coma have pulled out the belt, and the kids are in line.
So Vici do still have to be careful actually at this dragon fight, because if you look at the ult economy here, you've got a lot that's been burned by Vici, but we're going to have a quick look at Cube here. This was a great engage. So I like this ult that we talked about to dissuade any sort of aggression from JDG, but Cube coming in here, I mean, can you ask for a better Maelstrom? And as well, you can see Loken is caught between a rock and a hard place, has to arcane shift out away from the fight, and he's not going to be able to get back in and play safely at that stage. But I want to draw your attention again to these ults, because you have pretty much everything on JDG, or at least coming up soon, whereas for Vici, because of how long the cooldown is for the likes of that ultimate Zika, Cubes as well is only just about finishing up, so they're not in a position to fight yet, which is a little bit upsetting, because obviously would have been great for them to get on to Soul Point, but that's just not going to be an option for them right now.
So Dragon does go over to JDG. Gold just about even. And, oh, thank you. A game that we can talk about, right? And it does feel like this game is building up with a lot of anticipation. We're getting towards the mid-game quicker with not as much action as a lot of people would expect when they tune into the LPL, but we're towards 2 items for Loken. We've got iBoy, who's almost on his second, as he has to back away from this turret. There's a lot of damage on Loken, who's been farming really well. 2-item Ezreal with Muramana this early on. As, oh, Destiny, they found Loyen. Knocked up with the Glacial Fissure. Forward goes Loken. Loyen will burn his flash and exit stage left.
Leanne does get out, but this is why Zika being positioned on the bottom side actually doesn't really work out for Vici. You want Zika to be in range at all times when you're fighting for the likes of Rift Herald with the ultimate. However, though, that TP being burnt actually is great for Vici, because although you don't have a Destiny on Yagao, that Rift Herald's about to spawn, you got TP on Zika, like, they can just force a play and have that man advantage towards Rift Herald.
Especially when Zoom's getting poked out here and Cube has the wave shoved. And Cube really doing nicely in this lane. Kanavi backing away as well.
I'm an idiot. That was Baron.
That's okay.
I was like, hang on a
I heard you say Herald.
Yeah.
I thought we had 2, but that's okay. The third Herald, Shelly's mother, Sharon. And she's now spawned. There's Cube and Loyen. We'll do this reasonably fast, but Zoom able to defend for now. And Vici just want this turret, but Zoom won't give it to them. While the rest of JDG are grouping up towards the top side, ready to shadow. iBoy left on his lonesome in the mid lane, while Zika's hovering. Actually puts a control ward down. I believe he was waiting for the hero's entrance. Now goes back to bot.
So the thing is that with Zika on the side lane, he doesn't really have pressure onto these towers, especially if you're able to have Yagao just match it. Yagao's wave clear is too strong. It's really difficult for Galio to get onto a turret and really do very much, but I want to see if Vici are able to try and at least play Zika as the wave clear against Yagao rather than him being able to deal with this bottom lane turret. And as a result, I'd like to see Zika in topside, which is what we're seeing at the moment. And at least Cube then can chip away at this bottom lane turret while being uncontested by the rest of JDG.
Kind of good that we highlighted both mid laners. Their ultimates, their impact in this game one continues being talked about. We also mentioned a bit about the 80 carries, both with the kill in hand. And we're just noticing that Loken is at 230 CS at 21 minutes in the game. All he's doing is picking up CS, but iBoy similar, as now onto Kanavi. A good pounce before the pillar comes up.
Yeah, the only reason iBoy's behind right now is because that mid wave hasn't crashed into the turret where he can collect it. So both these 80 carries very rapidly farming. The thing here, though, is iBoy is getting to a place where he is going to become very strong. Obviously, you see the 2 items locked in for himself there. This has been accelerated by 1, the farm, 2, the coal that he picked up earlier as well. So he is rapidly getting to 200 years, and it's only going to be a matter of, say, 4 or 5 minutes before he's actually finished off that 3rd Zeal item, and a really big danger for JDG.
Which is why we'll probably end up seeing that, because we'll see him at the Dragon as Hung getting poked out.
And that's how JDG want to try and play against it, is using Loken's range advantage over iBoy, using Loom out to try and help it disengage, but they don't spot Cube here on the side.
He's walked all the way upriver without being spotted. Biggest part is Vici love these objectives, because Slicing Maelstrom, Hero's Entrance, everything layers so nicely. And they've got one coming up in a minute. They've got all ultis available, those 2 items across the board in both Galio and Cube.
Yeah, the threat from Cube and also from Leon moving in that top side has given mid priority over towards Vici. So you can see already they've got a bunch of vision in the river. They are backing though, so there is a window of opportunity here for JDG to get in and secure vision of them for themselves, push out this mid lane, but it's going to come down to this fight at Ocean. And when Vici are spread out like this, Cube on the bottom side of the map, I'd love to see Vici move from mid into river, because you just give the opportunity then for Cube to have a much easier time at getting this flank off onto JDG.
15 seconds, let's go. I've been waiting for blood. Been very picky today, but Destiny used. Hung in the middle of this. They turn onto Yagao. He gets knocked up. Hung very, very low. The Glacial Fisherman, the support, takes everything and doesn't die. The Slicing Maelstrom then lights them up again. And JDG invested so much into Hung, and they got dropped. In goes Zika, the Winds of War, the Shield of Duran, and JDG outclassed by Vici bloody Gaming.
And they're going to go towards Baron. They can tear through this, and that was beautiful from Vici. Instantly you see Zika TP in. I'm matching this play from Yagao. You've already got that Gargoyle Stone Plate on Hung. He's very tanky. He's so hard to take down as Yagao and Loken, and they get the team fight victory.
Oh my lord. Vici Gaming. It's been a while since I cast it, but I'm glad. I'm very glad I get to cast this game. The turret and the Baron are going to be the spoils of war. And all JDG can do is pick up this dragon and hope that this game doesn't spiral out of control.
Vici are playing this so smart. Like, everything they're doing is exactly how you want to play against JDG. The draft even setting them up to try and play against it. So watch here. They tried to kill Hung, but he's incredibly tanky. Double TP instantly onto this. And because, of course, you're going to be running that Nimbus Cloak as Zika, you are super quick here. So he is running down JDG this whole time. Then he gets the flash for another speed up, which allows him to get onto Zoom here. Like, this was so well played.
And you know what? When Nidalee doesn't snowball, when Nidalee doesn't add much, Trundle a lot better. Who knew? Especially when you're in a fight like that and what you add. That was great to watch. Vici with a 2k gold lead. Vici with control, but Cube doesn't have flash. Has the Slicing Maelstrom. Will he die here? The Glacial Fisher lay it on down. He has time to burn the ulti, but he still drops. And with the Baron play, that's huge. But now for Yagao on the wrong side of the map, while Vici walk into this choke, JDG have something to say about it. Grabbing him to get Luyan away. But JDG still on the chase. True Shot Barrage going down as here comes Yagao. He's used the Destiny. Zika does have his ultimate.
iBoy wants JDG to engage onto him, though. This is the play.
Hung gets the engage. They're in a choke onto Loom out the 2-man knock up the Inferno Moonlight Vigil. And once again, JDG are now at a 4 versus 4. Kanavi running away with Loken, Arcane shifting over the wall. He's against the traffic cone. Manages to escape. This Baron kind of reserved a bit. But now Vici are on the track through mid.
Yeah, they're going to... Well, I thought they were going to start pushing through mid, but there is that wave in top that Zika wants to go and collect. And the thing is, look, as JDG, if you are jumping onto Vici, that's where they want you. Because now you're enabling Zika's ultimate, you're enabling iBoy, and you are going to have so much damage churn out as iBoy. In JDG's situation there, what you want to do is just have this continual poke coming in, slowing members with the likes of that Iceborne Gauntlet, and having Yagao just come in with these stun cards. You don't want to have this hard engage where Zoom is getting into the middle of everyone, because then you just open up Vici to go for the play they just did.
You know what I respect out of it, though? The fact that JDG could be losing inhibitor turrets right now, could be losing outer inner turrets, I should say, towards bottom top. That denies the Baron. The Baron buff actually didn't pick up that much gold, bar the kills that Vici acquired off JDG, so 2K still the gold lead. And we're heading towards even Dragon State.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the JDG play originally. I thought that was fantastic, having Loken and Lume sit around, picking off Cube. It was great, but that's where you need to just, okay guys, we got what we needed to. It's going that little bit step too far is the issue here is, now, Vici, Baron buff is gone, but they're still putting pressure on this bottom side.
Be another thing if JDG get caught out here. As inner turret getting pressured down, Crucial Barrage to help wave clear. Liam walking up to the turret now. He's a beefy boy. This dude went to KFC. He absorbed the chicken.
So for JDG, as long as they can keep this bottom tower, or at least pressure on this bottom side, you're opening up for Yagao to actually put pressure onto his top side structure. He has his own teleport. He also has the Destiny, whereas Zika's teleport isn't quite up yet. So you can see JDG are trying to make the map plays while they have this brief window. And it does mean they're able to hold on to that tier 2 in the bottom side. Actually, sorry, it went down, but still, they're putting pressure elsewhere, which is stopping Vici from moving forward.
3K gold lead at the moment, 28 minutes in. Next Dragon coming up. JDG have acquired 2 Oceans before. If this team and JDG picks up Ocean Soul, the dynamic later on is going to be very different. The poke Kite back, you can't kill him.
Yeah, and that's it. If Vici managed to get this Ocean Soul, it's all she wrote for JDG. You can't hard engage, you don't have the composition to do it. You can't win out the poke war because, well, Vici are going to heal it all back up. But JDG have gotten 2 Ocean Dragons for themselves. 45 seconds onto this next one, though. JDG will need to really ramp up this poke here as Vici are trying to get control of jungle and the river to allow JDG to contest this dragon.
Yagao's just TP top. Okay. He has Destiny available.
Zika has his own TP though, so I mean you can still have this matching going through from both mid laners, so Vici's still very much in control here.
Kanavi gonna get spotted out on a ward. He wanted to take down Zika, force the match, and then go down, or I guess they just get there, immediately giving up Ocean.
The thing is though, for trying to get Zika, he can just play underneath the tower. He has his own Zonya's here as well, so the dive isn't going to be too successful, but actually they're just going to ignore it. Zika couldn't clear out the wave fast enough with that Hextech Protobelt, and Terra will just go down.
We got some mind games going on, that's for sure. Ocean going to be taken here, no contest. Backing away, they get the dragon. Sorry, what's it called? The turret, that's the one.
So now we're looking, okay, Vici, 5-minute timer has been enabled by them. They're like, look, JDG, you can play these little map games, you can do whatever you want. We now have to fight you for this Ocean Dragon. Otherwise, we just nullify everything your composition wants to do. So JDG, right, you do crack open that top lane turret. You're getting a little bit more pressure for Yagao on either side of the map, but honestly, until you're able to put pressure onto an inhibitor turret, which I don't really see them being able to do, now this Ocean Dragon is easy game for Vici.
The fight that can break the game wide open. The one before already netted the Baron for Vici Gaming, gave him this gold lead. You can see there's a Sorcery's Elixir in Cube's inventory. He's building towards this next fight for it to be the fight that ends all. That gives game 1 over to Vici Gaming, especially with those 3 items already picked up for both solo laners, plus the Aphelios with a BF Sword and a QSS. Also note that Loken, who's been the primary damage dealer for JDG in this first game, has the 3 items with the Death Dance, with the Blade of the Rune King coming 4th. He's slightly unkillable. And Vici will know that. Everyone positioning for the pick. Ping's getting spammed down. Vici walking in this choke, trying to section off Kanavi. Hung is a key engage tool. Kill is going to go down while they clear away vision.
This is the hard part for where JDG is trying to get this vision. Because obviously, you know, you got a lot of poke coming from Kanavi, from Loken, as you try and get through this, but...
Hang on, a Felios turret exists. Kanavi should not have walked into that. Luckily, he has healing. But remember, this is a bit of a carry Nidalee, so...
It is, but it's also very heavily on the spear. It's the javelin toss that's going to be doing a lot of the damage. It's not like we're going Lich Bane here. It is very much... we are all in on AP focus build where we're just landing these spears. We're not going like Athenes and Holy Grail to poke and heal and do that kind of stuff, or the Lich Bane, which is about that execute damage and getting a whole burst off of these auto attacks. They realize, look, if Nidalee's in range to auto attack, she's already too far forward, so it's about trying to play at range against what feature you're going for.
Add to the poke that's already there. Baron up sitting, waiting, staring them in the face. 245 to the Ocean Dragon. iBoy is humongous. Double buffs enabled. And the level 16 Aphelios. Get ready for this. Baron's starting up. He's like, hey, maybe I should hit this. He doesn't take any damage from it. Oh, JDG don't know. Oh, they don't know.
Loken just up the back. They now realize.
Okay, Scrying Orb wasn't going to help on that. Loom out and a choke ready. Destiny being burned. But where, oh where, will it be used to?
Just the mid. He's just trying to spot out and put pressure onto Vici, but they do get the Destiny out, so there's no TP on Yagao either at the moment. That's still got another few minutes. I think it's about 2 minutes before that will tick into play.
Yep.
And then we're looking as well at the worry for JDG is if they're going to try and force Vici off of this Baron, where's the wards that are behind them? Where can Cube get to? So this is why JDG have actually been doing a really good job of clearing the entire set of Vision Vici has put down to stop Cube. It was, yeah. What was it I said earlier on as well? It was Xiaoxi.
Xiaoxi Shen.
Yeah, Xiaoxi Shen. It was a difficult one as well. But either way, Vici want to make sure that they've got deep wards to enable Cube for this flank positioning, but JDG aren't letting them go for that. So it's very much back and forth and tension around where this vision is placed.
Oh, I love it. 3, 2, 1. That's the time. I don't know why I said it like that, but 33 minutes in. Bit tense for me as well, apparently. Minute 10 till that Ocean Soul for Vici. Or third dragon for JDG, whichever way it swings. Still that 2k gold lead that exists on the scoreboard. Now, control wards throughout. BT for iBoy.
I was about to say, he's going to heal a lot in these fights.
Versus the Blade of the Ruin King now complete for the other 80 carry in Loken. Yagao gets the gold card onto Hung, who flashes away. Now he brings in with a depth charge and the slicing Maelstrom. Again, Cube brings three-dimensional space to JDG's atmosphere. They're so confused, they don't know what to do.
And what did JDG expect? You're jumping on this team that wants you to go on top of them. Look, Zika's just buying time. They're going to crack open the base.
They're going to run through mid. He's wasted the time, and the ulti goes golden. Yagao and Zoom, the only two people alive, looking for Zika. He just as punches away, and they don't even get him. Vici, in Game 1 over the 2020 Spring Champions, absolutely annihilate and bring themselves to match point.
That was beautiful from Vici Gaming. From start to finish, they shut down every play that JDG wanted to go for, and then when we got to the mid-game point, you could see the desperation in JDG. They knew that timer of that fourth Ocean Dragon was coming. They needed to do something, and diving on towards Hung was not the play. They, like, blink and you miss JDG disintegrating.
I tell you what, clean stuff. Where did Vici come from?
Yeah.
Oh my god, today has been so up and down. This is definitely the up, because this feels great. As a Vici fan, you're watching this at home going, where did this come from? Vici are a team that's sitting 5-3. They're on a 4-series win streak, and you're starting to feel why.
Yeah, I mean, this is beautiful. So the thing is, when I looked at the FPX series against Vici, Vici were behind in game number 3. It was a mistake from FPX that brought them back into it. But this from Vici was them outplaying, out-macroing, outperforming JDG at every turn in this game. And I have to say, I am massively impressed with Zika and his ability to match Yagao onto this Twisted Fate, as well as Leanne, who should have been under a lot of stress coming through from Kanavi, but the way the team managed to help him, the way he set himself up in the early stages of the game with the path that he took, meant that there was no real way that Kanavi could actually pressure.
Let's talk about the draft here from Vici, because I feel like it's a lot easier to execute than something like JDG, right? Where the small win conditions that are on the board, if it doesn't get rolling, then it kind of falls to pieces. Where Vici, we talked about Gallios with lack of engage. Well, we saw engage there. Hum goes in, Zika ults, or Cube goes in for a 4-man slicing Maelstrom. Zika ults. And this coordination from Vici is unlike anything we've ever seen with this roster. Luyan had a very consistent game, but Zika again is just the shining light that's turned Vici around. Cube was always great. He just needed other members on the team to share the burden.
Like, across the board, everyone stepped up. Cube and Zika, their ability to just turn on with those teleports into that mid-game fight where JDG are trying to make a pick, trying to find something to get themselves back into the game, they just nullified entirely. And every single time, the reason that this combo looked so potent was because JDG were jumping onto them. So Vici were like, oh cool, I get to use my Hextech Proto for damage, not to gap close. I get to use my flash to get in onto your backline as well. Like, they were picking off everyone. And I gotta be honest, I'm not feeling this Renekton pick. I thought they were just going to go towards something that was either full poke orientated or go for something that was a big engage, like the Ornn or something along these lines. Taking their Renekton never did anything. Like, Renekton just kind of sat there and was like, okay, I need us to go in to set me up so I can do something. But the problem is you're dragging everyone into the trap that Vici have laid for JDG.
I mean, the TF did, Yagao didn't really pull out anything with the Destiny as well. The proactivity was always denied by Vici, so there's already a positive compliment towards There's a compliment towards Vici as to how they stopped JDG. Kanavi had a bit of a rough early game. Something I want to talk about as we come back from the break. There is a lot to dissect here in this series so far, but we're going to a game two. See if Vici can do that again.
吃一下果子，摘一下等维鲁斯 poke。
哎，
这边把
柱子
位置卡得很尴尬。
我把夫妇封印住了，这位置硬吃了一刀，有点伤，又开了一门，这感觉是个死亡之门啊！我夫妇也不敢点，我
先计划解一下，我夫妇这个位置太尴尬了，这可能是一个伏笔，标记的龙能不能拿下？
能不能抢？但这边被晕到了，阿斌进场，闪现进来之后是逼出前面的一个大，反手发到这边大到了这边的一个近，后续还有没有输出？上来一个 Q 闪，
收掉了。
3个人点门过去，
但下面是没有塔的呀。
巨魔声音很大，深渊墙来了，这波感觉是一波收割的节奏。
这波可能要打一个团灭出来。
哎呦，直接是打出一波完美团。
毕竟刚才没有闪现嘛，可以找。
哎，但骚分经典抢龙位，再等一个机会，但正面团已经开起来了。
这边还有一个，这边还有一个精准弹幕，旁边想找谁？找 Fofo 这个位置是有双招的，交一个闪现，再拉一下身位，但是这是被骚分给追上了，能不能追上呢？一下平 A 虽然是收掉 Fofo 的人头，但是正面能不能赢？正面好像也赢了。
骚分这波声音有点大呀，又是一个2段 Q， 又收下这边的厄斐流子，后续又是一段 Q 上来 ，Q 的是心魔，心魔反手一勾勾了个空气，在魔眼上来继续粘的是艾的，艾的现在在塔下瑟瑟发抖，但是走位很好，仗着自己有加速，但是骚分他还有机会。
不过艾的在塔下已经没有更多操作空间了，他只有闪现，他没有大招。
他只能反向逃跑，但是前有追兵，后有猛虎呀，这边又是被安卓给逮到。
这还有可以让 A 一下，哎，再 A 一下，
哇，
拿到，
哎呦，这波来了，这位是 biu biu 回家满装炭过来了，
但是龙滔博应该感觉有机会可以打完。
没有抢的机会啊！这边能不能抢到？没有抢到，
而且天池这里被顶了起来，自己是还没有大招的一个秦辉宁偷的秦辉宁撒下去，这个位置找 3D 输出位置非常好，还没有人可以管到他。3D 这个位置还在输出，天池营收到一个双杀顶了起来，但是没有输出，继续跟上了。369想要去换 PP 卡的，但 PP 卡的开了一个隧道直接溜掉。 但是其他路也不太好起节奏，因为现在上路这边
鳄鱼来了，这波威武是不想轻松把这个龙放给滔博，但是距离还有点远啊！反手一勾，狗熊这边是没闪的，直接被秒，偷了一个神奇大，这个大招是大到了3个人，哇！反手又是一个真蛇女的大招，石化住了2个人，但这个位置预言家感觉是不好走了，
预言家这里应该是要被艾希给收掉。
你是关不住我的。
这
我的毒没有解药。
杨的大招嘛，后面是自己 QWE 再加被动。
哎，这边还想留啊，但生育伤害是有点高。
PP guard 直接没了。
后面一个绕后 TP， 但感觉这边根本不怕呀，还可以继续输出。来的是一个鳄鱼，这个位置一个晕住。 还有没有操作空间？还在还在风中直播，感觉还能杀。后续这边
毒有没有毒到了？还有一。
哎呦，这波是直接给。
我会好好的解决一切的。Double kill， 杀无赦。Triple kill。
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
Beachy Gaming just put on a masterclass against JDG. Out of nowhere, Beachy suddenly looked like a really good team, and they're on a 4-series winning streak. JDG are on a 6-series winning streak. Beachy one game away from turning that into their 5th. JDG 0. Dagda, Hysterics, Cube showed us what a good object in 3-dimensional space looks like, because boy oh boy, did his cannon light up the rift.
Holy, 35% of the team's damage.
Yeah.
That is insane. Well, I mean, look, when every single ultimate you are hitting is hitting 3 to 4 people, if not 5, I'm not surprised he's done that much damage. But Cube looked absolutely incredible. And from minute 1, this was the first ultimate that we saw from him, and it was impeccable.
Now watch every single one. 3 members at least. There was never a suboptimal cannon ult.
No.
It was just great to see Beachy working together. I mean, it was clockwork from this team.
Well, look how quickly those TPs are coming in from Zika and Cube. They're like, right, we're good, we're gone. And then it's just this beautiful setup every single time. And I think that was what was so... I don't want to say baffling because that's not the right word, but impressive to me was how quickly Vici were able to react every time JDG were turning on a play. Because this is a team that previously has suffered from coordination issues, from communication issues. There was not a damn coordination issue this entire game from Vici.
I mean, it was clean stuff, ending with only 2 deaths or 3 deaths in their name. Ran it down mid after even like Zika had a really good game. So there's a lot going on with this solo laners of Vici Gaming, and a really nice surprise in game 1. So we have to start talking about the impact of this, because for JDG, we came into this series saying, oh, JDG are back, they're rolling with it again. Kanavi was denied all game long. Luoyan was the better jungler in game 1 by far. And it's incredible because Kanavi's Nidalee, as you said, always taken away because of how much of a threat it is.
Yeah, and I think that was the beauty of it, was how well Vici played around it. Now, to give them a due, Vici drafted several winning lanes, which made it very difficult for Kanavi, as we talked about in the beginning, to actually get those invades off. But even then, when Kanavi was trying to have an impact on the map, Leanne was there every single time. Like, he knocked on the door of mid lane like 3 times when there was a troll on the other side.
It's great to see the priority through mid. Both teams knew their win conditions. It was good to see as well that the League of Legends in front of us was a bit more telegraphed, and it was more constructed to how these comps wanted to play, which in a similar vein revolved around mid getting around early. But Vici had many more escapes, many more exits on top of that. The team fighting came through, and there was no way that JDG could stand up to the Slicing Maelstrom, the hero's entrance, and then the Aphelios damage to follow through.
And also, I do want to highlight Zeke as well, because the hero's entrance in the early stages of the game, holding off for so long until we saw that one play from Yagao down towards the bottom lane. He instantly joined in, was like, nah, it's cool, I'm going to go join in that bottom
we got a cannon ban from JDG on red. That's the respect they pay Cube after game 1, and I have to say, very much worth the ban.
I agree, but it also is very telling for me what JDG are not comfortable having Zoom on something that isn't Volibear or Renekton, because he's been high priority for them every single time we've come into this. Now, he has played the likes of the Ornn and some of the Wukong and stuff like that, and he hasn't looked that good. Even his Mordekaiser has looked pretty bad, so I don't know. I'm not convinced here from Zoom at all in summer.
This would be a hold my beer, let me show you how it's done. Because Luoyan on IG last year, his pocket pick was the Nidalee. We had 2 big Nidalee players, and Kanavi wasn't around at the time. He was a sub-jungler on JDG when it was flawless. Luoyan and Xiaopeng. So let's see how Luoyan brings this Nidalee into game 2.
I want to see as well how JDG draft around this, because as we saw in the last game, Vici did a great job to get lanes that were constantly able to contest with JDG or just outright win the lane, so you can't have this Nidalee be a big factor. There is potential here for JDG to do a similar job here, but I would be surprised to see them trying to go for some of these super aggressive lanes, because honestly, as we talked about, Zoom has a very telling champion pool. Yagao as well has a pretty telling champion pool, and I'm not sure now how much they've handcuffed themselves.
Did you know Kanavi's Lee Sin, 7 games played, he has not lost a single game
disgusting.
on it.
If anyone hasn't seen the highlight reel that Kanavi put on his series with the Vixtus Gaming, go back and watch it. Yeah. It was the most disgusting Lee Sin play I have ever seen. It was phenomenal. And it's always a worry when you see him get his hands on Lee Sin, because his positioning in team fights to make these massive plays is second to none.
And Bard, most played champion for Lumao, while on the other side of Vici Gaming, they've got a very different route. The Ezreal available, but iBoy didn't want to pick it up. He's only played it once. Instead, opting in for the Kai'Sa with the set. So, a very different dynamic for Vici to play through in game 2.
So, here for JDG, I'd be pretty happy for them to lock the Renekton on this next pick, because essentially what Vici are going for is this full dive composition, and the best pick for Vici in my mind at the moment is going to be the likes of a Wukong. So lock your Renekton here means that then you've got a guaranteed good matchup for Zoom in that top lane, and then when you look over at Vici side, even if they take the Wukong, you're still fine, but it looks like Yagao is pretty happy to just take this Twisted Fate at any point in time, regardless of what the mid lane matchup's going to be. But now, hey look, let's just go towards Galio again, because Zika did a great job of matching that early pressure. It doubles down on these dives where you've got great setup where Set goes in, then you get the Galio to follow up on top of it, and now you can still go towards the likes of a Wukong if you want to in that top lane.
I will also say Set could be mid. Zeke has played this before. Yeah. Also, Pokemon Mousepad for iBoy. Super cute. I don't care about the... I actually just want to see the mouse pad again.
Well, look, you're going to get to see Leona for Hung. So, as he called, Zico more than likely, well, definitely at this point, taking that set in towards the mid lane. And now, want to see what we are going to get towards Cube in that top side. No.
Yeah, put it away. Put it away. Yeah, no, that's a shout out because you know Yagal is actually the only person who's played mid lane Kiana. A bit of BM thrown by Hung from Vici, and now the Renekton is theirs. Okay. We've already got so much pick potential on JDG. Added a tiny bit more.
Yeah, so as you said, there's going to be two very different styles of play here. Vici heavily in on this dive. It is all or bust. We are jumping onto you, and you guys have got to deal with it. Now, we have seen before, basically the composition JD have play beautifully against this dive style of composition, because if you get this tempo advantage, you can have Yagao play off in the side lane. It's very difficult for anyone on Vici to match against that. And when you're drawing Vici off in multiple different directions, their ability to set up this coordinated dive becomes very difficult to do. And that means that then your Bard becomes super impactful because you can pick people off with that. You can set up for these Twisted Fate Destinies in towards the back line of Vici. And I think JDG, with this composition, have set them up themselves really nicely to deal with the dive that's on Vici's side.
Yeah, the disengage to stop them in their path. How do Vici push forward? I mean, game one was magnificent. We've been singing the praises of Vici Gaming, but it ain't over yet. At this point, reality strikes when you remember that JDG themselves are on a 6-series winning streak for a reason. They're starting to move back in form. Kanavi's starting to get better because at the start of the split, he was atrocious. Zoom and Yagao in mediocre places. And Loken's like, boys, I'm playing some of my best League of Legends. Where are you? Now we're at a point where JDG's coming back together towards playoffs. But if they lose against Vici, more questions will erupt. It doesn't matter that you're 7-2 right now in the LPL. Vici are coming. And with such an interesting composition, I can't wait to see how this pans out. See if JDG can take us to a game 3 is even more important as we enter Summoner's Rift. Will it be the last time? I'm not telling you, I don't know. I put the script in the bin. Script was in the bin. You know what? I had the script at the start of the show.
I asked you to read that. How many times have I got to say it to you?
Do you know how angry I get when I read the script and it says, oh, E-Stars 2-0. And I go, hang on a minute, that's not right. And I get the
Well, look,
reprints.
edits sometimes have to be made. It's the way that this works, right?
We went off script for the first series. To be fair, in the second one, in a very fun way, we're doing the exact same thing.
Very true.
Oh, Colonel.
Now, I think, though, the writer's block is going to be taken off of JDG to a certain extent here. Because in last game, you had a very good composition from Vici, especially with the likes of the Galio, to shackle down Yagao into that mid lane. But that's no longer the case here. Yagao is much more free to go for these roams, make these big plays. And as well, when we look over at the ability of them to team fight earlier, with the Ashe coming online slightly earlier than iBoy, and a lot of these kind of plays where you can make picks with Yagao nice and early towards these dragons, there is a very real threat here that JDG run away with some of these early plays and just end up with this tempo advantage that we talked about, able to play through a side lane with Yagao, and it's very difficult then for Vici to get a look in this game. However, if Vici are able to find a few of these early fights that, despite how JDG have set up, can turn it in their favor, Vici can just continuously dive and get very aggressive against this JDG side.
At the very least, Yagao taking Comet is my first point of concern. And it's not concern, it's just interest. Because at this point, we've seen so much unsealed spellbookers onto Loken. Vici, I'm not sure you win this trade. Hung at half health. Loken and Lumao doing a pretty good job to send it back, but Comet into the set. And more concerned about the laning phase here than the utility from Spellbook.
Well, it's not so much of a concern from Yagao, it's more he wants to win lane. He just wants to batter and bruise Zika the whole way through this laning phase. Best way to do that is take Arcane Comet. You can continuously poke, it's super easy because when you land the stun, you guarantee the Comet damage, then you get your Q damage through as well. So the Twisted Fate can do pretty well. Zika going for that fleet footwork though, and having that set passive, it's going to be super difficult to try and push him out of lane.
It's interesting because a lot of TFs, you know, we don't talk about TF for playing for lane, right? It's about how he impacts the rest of the map. There you go. Interaction you just talked about. Nimbus Cloak also taken. So you get the opportunity of that extra sorcery perk, as Inspiration is the secondary anyway.
And there's kind of like a few mixed bags that you can go with the Twisted Fate, obviously. You can go towards, as he talked about, the Unsealed Spellbook, but even as a secondary, when you're going Unsealed Spellbook, you can go for Sorcery, you can go towards the Resolve as well, but I mean, you can see you're getting a lot of hurt in mid.
It really is. While Luyan topside flash burn with a Searing Charge. Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Just about managing to buffer that as the stun came through. So flash burn by Cube, and now you got to be a little bit more careful as Cube, because Kanavi can make a gank up towards that top side, and you now have 0 flash available. Oh, okay, I thought that might have been a steal for a second.
Well, Luyan going to get spotted out all the same. Kanavi crossing river to get bottom side priority, while Yagao does the same. Very good start by JDG, while Lumao setting up for the Cosmic Binding. Yagao hasn't been spotted out here. Ping's getting spammed down, but I think it could be late. In with the Magical Journey. Hung going to take it up and teleport burn. Our first fight of the game with iBoy doing the damage down. Hung absorbs everything. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike for the execute, but the 2-man, 3-man face breaker as Vici on the run forward. Lumao gets stunned on up, and it's a trade. Zika again comes out of nowhere.
Massive play from Zika to turn that around. JDG could have been out of there scot-free. Leon still looking for more, though. This Nidalee wants blood.
And she loves the bush. Kanavi running away. Back through the brushes here. And Vici even up. Still here. Still throwing out.
Hey, well, Leon just got his wish. He's able to get into this jungle and try and steal away a few camps, but Kanavi needs to be careful. You still have Hung here, who's happy to help, but with iBoy backing, man advantage towards JDG, and Vici don't want to try and press the issue.
I should reiterate, in Australia, you know, the jungle. God, the
we know. Yeah.
All right. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea.
We're going to move on.
The brush.
Yeah.
As Kanavi still half health. He's throwing out some hooks left, right, and center. Lumao out with the Magical Journey. Hung still on the prowl himself. All right, I think we can calm down. I think bot stopped. No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Kanavi hiding behind the steal. Not there. Kanavi's farming on a whim.
But at the moment, hey, well, Leon hasn't been able to get that Grump. He did get the Scuttlin River at least, but it's actually didn't even get the Scuttlin River. So right now, Kanavi's kind of pushing ahead when it comes to farm. You can see 32 there. He'll now be able to go towards his top side after clearing out his wolves, and he can make this play towards Cube, who's still flashless on the top side. So, I mean, there's still options here for JDG in this early game, despite us going 1-for-1 in that bottom lane play.
Both junglers got the kill as well, so that'll shift the dynamic a little bit. While across the board, bit of a CS lead in this bottom lane. Apart from that, though, everything else seems pretty stable.
Kanavi's coming bot lane, though, and I mean, both iBoy and Hung still have flash. There's more, I think, a worry from Kanavi here that we might see Leon with Lumao and Loken pushing in, coming towards the bot lane play, but he'll be able to get the dragon off of this shove anyway, so he's pretty happy to set this one up.
Things are going down. Vici know about this. iBoy can also scout this out with a nice little Void Seeker.
This is what we talked about, though. Look, you got Yagao. He's got the Destiny available. He can join in way quicker than Zika at this dragon play. Loken and Lumao as well, having that push power and coming. Oh,
that Cosmic Binding came out of nowhere. iBoy at half health. Walking forward, Destiny's there. He flashes immediately. Yagao under turret, sends a card out. And a mistake from Vici to face check is now through the Magical Journey. iBoy only has the cleanse, and he dies to Loken. And JDG's bottom lane succeed.
That's one of those stuns where you kind of go, okay, come on. But iBoy didn't burn that cleanse straight off the bat, didn't get away from it, and Hung steps forward to tank the gold card to make sure that there wasn't a follow-up from Yagao, and he ends up paying for iBoy trying to hold on to that summoner spell.
Okay, well, a kill over to Loken is good news for JDG.
Definitely so. And coming into this, I was about to say, hey, look, JDG are going to have control of Dragon. They're going to have control of these early objectives because that is the way that the roaming TF and the plays that you can have from JDG on the bottom side of the map will work. But here, this was a freebie for JDG. There was no reason for Hung and iBoy to go and check that push. There was no, like, you already knew the dragon was down. You're just going to back away, spend the gold, and make sure you're going to be able to continue into this laning phase. But going forward gives Lumao the stun and then sets up everything for JDG.
Hung flash at the end of that as well. I feel like you just do it at the start. As soon as you see the Destiny
I think
double
the Summoner
flash-
Spell usage there was super questionable.
Yeah. You just accept your fate in the end. That's true. As Lumao now on the roam, he's got his Ionian boots already, the level 5 Bard. Hung gonna match this. As Yagao moves in mid lane, Lumao is spotted out. Hung on the wing. Vision control given over to Vici Gaming towards Herald, but Kanavi's roaming up.
Oh.
Hung is in a sandwich.
Hex Flash, get out of
Hex
there!
Flash
Get
in
out
time.
of there!
Oh my! Oh, that was tense.
It was a little bit scary, but here's the good news for Vici fans. JDG's mid laner Yagao doesn't have that Destiny available, so when we come to this Rift Herald fight, especially when you've already got Hong who's moved up, you even have, if you look, iBoy kind of teetering around, not sure where he should be positioned right now, but it does mean that Vici, with the way that the map is set up right now, should be able to get this Rift Herald for themselves.
Especially when Lian's going to do it super quick as well. Zika's ult pretty threatening. Held him up with the Bambi Cinder this time. Nice block by Kanavi.
This is really smart from iBoy. He's like, look, if Lean's on this top side of Rift Herald, there's either one or two things that are going to happen. One, we're going to end up fighting at this Rift Herald, so I'm in a position that I can start to walk a little bit faster than Loken. Or two, they're going to dive me bottom lane. And he read number 2 properly, but in mid lane.
Oh, spear connects. In with the ulti. Yakal's just dead.
That wasn't even close. It was an insta-kill coming through from the two of them. And now, hey, look, you had that early roam from Yagao, gave Zeke a bit of time to crack onto these turret plates. Now you got this Rift Herald here. They can put some serious hurt onto this turret, if not take it all together.
Should go down. 2 melee users just smacking on the turret. Or at least getting it close to death anyway. The false hope.
The thing is, though, it's giving it a lot of go. Where are we going here?
Destiny onto Loyan. They flash. Call the Forge God lining up as well. Loyan into River while Lumao in with the Magical Journey. They take him down while Cube now in the middle. Dominus isn't going to save your life. The Sonic Wave, the healing, the flash himself. Kanavi does the same, and it gets Kanavi. Lumao had good intentions, but unfortunately that's where it ends.
The best of intentions sometimes have the worst results.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Vici, they've got pressure bot side, so you need to try and do something here. Ooh, nice.
Walking into a turret. Zika has HP regen as well. Yeah, laughing, crunching him.
I mean, look at that face on Zeke as well on the camera. He is calm as can be in this game. So what I was about to say is, look, you have Lian now who has gotten 2 kills. He got a bunch of those turret plate gold as well in that mid lane play. And he's been farming up a pretty large portion of gold as well. He's gone straight towards that Sheen. He's looking to double down on that dive potential, but dives top lane are the answer
I was
for
going to
JDG.
say, you know, Cube does not have ulti. This is dead as a dodo. But Kanavi underneath. Oh, he played it well, but JDG going to mess it up a bit.
A little bit, but it's well played by Cube. He's able to get away from that. There's no Dragon's Kick. There's no ultimate from Zoom. So well played by the Renekton to escape away from that. And again, Vici are doing a great job of just shutting down what JDG are trying to do. Now you know Kanavi and Zoom are back in base. They can either look towards making plays in this river or at least getting vision for themselves to set up towards this dragon in 15 seconds.
It's the duo we talked about, Zika and Lian. I mean, even though it results to Ike's when Ike's is in the roster, leading the gold shot.
And as we start to get towards this dragon now, again, we're seeing Yagao not having this Destiny up and available, so he's got to come in as a front to back with the way that JDG want to take this fight, and that sets up beautifully for Vici, because as we said, they want to go for this dive potential, but it looks like JDG don't even want to try and contest, knowing that they can't spread out enough and thwart the dive that Vici want to go for.
I'm thinking about picks off to the side, but won't be able to do it as the mountain comes on up. A Mountain Soul here for JDG would just be fantastic. Especially when you have the likes of an Ornn. Cube absorbing pressure topside against that set Ornn for now. While across the board, CS is pretty much even within the jungle. Gold lead for JDG at about 500 gold. And just an extra couple of assists. Those extra kills, of course, making the difference.
Don't forget, though, what we talked about. Vici are waiting still to come online fully. Like, Zika, look, he's online at all points in time. Lian is definitely getting to a portion of the game where he is super strong, but iBoy is not.
Hang on. Flash phase breaker into the enemy team. Not coordinate with Hung's ult, but it might not matter because Lian comes in the nick of time, and now that mid turret that was just about to go down is definitely dropping.
And now it gets very difficult for Yagao to try and make plays because, hey, look, Zika's got you shoved underneath your mid-tier 2. They can, if you go for a play on bot side or top side, look to crack open that tier 2, and then it becomes so much more difficult for you to hold on to these outer structures as well. Plus, Vici get full access to the jungle now. This is exactly Leanne's dream.
Just taking everything in sight. Lumao wants to pick off the back end. Pings are getting spammed down. Look bottom, guys. Zika without ulti won't be able to stop this, but you can see Kanavi starting to group on up. We're going to see a one-on-one, aren't we? Well, let's be honest. Cube won't do enough damage to kill Zoom, but maybe with Dominus, this turns around. Call the Forge God was bad. Zoom, you're meant to be a top player. Destiny to save the day. Cube gets the healing. Slice and dice. He turns to kill Zoom, who flashes away. Now onto Yagao. Needs a gold card and gets it. So much harder for JDG than you thought it would be.
And JDG are still making plays on this bottom side, though. So they're winning across the board. And look, even if it wasn't clean, it's still JDG netting gold.
You take those. You definitely take those. Zika getting in position without ulti. Won't be able to make the response. So he's heading back mid.
And this is what we talked about, was Yagao being unleashed a little bit this time around. Because in game number 1, as we said, he's got to be holding hands with Zika the whole time he tries to move. This time, though, he is making these plays. He is getting these advantages. But it's just being answered by Vici in a lot of situations.
Sonic Wave, cripple down, Solar Flare on 2. Dragon Strike is still available. Kanavi not in range. iBoy tags. But that's it.
Zika was off to the side, so they're kind of posturing, but now Zika's just going to hop away with that Dead Man's Plate. He is very quick right now. Even having that Merc Threads as well means when we get into these team fights, Enchanted Crystal Arrows aren't going to do too much. Neither of these stun cards, so Zika is going to be gunning onto the backline of JDG.
Look at where Luyen is once again. Remember, he has the Herald in hand and now ready to charge on forward. Lumao dies. Mid-portal opens up Luyen to spear Loken. Dives under turret. Flash match. Luyen is pouncing and gets another double right in front of the troubling turret. Sonic Wave misses from Kanavi. And this is Jungle v Jungle again.
And you said it. Hold my beer. Kanavi, I'm going to show you what a real Nidalee player looks like. He takes it over.
And you know what? I said he has Herald. What am I saying? He's got a Lich Bane. That's why he's glowing purple. No wonder he does so much damage. 5-1 and 0. Luyen having the series of his life. Showing Kanavi, this is what I look like on IG.
Yeah, and he can go get a Rift Herald if he wants. That's up. But look at the damage here. Lich Bane, Electrocute, Dead Bard. And then this confidence from Leanne to say, I don't care. I'm making this play happen whether you like it or not, Loken. Gets the flash, gets the kill, and manages to escape away from Kanavi as well. In that case, is insane.
Ahead by kills, ahead in CS. Luyen looking to carry Vici to victory. Your hands are in the air, Dagda, because Vici at 2k gold ahead. And once again, impressing us on the Rift. Now, it's been a little bit closer in this early game, but Luyen on the second Herald, as you mentioned. Control of topside, absolute.
It is closer, but again, it's JDG who are making these early plays. They're the ones that have the Destiny. They're the ones that have Lumao and Loken on this Ashen Bard. They are trying to be the proactive ones in the early stages before iBoy comes online. Now, though, Vici have 2 towers. They have that Rift Herald, they can take a third, and there's not really much that JDG are able to do about it right now.
At this point, haven't seen much of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow or the Tempered Fate. You got a highlight on Luyen. Look at that cute smile.
That's the smile of a killer. Oh no, Lumao. Okay. Well, got the portal, but it's about stopping Lumao's back because, hey, 1 second until that Mountain Dragon's up.
Hang on. A little Cosmic Binding to seal the deal, but Luyen is nearby, a level up over Kanavi. Kanavi secured the Scuttle Crab. This is the start of the Mountain Rift. Vici are grouping up.
This is a little bit dangerous for Vici because look at where the top laners are positioned as well. Zoom is about to back. He can join in this team and set up for a pretty nice front-to-back fight with Yagao clearing this mid lane wave. He has the Destiny to get in onto the back line for Vici, so they need to be careful or set this fight up straight off the bat.
Look at where Yagao is. Destiny in the back. Lumao takes a magical journey. The flank is here. Solar Flame misses in the pit. And the Wombo makes it through as Kanavi gets the kick on down. Luyen, the most fed member, has been shut down as a killer instinct into the back line. And iBoy picks up 1, but now versus 3. Has to flash away. Loken picks up Cube on the back line. And you talked about danger. JDG love it.
And this is where JDG can maneuver around what Vici are trying to do. The issue there is that Zika is trying to be the team setup, but everyone on Vici is so spread out, they can't follow up on the engage, and it will be JDG securing their second dragon.
All right, working towards the Mountain Rift. The bonus stat's going to be loved by Zoom on the Ornn as we take a look again at the intense DP play.
The further spread out JDG are, the better, because what Vici are trying to do is, as you can see with Zika, grab Ornn and toss him back onto JDG's backline. But because you've got all this maneuverability with Yageo's ultimate, with the portals from Lumao, they're able to separate out this fight so that coordinated dive effort doesn't come through, particularly when Lian gets stunned up in the middle of the fight, doesn't have the Zhonya's to keep himself safe. Lian gets burst out, as do the rest of Vici.
Kanavi got a 3-man kick.
Yeah.
That was insane. I mean, we're just seeing the flashbacks again of his Lee Sin. Undefeated on this pick for a reason. Kanavi 2-1-2, but he set up the rest of the team. You can see Gold back to pretty much even, bar, let's say about 1,000 for now in Vici's favor, which is not too meaningful. That'll, of course, explode a bit more when Zika gets the turret by himself. And as we get closer towards the Baron, the next objective, that's what we got to start looking for. These item purchases coming across the board now with 2-item Kai'Sa and almost 2-item Loken.
And we've also still got a bit more gold that can be injected if Cube doesn't get caught.
Teleport being burnt, flash burnt, that TP. Nothing up. Yagao also will have Destiny soon.
So this just opens up Zika, who's on that turret already. Like, that was way too aggressive from JDG without the guaranteed stun, and now Zika's putting pressure. Top, you still have this Rift Herald, don't forget, which is what I wanted to point out, this more injection of gold into Vici's favor, and it looks like with just a few more autos, Zika can get this.
I mean, with the Rift Herald there, but the thing is, grouped as 4. JDG will get mid.
Okay, I wasn't sure if Zika was going to stick around. Yagao was hovering between mid and this top side, so if anything kicked off in that mid lane, he could Destiny in, but you still get that charge onto the top lane's turret, and Zika has teleport. He can match Yagao right now, and then make sure that if any funny business does go on, he can still join in.
At the very least, Vici now grouping up around mid for the remainder of JDG. Cube sitting bot, has no TP or flash. As he pushes on out, Vici at least are nearby.
So there's no objectives right now, so Cube's fine.
Oh, Destiny, hang on. It's onto iBoy through the mid lane. Gold card sent out to Zika instead. That big ulti, that's nothing.
I have not been impressed with Yagao's Twisted Fate. Like, the over-aggression trying to make these TP plays before anything's actually set up is kind of nuts. I mean, even if you want to have Lumao lead with the Tempered Fate to pick off iBoy, then come in with Yagao, that could work great. But the fact he's going so deep and not actually finding the plays, but now might get caught out himself.
And doesn't have any summoners. Zika and Lian walking up. The Facebreaker will pull him in. The gold card burnt onto Lian, but the damage too much. Into the wall he'll go. The poke gives Zika the kill. And now, exposure.
Zoom is bot with no no teleport. Vici can go towards Baron.
They should know this as well. Pings are being spammed down. He's Searing charged up. Vici.
Do it.
I guess they're like, well, we don't have enough damage to do it quickly, but I disagree.
Yeah, you've 2 levels over Kanavi. You've all this passive damage that can come through it. iBoy, Cube has a bunch of damage as well, but they're not going to get anything with it. Even if they pushed in top and went for the tower. Something.
Okay. Reset. I'm in a good mood. I don't know about you. As long as it's not what we saw in the first series, I'm in a good... Hey, I told you I was going to be positive. I've been enjoying the heck... This looks like the best game of League of Legends I've ever seen when you cast what we cast.
Yeah, true. After today, yeah, this is definitely looking pretty damn good. But
Clement,
look,
Clement, no more OMG for me.
No more DMO.
No more E-Star. No DMO. Look, I'm being harsh.
We'll take purely top esports and V5 now. Right? Okay, cool.
I'm being harsh. I find interest in those games. I mean, every team has something going on in the LPL. That's kind of why our region's so unique. But just no more of today. That's what I ask. Hey, Colonel, what's your deal? What do you think? You think something good's going on for Vici?
I mean, who doesn't think something good is going on for Vici? The performance in this game has been fantastic. Catching out Yagao a bunch of different times. And once again, it's the man on a mission in the mid lane for Vici that it has all stemmed from. Zika has looked so spectacular in these series, and it's the mid-jungle 2v2 where we wanted to see Vici shine that has been set up as a result.
Yep.
Leanne has been able to play through Zika so many times. Like, the first 3 kills that Leanne got were by the setup that came from Zika. Like, this is beautiful to watch.
And then you get a better result of iBoy, right? With better structure. Much like his days in EDG where you had, you know, Scout, Ray, / a Jinu at one point, I believe, in 2019 summer. I'm going to pause on my thought process because Teleport's being burnt mid. Zika's running towards Logan. Good use of play to the wrong king to slow him down, but Lumao gets poked down by the Javelin toss. This is Mountain Dragon number 2. This would be Dragon number 2 for Vici. JDG lost progress in River, but call the forward job being layered down. We're starting the fight only onto the support. Kanavi in the backline onto Loyan, who flashes away. Tempered Fate onto Zika and iBoy. While Hung goes in the backside, they're split away. The support of Vici is taking the harass while Yagao's to flash away. iBoy turns onto him, cleanses immediately. Hung has wasted so much time, but will lose his life. A 1-for-1. We're doing the fight again. As into the backline, the showstopper. Zika bringing his name into fruition. Haymaker still available for the shield as Loyan snipes down, kicked by Kanavi, trades across the board. Zoom with a 2-man knockup, but Zika over the wall again, and Zoom's left on his lonesome. Flushes over the wall, iBoy matches him, and Vici Gaming do it all again!
And they can turn towards this dragon now as well, the rightful prize after how they played that fight. Hung going aggressive was the best decision you could have made in that fight, and you netted Vici that win.
Smiles on their faces, good graces. 3k gold lead, and Vici putting JDG in their place.
But look how smart Vici played this. So they all kite back apart from Hung. He goes onto Loken, which commands the attention of Lumao, of Zoom, and it means the other 4 members of Vici can jump onto JDG. This spread out fight doesn't mean anything when Vici can dive on you. And with how spread out and how far apart they were, and a curious call here from Kanavi to try and burst the dragon with no real damage here, when Vici turned, like the double snipe from iBoy and Leon onto Lumao there, and then iBoy able to just pop off, free from any sort of danger thanks to Zika jumping onto Loken here. Like, Vici played that so damn well.
Man, even flashing over for the final pick. Like, Kanavi really tried to get Loyan, who's doing so much as Hung's been caught out. Now, let's take back a compliment, Hung. We need context. What were you doing there?
I'm not entirely certain because there wasn't really very many members of Vici around, but
that was a really big pick because no TP on the mid laner. They're going to move up for this, and Baron's going down.
Look at how Zika tries to set this up. There's the Shrellius to move them forward, though.
Moved on in. You know who they found? It's onto Loyan, one of the most fed members. Vici all of a sudden, 3 versus 5.
Baron has started up once again. iBoy has to be the main damage source here. But if Zika can set up with Zoom to slam onto Loken, he might be able to make a play happen.
They don't want to give this Baron over. Lumao gets ulted into the wall. It doesn't match much effect as Zika in the middle of the pit. Wants to absorb. Cube runs in as well. Kicked on back is iBoy. Killer instinct. He'll get it. The Baron gets paused here as Vici lose their AD carry. Zika's trying to take it down, but it's too late. And all of a sudden, Vici have given the gold back.
1 pick leads to 2, leads to everything in favor of JDG. And just like that, they've swung everything back in their favor. And Baron means they can keep pushing. You've got Yagao who can play off in the side lane, spread out the love, share it across all the minions, and make the towers hurt.
Make the world a better place is what you're telling me. I need to see how Hung died. That was big. Here we go. Oh.
Not respecting the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and JDG lick their lips hungrily as they take him down. And at that point, look, you can't really fight this. And again, because Vici come in spread out here, Leanne gets picked off before the Baron because they're not ready for this call because Hung gets picked. And then separation is the name of the game for JDG. Divide and conquer, picking Zika off with the Tempered Fate, sets them up to take out Cube. Kanavi doing Kanavi things on this Lee Sin to kill iBoy. And now they are in control. They can start to shove out these waves, collect some of these towers, and look at when their Baron buff runs off. It's right as that 3rd dragon spawns for them as well.
True.
That could put them onto Soul Point.
Oh, JDG got some spice in this series then. At the very least, Hung getting caught by that Enchanted Crystal Arrow leads to this. JDG barreling down multiple lanes. Now they control of Vichi's jungle. Absolute. As Yagao on a side lane, Zika really willing to match this here as the full tank versus the 3-item TF. Can they hold on to their base?
That is the big question. I believe they should be okay. They do have a...
hang on. Oh, boy! Killer Instinct, instant QSS as well. Runs away. Versus 3, the Tempered Fate locks down the 80 carry. Here comes Call the Forge God. And iBoy's dead. It looked like a big play, but it might have just thrown it away.
I mean, he tried. He went really far in, and Nerdy gets the damage, but the rest of JDG were there. I don't know what he was thinking.
They're running forward. Inhibitor's going to be exposed. 30 seconds on iBoy. It's a 4 versus 5. With the Baron buff, JDG are going top.
And you have to be so careful here as Vici, because you know Kanavi's looking for this insect play. If he gets onto the likes of Leyan, well, that's a dead Nidalee straight off the bat. Now pushing in for their second inhibitor. Vici needs to stop getting caught.
Well, here Zika has to kind of pull back. 5 members channeling forward. Red card from Yagao. Cube now joining up. Look at where Hung is though, Dagda. Trying for a flank, but there is a ward.
iBoy's just spawned as well, so fortunately with that, JDG will manage to escape. They can get back to base. Dragon is up though. Vici can burst it down before JDG are able to get back onto the map, but it's going to be pretty close call. They'll probably have to fight their way out of the pit.
I mean, iBoy's got a long way to path around. This is the prop of being on red side. Vici not starting it yet. Okay.
Yeah, you got the TP from Yagao down towards the bottom lane to make sure he could come and contest this. So, again, JDG, they want to be the ones that are already got JDG. Vici want to have JDG in the pit,
okay,
because that's how Zika can get these big ultimates off, get onto Orin, slap them on top of JDG, but not looking likely because, well, Vici have to go deal with side lanes. They have to deal with that top lane that's pushing in. The mid wasn't in the right position either. And as JDG, you got a big old arrow down towards this bottom lane where that's the only structures that are left for you.
Sole point. Need to see a big ulti out of Zika. Cube to get back. iBoy with his killer instincts has been ambitious. The last one, you could feel something, but it just wasn't to be. As against this bottom lane inhibitor, the only inhibitor left standing, they look to defend.
And Vici have got to time this engage. Because you are going to have super minions in the top, you're going to have super minions in the mid. They want to be as 5 when they go for this play, but it's going to be really difficult because as you can see, Yagao is forcing these minions in towards mid. Cube's got to go deal with it, and you can't go for a 4v4 because of how quickly Twist of Fate can join in.
At least trying to poke them down to dissuade them. Kanavi over the wall, ready to go on in. Yagao in the open wave. At least Leyan has a lot of wave clear here with Cougar form, but the problem is spreading them thin. And the rest of the wave clear not really there.
Time is ticking away though. Yagao is very much in the base of JDG, or Vici right now. He's onto Nexus turrets.
I mean, Yagao could just slowly end this game, drawing them back. Inhibitor turret down here. Meanwhile, as Vici pull off, they're going to lose it. They've got to make a decision, but they're knocked up instead. Hung gets knocked up himself. Zika in the backline with the showstopper pulls them in. Brick wall, apparently, as iBoy starts dealing damage, but Loken has taken down Hung. Call the Forge God secures Zika, and forward goes Loken and the rest of JDG. That'll be all she wrote, and Vici getting put down.
Hung makes one mistake, and all that Vici have built an empire to maybe move themselves forward instead crumbles to dust, and JDG will push us to a game 3.
That game 3, where Vici felt it, that this could have been the 2-0 series to take down the spring champions. But JDG got some fire in them. We're going the distance once again.
Snap decision making from JDG is what was the difference maker there. That Loken arrow onto Hung gives them Baron, gives them pressure on the map, and stops the tempo that Vici had managed to gain for themselves. It means that then they can start to get these lanes in order. It means that then they're not worried about, Zika coming in these weird angles to set up for these big plays and having that dive take form.
I mean, Vici had control of that game, and then Hung getting caught out, the rest of Vici going on in. One thing led to another, a domino effect, where I guess it's part of that inexperience with this roster where you think of iBoy, he's been in the LPL for a while. Leyen, of course, on IG. But, like, Cube is still, like, a year fresh. Zika, very fresh. Yeah. Hung, very fresh as well. So, moments like that we've seen before here in the LPL where teams just struggle to close out games to continue that ball rolling.
Yeah. And you get to see that inexperience to a certain extent as well in the calls after.
Yeah.
It was, okay, Baron's going to go over, but we're all going to run in and try and stop it. We're going to... Leyan gets caught out because of Yagao being able to pick him off. Then the 3 members that are left of Vici are like, no, we're still going to try and make this play. They get killed as well. And then instead of it being a pick and a Baron where you can try and defend, it's a pick, a Baron, 5 kills, and now suddenly that gold is very much in favor of JDG as well, and it becomes so difficult then to try and fight back after giving that much leeway.
I mean, JDG just kind of showing their strength, right? Why they're on a winning streak when they get put so far behind, their ability to triumph over the team that was winning these fights. And I think it's fair to say that Loken again having a consistent game, Lumao overall, but Zoom and Kanavi bringing some of these fights to its knees.
Kanavi in particular, the Lee Sin once again was clutch in a lot of these engagements, as we talked about. The ones where JDG were winning, it was Kanavi who was spreading out the fight with Lumao, same with Yagao, and then having these 3-man kicks, having these big performances. Zoom as well, using this Ornn ultimate to dissuade and disrupt that engage. Yeah, I mean, that's impressive.
In a game with a Kaiser and Nidalee, like 21k damage on a tank, by the way. So just the usual. But yeah, I think this was impressive for JDG to bring it back. However, for Vici, those are the concerns of being a team that is still trying to find its strides. Win streak is good. Game 1 was great. Game 2, most of it was good as well, until Hung got caught out. So.
Well, look, I want to take that moment to talk about the bit that wasn't looking so good for JDG, because honestly, that was Vici playing very, very well.
Yep.
And if we take out that pick from Hung, we could be talking about a very different narrative at the end of this game too. So I want to look at going into game number 3. How did JDG try and correct this early game? Because at the moment, Vici are doing a good job of either matching the early plays from Yagao or just turning out right in their favor. So I want to go back and look at this Twisted Fate pick. It hasn't been very impressive for me in the early stages, although it is creating map pressure later on, so it's kind of up in the air. But even when we saw Yagao trying to make these Twisted Fate plays, it wasn't what we were needed. Oftentimes it's JDG whiffing on the play and then giving more advantages towards Vici. So I think I want to see a different pick coming through from Yagao, even going back towards something like the Zoe, where he's a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more of a definitive role and just being in the team fights. And then honestly, JDG look like the better team fighters as a whole. Like, Zika looks great, but JDG across the board still look like they're able to contend with them. So I think just take it nice and easy. Just go and play your game as a team fight rather than trying to move it all around the map and beat Vici where they're looking strong.
Something will change in game 3 for sure, though. We'll run into a break, see what happens. Run into game 3 after that between JDG and Vici. See you then.
因为镜头主要给的比较多，对吧？状态面上面感觉冷少今天是比西野来的好的。
是，但西野硬核了波现在3人准备抛上路了，而且冷少是没有 TP 的。
这里看一下，
躲了第一个标，
但是硬伤害感觉克
差一点点就要死了。
是，这波兵线已经被清光了，这样还要反杀，克使拿下一血，另外一边妖姬走过来是直接被防御塔。有一个小水龙有拖战回复，
决定要直接拼，
还是要
挤进去了。
JDG 是可以接的，
是这波应该是小虎先出来也看一下有没有机会留人，又是一个反向的一个冲拳，留住的是一个 Mako， 另外一边 Nim 在单打 Scott， 小龙宝这波是成功的把 Mako 的人头给拿到，但是霍珀也还在操作，直接打残了对手的一个正面，看一下在大龙已经拿下来了，霍珀这波还在以1敌3，龙坑里面的人拉开了小虎的一个身位，这时候俊家正面被嘎拉也在风筝，两边的 ADC 都还在想办法生存，又是一发 R1过来，有办法操作起来吗？嘎拉最后是被。
目前用的不太好了，那这样我觉得 JDG 现在还是有点小优势的。不过俊家状态没那么好，可能要回家先。
俊家这波要回家的话，那其实要动龙就有点难，而且正面忽然一个罪名定住嘎拉的一个大招炸进去 ，Mako 跟 Scott 的血量降的比较低，而这时候狗熊单人进场，虽然凯南从后方电到了不少的人，但是明显的一个正面状态 ，RNG 的状态是更好的。小翔开了一个死亡秒表，在这个位置被 小龙宝压起身。这个位置两边都想要抢龙，
那看起来只能拼一下打野的惩戒了，有一点。哎，龙回血了，
龙回血了。刚刚是自己的耐心值已经是到了0，看一下这波过来想抢吗？先踢了一下小花生，但还没进斩杀线。最后是小花生惩掉了，那正面的团好像又被开起来，又是由 Mark 的一个泰坦再勾到以后，海可赶紧 W 摸一下队友，克斯在前面不让狗熊有机会接近自己一个后排，但狗熊这波直接义无反顾的跳进去，带着一个这波是发小的大刀在正面拉了一下狼星，狼星倒下以后，西威尔这波的作战力很高，而且正面开了一个金身的冷哨在等扣了在等自己下一波的一个技能，但没有机会，卡萨拿下这个人头，但是克斯的一个反击爆好了，
马是一个走掉的甲克是一个 Q1，
把 icon 给收掉。
我已咆哮。
这波兵线清掉 ，OMG 的中路高地塔剩下半条血量不到，下一波应该就是老干爹要硬有人上，但这时间点之前
被踢回去了，但是有一个中亚
开起来，狗熊这波也被迫进场，闪现 Q 的是海可，但海可摸了一下队友，有卡莎也进来被掏了一个虚弱，这时候发条大招一拉以后，看一下正面，我感觉这一波 Graham 感觉撑不住啊，金身开起来以后，后续武器再收，我感觉这一波老干爹要出事了，后续虽然狗熊是勉强的把黑哥给收掉以后，但狼行这个位置还有机会继续操作吗？他扑到了 icon 以后，再一个 W 技能，狼行还有一块表，反倒是武器这波要逃脱。
永恒寒冬，任你长眠。
Triple kill.
Opening night, everything is cool. Open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. Then I saw your lips reflecting in the water. I thought we were young and nothing really matters. Openings night, everything is cool. Open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. When I saw your lips reflecting in the water, I thought we were young and nothing really matters. Electricity, you and me. You should come and fly. We should be happy. Openings night, everything is cool. And open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you'll see the light.
Back here after JDG equalized and after a very tense game too. between Vici and JDG. We're going to game 3, and we're going all night, apparently. I'm Mysterix, joined by Dagda. And you know what? Show the MVP, because I think after that game, Zoom well-deserved, especially since we looked top and he missed the ult once. That was embarrassing, but everything apart from that was great.
Yeah, apart from that, he looked absolutely splendid and well-deserved here. I think definitely when it came to separating out these team fights, a large portion of this was down to Zoom and his ability to, as you can see, just disrupt this dive that Vici were trying to go for. And every single time someone tried to approach it as a new challenger, he'd smack them back into place.
It's interesting watching an Ornn highlight, because it's either about the ulti or a good knockup, but this one was literally just Ornn pressing W and autoing, but it was this final moment where sealing the deal against Vici has a very big deal.
Yeah, and I think it was a lot about buying space for Loken as well. I mean, playing this far forward and almost engaging on the dive before the dive can happen was where it got to the point in the game that JDG were just like, look, we're so much stronger, we can go for it. But it did mean that Loken was completely untouched. Dementia Yago as well had gone for the rapid fire cannon once again, could get these long range stuns. It just made this front to back stall so easy to execute.
I mean, for JDG, the game was picked up with the pick on Hung. You know, we said that before the break, and how the influence from there went on. Vici found a lot of momentum, which is why I'm surprised I hear that they're bringing in Ikes for game 3, even after Lo Yan has been, in my opinion, the better jungler for both games.
Yeah.
Game 2, you can shake that up a bit, but
I wouldn't even shake it up. I mean, Leon dictated it from the early game, and he looked absolutely amazing on this Nidalee. He was getting kills right, left, and center. I mean, he looked so damn good, and I'm surprised as well to see Ikes come in, because Leyan was on a tear this series, and I wanted to see that continue. It felt like him and Zika were on the same page. They just got what each other was trying to do, and, well, we'll have to see if Ikes can try and match that here, because, look, Leyan set him up. It's time for him to knock it out of the park.
Yeah, if Ikes can come across the finish line here, then, you know, it'll be a really good look for him. If they take out Lo Yan, then Vici look completely different, then you know who's taking the blame for this one. But for JDG, they've picked the blue side. Apart from that, there are no other subs. Of course, we still got Zika mid lane, thankfully. That would be a very big shock if they tried to change there. But we're going into game 3. And I'm not sure what to make of this one. Honestly, we've seen Vici in 2 games be quite dominant. And JDG have looked, arguably, like the weaker team in this series.
And, I mean, the whole reason we're talking about home getting caught out was that was the point where JDG were able to come back into the game. Other than that, Vici looked set to dominate once again. So now coming into this game number 3, we got to look at how this draft is going to go. We talked about we wanted to see some changes in the mid lane. Twist of Fate wasn't quite doing the work. And I mean, we're seeing some better stuff coming through from Zoom. As I mean, we got the MVP. Kanavi hasn't quite been able to get control of this jungle matchup. Maybe that will change coming into game number 3, and if we have a more aggressive mid laner for Yigao. But I'm still left waiting for Kanavi to have these big performances that we saw against the likes of Invictus Game.
Well, if anyone doesn't know who Ikes is, Vici Gaming last year played a majority of the split and was okay, had some good moments, but inconsistencies were definitely there. We'll see how he is under the new leadership of Coma running into game 3 and see the bans across your board.
So either Varus or Aphelios is going to be left open here by Vici, so I'm curious it is going to be the Varus ban, but either way, lock in straight off the bat. Loken loves the Aphelios, and he's going to be so happy to get his hands on that.
Yeah. I mean, second most played champion. I would say that at this point, iBoy, I mean, he doesn't have his Kalista. He's not really an Ezreal player.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we just go back towards Senna here. But the LeBlanc has been left open. Zika's, like, I love Zika's LeBlanc. I think he has looked so damn strong on this, and it makes it very difficult for you to have a potent mid laner, but Syndra is on the cards.
Yeah, I was going to say, Yagal's best champion alongside the Zoe. Also note the LeBlanc, but his Syndra has been devastating in the past, so this raises a very worthwhile question. Is it worth it for Yagal?
I would say yes. I think, yeah, you go for it. The only thing I'd be worried about is you've got really strong setup here in that mid lane play. If you wanted to go with Ikes and the Nidalee, you go with the stun from the LeBlanc, the root into a spear, into a whole heck of damage. But we'll have to see what they decide to go for. as Kanavi has the opportunity if he wants to go towards an Italy. But I think, again, when you've locked in this Aphelios against an Ashe, you've got a bot lane that you're not going to be able to win out on. You know you've got a super strong mid lane matchup here for Zeke as well, so he can control that mid lane matchup. I think going towards an Italy here where you don't have a lane that allows you to invade and get aggressive may not be the best option.
Giving it over. Your Gal doesn't want to play Syndra. Instead, opts into the TF third time in a row. We're criticizing the TF a bit. It didn't seem that impactful.
It's also, it feels like JDG are going, oh, well, Vici are bad at map plays, therefore we can win through this Twisted Fate. But Vici have done a really good job of pressing against this Twisted Fate. But also, Yagao has not been making good map plays. So, I don't know. Maybe in game number 3 this all turns around. But I'm very much on the fence about this Twisted Fate pick right now.
Well, you've got Nidalee just looked over completely. Now the ban's coming through. I wouldn't be surprised if Vici... No, Graves instead. Happy to leave that one over. They've already got the Trundle.
Yeah, and I mean, we just talked about it already, right? The Nidalee, you probably won't. Well, Kanavi can go towards it, but hasn't had the biggest of impacts. And now when we look at the jungle pool that Kanavi had play on, Lee Sin gone, Graves gone, Kindred gone. I mean, the Jarvan is still there. Yeah, I mean, Kayn and Rek'Sai are the only other ones, but the Rek'Sai doesn't do too much against the Trundle. We've seen how often Trundle can actually cancel the pillars out as Rek'Sai. And I mean, Jarvan potentially, but it doesn't really help you in what you're trying to set up here. So I'm curious to see what Kanavi does go for here.
Well, it starts with N, and it's the champion we've been saying for 3 games straight. We'll see. Brom's going to be looked at by Hung. Hung has been that Nautilus player. He's got an Ashe, Ice Ice Baby returns.
I was going to say there's an argument for taking the Ornn here just to deny that away from JDG to a certain extent, because you do have, obviously, the Aphelios, which works super well with it. You got great engage, and then the side lane pressure into pick potential that can come through from Yagao. But looks like they're not going to prioritize. Instead, we're going to get that Wukong for Zoom. This will be the 4th time that he has picked it up this split, and it looks like we might see the Nidalee. So at least if Wukong is able to control that top side of the map, you do have a lane, or at least a side of the map, that Kanavi can look to invade and get aggressive on. But I want to see what feature are opting here for Cube.
Cube's cannon has been respect banned since game 2. No Renekton. No Volleybet. Is Mordekaiser how he wants to end this series?
I mean, it does well into the Wukong matchup, but you're lacking somewhat engaged when it comes to Vici. I suppose you can rely on like chains and that enchanted crystal arrow to be enough of a setup. And when you've got Wukong, you've got the Twisted Fate and this Thresh who are trying to dive in on you, at least the Mordekaiser will be enabled to a certain extent. But I still think even with the Wukong there, going towards something like an Ornn and just guaranteeing this really strong team fight and just disabling Loken to a certain extent, because when you've got an Ornn who can shove in these, or use that ultimate to disrupt this Aphelios, and the team fights could have worked super well, but it does at least give them a strong side lane presence with Cube and also Zika who can push against Yagao.
I want early skirmishing again. Game 2 was a lot
We're
of
going to
fun.
get it.
It feels like we're set to get it. LeBlanc let through for the first time here in this draft. Zika's LeBlanc. Let's have a look. 5 games. 5 games played. Yagao's second most played as well is the LeBlanc. Both these mid laners actually well known for it. And Zika's impressed us so far in this series. Unmeasurably. Yagao needs to step up to the plate with his TF. While, if you look at the other solo lanes, Zoom versus Cube, both of them had MVPs. MVP of Game 1 was Cube on his cannon. Game 2 was Zoom on his Ornn. While it feels like in the jungle matchup, I really want to say, nothing against Ikes. I just think Luryen versus Kanavi felt fair to end this series. But they've opted in for Ikes in Game 3. He's on Trundle. He wants to bring this to its knees. And Vici's been such a challenge for JDG. The spring champions maybe brought to their knees by Vici Gaming. The 4-win streak here for Vici. The 6-win streak for JDG. 7-2 versus 5-3. JDG versus Vici, Game 3. Let's drive into it as we enter Summoner's Rift. Oh yeah, show me. What's up there? What's up there? Turn around. Where are we? Oh. Here we are. What is that noise? What?
So, no matter what happens in this game, I think we can definitely say that Vici has fought back well. The cuts are there, JDG are definitely bleeding, there is no doubt about it. And this is a Vici that we now have to begin looking at as a real contender for those playoff spots, because their games here today have been absolutely incredible. And to be honest, I'm not sure if Vici aren't going to be able to run away with this in the early stages of the game. Like, when I look towards Ix and Zika, I see a lot of setup in this mid lane towards Yagao, where a Trundle Pillar into the stun from Zika can be nights out for Yagao. And even if you get Kanavi trying to match that 2v2, the burst damage onto Yagao before he goes towards like the Rod of Ages might just be way too high for this Twisted Fate to do.
As we've already seen in the series, super easy to burn the flash with a simple pillar. You know, Yagao has to be looking at his positioning all the time. Zeke with the trade here, gold card in response, and Electrocute sends it right back. We begin.
So, both junglers now starting on opposite sides of the map. So, Kanavi trying to go from Krugs, he will start going towards that top side of the map then, and should be just about the time that Zoom manages to bounce this wave on that upper portion of the map. And actually, as I say that, Kanavi may be looking for an invade here.
Level 1 on both the bottom laners. Kanavi to land the spear, that's what he needs. Eyeboy behind the wave, spotted out. Javelin toss goes in anyway. Bit of damage onto Eyeboy will help the lane. But a good hawk shot from Eyeboy.
And it wasn't even intentional from Eyeboy. That was just the, okay, let's try and figure out where Kanavi is. Let Ix figure out how he wants to approach his new jungle route. And hey, spotting out Kanavi now makes that a lot easier. And actually, Zika shoved in mid. Ix is getting brave in this jungle.
Confidence comes through. Level 3 versus level 2. The pillar would put Kanavi against the wall as he walks back in for the trade. Red buff versus red buff. Yagao running in as well. The chain sets on up. And a good little trade here from Zika. Well, this is getting real personal.
Definitely is, but I mean, this is what we wanted to see from Ix, is contesting Kanavi, and he's playing very well around that pressure from Zeke in the mid. Might even have, actually, as Kanavi just goes for a now transitional move through the mid lane towards that top side. How Ix is now going to be able to take this bottom lane scuttle, but he's already cleared his topside camps, which means Kanavi is caught completely unaware of how Ix has gone through this jungle.
We'll just go back to Scuttle Crab and trade this one off. Ix invade himself, but look how many resources he has in his own bottom side jungle.
And that's the thing, Ix is actually up a camp right now. He'll start to clear the Gromp, he can move towards Wolves, and actually contest on this top side, because Cube is slowly going to start pushing out on this top side of the map. So if we get an invade, as we're seeing actually right now from Ix, there was a potential here for, invade from Kanavi, there was a potential here for Ix to...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was a little bit funny. But for Cube to help out Ix, but actually Ix not going to be fast enough getting towards the top side.
When you miss a stationary target as Nidalee, sometimes you're going to get laughed at, you know? Unfortunate. Well, topside invade. They know Kanavi's there. Pings were getting spammed.
Yeah, they saw that Kanavi didn't have a blue buff, and off of, I guess Yagao stole the blue buff? Must have been.
No, just the skin.
Oh, is it the skin? Okay. But either way, yeah, Kanavi didn't have a blue buff when he went for that play on the bottom side, and that means that then when they spotted it, cool, we know that Kanavi has to be on top, so you need to play super safe Cube, and he's done a good job of avoiding any of that pressure. And it's just unfortunate that he's going to need some pressure here from Ix to shove that wave in to get it to bounce back.
Close call there from the mouth. Nice little graviton. What are we looking at in our lanes? Look at the CS lead building by Zika. We've been praising this guy all series long. This is what I love about best of 3 is, and I'm going to be critical here for a moment. Chat, you can, send it right back. That's fine. Let me tell you something. Best of 3 gives you a dynamic of a player in their champion pool. Which is why this series, what have we seen out of Zika? Game 1 was what? Galio? Game 2, Set. And then this one, LeBlanc. A very different dynamic. He's going to be on playmaking mid laner. This has been one of his best choices. So we get to see the layers of Zika, one of the newest mid laners in the LPL.
And that's what I love about him as well, is look, if you look at his champion build, he's played LeBlanc, Galio, Zoe, Set, but also the Akali and the Azir in there as well. Like, he's comfortable playing multiple different styles, and even Spring, he played a lot of that Azir, so I can't wait to see more of this guy and what he can bring to the table for Vici.
A lot of promise as Ike's was spotted out starting off this Cloud Dragon. Both top laners use their TP, so they won't be able to join, but Cube doesn't have Death Realm. Cyclone is available for Zoom, and with the level advantage, Cube doesn't care. He's just hit 6 himself. Zoom has nothing. He's in the Death Realm, and what was meant to be the best top laner is getting close to getting solo killed. Cube forces his flash and stands tall.
So well played by Cube, and that's the power of an AP top laner into this Wukong. Usually, if that's an AD one, you're not going to be able to turn it back. Stone Skin comes in, Health Regen comes in, but Cube, because he's got Mordekaiser, he's gone for that early arm guard as well. He can turn that play right back around.
Seeker's arm guard made a difference there with the trade. And after it was all said and done, Zoom with no summon as Cube still with his flash. Loken, meanwhile, bottom side, almost getting that turret plate. Should be able to approach the wave now with all the shurikens. Pick up the first bit of turret plating of the game.
So the problem here for Vici is that Ike's is trying to play through bottom side, trying to go for this dragon, and actually trying to do it right as Loken and Luma are about to back. But because Yagao has the TP...
Hang on, I'm drinking water. Hung has to run away with double summoner. Kanavi sends out the spear, blocked nicely as Yagao. Gold card into the Brom with a wall. Hung, one more hit and first blood. Over to JDG with the Javelin toss not connecting onto iBoy. There's nothing Vici can do.
And right as I'm explaining it, the problem happens. A Yagao can join in super easily into this bottom side play, and it's a lot more difficult for Vici to try and play around it. But Hung didn't help the issue by going that far forward. You're just overemphasizing how easy it is for Yagao to get into this bottom side.
Dragon's going to be netted because of it as well. Kanavi with a bit of a lead in this jungle, and the first blood going to the mid laner. So that CS discrepancy evened out a bit by Yagao getting that kill.
It's Vici now needing to figure out, okay, well, how do we try and exploit our map more so then we can actually try and make these plays happen? You've got the Rift Herald that's about to spawn, but unfortunately we haven't seen the plays that we were hoping from Mike's, like pressure towards that mid lane. He actually hasn't been able to get in towards bot at all. Cube is doing a good job of controlling this top lane matchup though, which is a big thumbs up for Vici. But other than that, JDG are definitely the ones that are in control.
JDG, the team with 600 gold in their back pocket. 700 after that play. Zoom going in with the Cyclone yet again. Cube does have the Death Realm though. He's pulled Zoom in. Second Cyclone to come through. Shield is available. Into the brush. Zoom will get Death Grasp back. Cube just wants this kill before he gets on out. Slams him down, but locked on down by Yagao. He's out though. Cube gets the solo kill and Zika helps. As now with the rest of the trade, Hung walks into no man's land. Dodges the poke and Crystal Arrow. Gets the slow iBoy. Thank you, Father, says Hung.
Hung is mispositioning so often though now, it's really becoming an issue because he just got caught out there, whereas that should have been a play that Vici can play towards. You have the rest of Vici come up, if Hung takes a safer route, but then you can collapse onto that top lane play. You've got this gorgeous front to back fight that is really difficult for JDG to deal with without Zoom there, but with Hung getting caught out, he's got to go back to base, and JDG get another objective for themselves.
They're really grouping up nicely, and now Cube in a bit of a pickle. He's walked back to lane, not respecting that the Herald being taken down means danger. The spear does connect, and Cube drops. Ike's a bit late, wants to take Lumao and flashes away. He burns his own. But JDG grouping up, and Vici are walking into the trap. Zika in with a double distortion just to save a bit of this turret plating.
This is so sloppy from Vici after what was two spectacular early games from them. They're not able to get very much at all in this stage. And unfortunately, twice now it's been Hung that's been caught out. And now Vici are scrambling to try and get themselves back in shape. And this was actually very reminiscent of what happened at the end of game number 2, where one mistake comes through and suddenly the cracks from Vici are exposed massively.
JG's team's going to expose it. They get the props because grouping up, really pushing the tempo. That's what JDG has set the ball rolling here in game 3. We're almost towards those first items because of it. And a 1k gold lead at 10 minutes in the game. And it's a very good sign that JDG are not lifeless.
Yeah, Kanavi did get spot on that ward at the back of red, so Ike's has already pinged on this bottom side. They expect that this play is going to come through with Rift Herald, so you will see multiple members from Vici start to group around this bot side, but it will end up being just a 3v3, and I'm not really sure if Ike's is going to be able to do too much here to help iBoy.
Okay, Graviton Moonlight Vigil. iBoy cleanses. Hung survives, but blocks it with the door. The hook comes in. Hung drops the ulti here onto 4 people. Ike's returns, but Zeke is coming in for the flank. Loken super low, in with the distortion, flashed away, Gravitum's down, and Loken survives. Now that he's locked on down, the javelin toss at max range, and Loken outplays yet again.
And JDG are so much smarter when it comes to these plays, and now Kanavi, he's got flash!
iBoy! He flashes away himself, Kanavi. Has Cougar gone too far? Winter's Bite pokes him down, turret goes down, Kanavi survives. Next charge is coming in, and they're staying grouped as 4.
They're just going to shove in to guarantee that charge. They won't be able to get this turret, I imagine. Yeah, they're all going to back away. And look, I mean, JDG, they're now 2,500 gold ahead.
This is run out of control. And what more can you say than JDG just exploiting? While we can criticize Vici for probably their worst early game in the series, JDG punish mistakes. This is what we saw a lot in spring. One misstep and it spirals out of control. These constant skirmishes that come through. And much like the first one towards topside this time, Loken surviving, forcing everything out of the mid laner. And then JDG get the turret anyway. Almost a 3k gold lead at 12 minutes in the game. VG looking for windows, avenues to return this back to an even state at the very least.
It's plays like that bottom lane one, though, why we're praising Loken at the moment.
Yep.
Because being able to get that Infernum and then into the Gravitum was what locked down Zika for just long enough that you could get that follow-up and that beautiful spear from Kanavi. And having the Twitch reactions to avoid the flash in that was already coming from Zika, plus make that play, I mean, it's why Loken is considered one of the top 80 carries in the LPL right now.
He's sitting towards the Infinity Edge. Vici is starting this Dragon Dagger. I think Kanavi wants it.
Well, they've got a lot of angles of attack here from JDG. Yigao is in that bottom side. Dragon does go over. Can they get more, though, for JDG?
Now setting up for the hook. Close as Gold Card goes into Hung. Zika over the wall misses. Versus 4. And
TP.
zooms in. Triple Cyclone. And Vici are not getting out of this one. Low health bars. 2 dead.
I mean,
again.
Zika's trying, but JDG are so damn clean.
Yigao just BM to his face.
I mean, wouldn't you? You just had the perfect TP ward for Zoom. He collapses in on Vici. Like, yeah, you got a Mountain Dragon. Pats on the back. You did a good job, Vici, but JDG, they get the kills. They're getting towers. They're getting everything that they want in this game.
The hype for Vici very quickly dying down. And the hype for JDG getting built up why they have this win streak as Lumao close. Hook.
Kanavi shows them how it's done.
Ah, yes. We'll watch it again. As you said, deep ward.
Like, perfect. There's, like, the Nidalee trap and also the ward there for him to go to, and it's so easy for Zoom. They're sitting ducks. They've nowhere to go. No flashes, no anything, and I mean, perfect play.
That's all you can say. 5k gold lead. A minute and a half ago, it was 3.
And that's the thing. Once you give JDG a lead, they will not let up.
Holy moly.
And that's why we are praising Vici so much in game number 1 and game number 2. Because it is not an easy task to stay away from JDG when they smell blood in the water. But they did just that. Unfortunately, in game number 3, there's just too much blood because it's all over Summoner's Rift.
Destiny was just used by Yigao to get to this bottom lane. Clears out the wave, adds pressure. You can see pings from Vici now that it's down. Spamming towards the top side. They want to pick. And if Vici are going to get back in this game, they need to use that pick potential. The LeBlanc, the Ashe, the Brom, the Trotter, whatever. Find something, right?
Anything at the moment. There is always the pick potential there. But it is getting smaller and smaller as an option when you look at that gold lead that JDG are starting to put up. But when we get to team fights, look, iBoy hasn't actually completed the Blade of the Ruin King now. Would have loved to have that for this impending fight at the Rift Herald. You do have Luden's Echo onto Zika, so he's quite strong. And if he can get onto Loken, can just burst him out, or even Kanavi to a certain extent, although the Rod of Ages will make that a bit tougher. Vici, however, are going to start up this Rift Herald. looks like JDG may not want to contest with no teleport available for Yagao or that Destiny.
You know what? Maybe they want the pick instead. Hung. We get the exhaust down onto Loken. And Dagda. This is becoming more than a one-off for Hung.
I mean, he's only gone down once, but it's definitely been a couple of catches now.
The whole series. I mean, game 2.
I was going to say, I mean, he's died once here, but it has been a very big issue now where he has been hooked, burnt, like, well, Summoner Spell there, he's burnt Summoner Spells in bottom lane. That play in the last game as well, which really broke up the game for JDG. Hung just needs to take it a little bit slower. Even on the Braum, yes, you've got some tankiness and escape tools, but you do not need to be face checking or positioning in the manner that he is.
It's crazy because he got best of the Rift this week. His
gone to his head.
Yeah,
Went
and he's
straight
like,
to his head.
I'm a good support, and I agree that he is, but this series, one of the weak links of Vici. And this game particularly, for Vici, they need to be solid. Again, take an inch, they'll take a mile. That's JDG. As Zeke is sitting in the side lane now, and you can see the whole of Vici just want this pace to slow down. They want some items on the board.
It's going to be hard for them to try and do so, though, because a minute until that Infernal Dragon, JDG are going to love picking up a bunch of these, because especially when you got the likes of Kanavi, who's flinging spears all over the place, his ability to utilize those Infernal Souls is sky high, and our Infernal Dragons, and if he gets Infernal Soul, well, holy mother of God, they take on a whole new level.
Oh, yeah. An Infernal Soul. But granted, if Vici get an Infernal Soul, that's their window back in. That window, though, it's like, where is it? You're in Australia, and you see a picture of a window in France. That's how far away it is. I couldn't think of anything specific.
It's a window that you have it there, but, you know, it's a little bit stuck. You can't quite get it to push open. It's got a little bit of rust on it, and you're like, maybe if I wiggle it or put a bit of oil on it,
and
it might
there's
work.
fresh bread outside the front. You can smell
Wait,
it.
what?
There's fresh bread outside the window.
We're going with
Makes you want it more. You know?
A few croissants.
Nice. All right. I didn't need it to be French, but okay. Herald's going to be put down mid. Yagao. Perfect timing. Red card doesn't even matter. And now Vici, like, what do we have? Enchantress Arrow is down there. Herald did nothing.
I mean, it's a big swing and a miss from Vici. They tried to make that play, but unfortunately not quite able to do so, as Yagao, fancy fingers on that stopwatch. And now JDG, well, Loken's just going to solo out, potentially, this Dragon. I mean, everyone else in JDG is more concerned with getting vision and getting some control of this mid lane, but I don't disagree with it. JDG can do what they want right now.
He doesn't so quick anyway. He said he gets nerfed in 10.15.
Yes. I haven't read them yet, but I saw the Twitter stuff.
I've been told we're most likely moving to the patch very soon. Is Yagao on a journey? Where's he going? Hey, just behind him. Ike's going to be caught out and walks away. Okay. But you've burnt down a jungler.
And burnt your Destiny. So no flash, or sorry, no teleport, no Destiny for the moment for Yagao, which may open up a brief window for Vici to try and make some plays happen where they're not worried about a bunch of other folk from JDG showing up. But with the way the waves are positioned, it's going to be super difficult. Maybe Zeke and Ike's can make a play towards topside as Zeke makes it back into lane, but even then you can see Yagao is backing away. So JDG playing this safe and knowing that, look, Destiny's gone, but there's no objectives up for the moment. It's not like Vici are going to suddenly burst down Baron. There's no Infernal Dragon. Just take it easy. See if the play works. If it doesn't, no skin off our backs.
And you know what? If a fight does come up, Alun has sent the Infernum to Aphelios from the offshore facility. So that is now available. And Loken at level 11 now as well. Oh, boy.
Does this offshore facility get fancier with the more gold that Aphelios gets? Like, can he buy decorations?
I mean, that's where it all comes from. Uh-oh, Zika needs to run away, but Kanavi has so much chase. The clone blocks the spear. Really nice movement, but you can see Kanavi on a tear this game.
Yeah, he has finally got control of the jungle matchup, and he is making full use of that. And to be honest, I can't blame Ike's for this. This is not an Ike's issue. This was more so to do with the positioning of Hung and stuff like that early meant that Kanavi got a couple of kills, was able to get control, and it is rather unfortunate that for this last game, after how good of a series we got in Game 1 and Game 2, a couple of missteps just lead to JDG running away.
And I mean, Kanavi free to do stuff like this. The threat onto Ike's, the level difference, the CS difference in jungle. Kanavi up 55.
And 2 levels as well.
I mean, it just tells the story of this final game. Close but no cigar. Does Graves really still not have a cigar?
No, he doesn't. Really?
Interesting. Hang on. Zoom time. Destiny used. And Cube, even in the Death Realm, he's dead. Zoom just needs to hit him a couple more times. Death Grass nicely dodged. And that's the solo kill. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. Vici lose their member. They're moving towards Baron. Do or die.
I think it's going to be the latter if they try and start this up. So JDG are free to keep pushing on this bottom lane. If they can just stop backs here, well, Zoom gets through this tower. He can get through that next tower very handily as well. So right now with Vici very much positioned in this mid lane, Zoom can keep applying pressure elsewhere.
At least to be an optimist, Vici trade.
Yeah, they are trying to. So basically the call here from Vici is, look, we're not able to fight.
That's not a trade.
We can't go for these aggressive plays because Yagao is coming in on top of us. Kanavi's too big. Zoom's potential engage is sky high as well. So we're going to have Zeke instead, while they're making these pick plays, try and answer for structures and get some gold into Zeke's pocket. Maybe then, when we get towards, you know, the 24, 25-minute mark, Zeke can try and make these big plays, like picks onto Loken, picks onto Yagao or Kanavi if they take a step too far, but trying to accelerate Zika to a point where he can do that is pretty lackluster, seeing as, you know, you got a pretty tanky Kanavi. He's even going towards the Athene's on Holy Grail, which means that he's got the inbuilt magic resist. And as well, Loken is going to be so well protected by the rest of the team and the heals coming from Kanavi that bursting him is going to be really hard.
Big job ahead of him. Hung and Ike, they want that pick on the Loken, but they will not find it. Dragon up in 50 seconds. And you know what? Any other game, I'd start saying, oh, this feels pretty much over. And in a way, it really does. However, what we've seen out of this series so far is one moment decides the fate of the game. So let's see. Dragon to be started, and Vici do not want this.
I mean, it's an 8,000 gold lead for JDG. No vision control for Vici. They're being shoved right the way in. It's not looking very easy for them to try and have a way in, but Zika trying to position off to a side. Vici trying to move in towards this river as JDG most certainly have control of it.
What did they get with the arrow? Zika didn't even do damage to Lumal. There's the tails though as Death Grass close. Yagao up with the gold card. Janikos arrow does hit the Twisted Fate. The binding goes down. Yagao locked into the back line. Bit of damage done, but Hung gets low. Iboy at half health. Cube pulls Death Realm into Yagao. Flashes forward while Hung dies on the other end. And Yagao's just out of there. Cube comes out himself and dies. Vici lose 2. And that might just be the Baron.
That is definitely going to be the Baron. And as he said, look, there's no damage really coming out from Vici. Zika is trying to go for the Void Staff, but he doesn't have any gold to try and funnel into that. Iboy as well, he's not anywhere near as strong as Loken right now. And okay, Vici, you do get this Dragon, it'll put you at 2, but Baron is in the hands of JDG.
It certainly is. So is that 10k gold lead at 24 minutes in. JDG looks like they're back, at the very least, here in this series.
Yeah, welcome to the series, JDG.
Yeah. But even in the stand, they were already 7-2. They're going to match with V5, although they're probably not going to Worlds like V5 are. At least this is the start.
They'll probably go to Worlds. We have 4 seeds,
oh,
but they won't
true.
win
4th
Worlds.
seed,
Like
V5 will be 2nd seed or 1st. You know, sorry. Yeah.
But either way, look, here's the fight. Vici getting picked apart. JDG barely even lose a scratch of health in this entire fight, and it just really does show why. Honestly, I know you kind of said hysterics that, oh, this can turn back and forth either way,
Yeah,
but
not
after that
feeling
fight,
it anymore.
yeah, I'm not feeling it either. Iboy needs to be feeling himself in a very different place where he needs to move to right now.
I mentioned Bush earlier. You just said that, Dagda. We're all...
It's been a long old day, my friend.
Yes, it has. I mean,
moving swiftly onwards before we both end up fired by the time this day ends.
Don't worry, we go out as a team. Well, every lane being pushed, and Vici have to pick one. Where do you go?
It's kind of like, oh my
God.
It's kind of like whack-a-mole right now for Vici, but unfortunately they're the moles in this situation.
No, it's triple grabbing him even with the cleanse. This feels like the final fight. Vici holding on for dear life. They will get Zoom, but now Cube coming in. Can't absorb the pressure while Yagao just diving the Nexus turrets. And that'll be all she wrote. Kind of a disappointing way to end this series, but let's be honest. JDG were the favorites running in. Vici did some damage in this series. Still showing us that they're a team to watch, while JDG show us they're a team to beat. 8-2, they'll move up to equal second. JDG may very well be back to spring champion status.
JDG will close out the Nexus. They will take the victory, but they are certainly bloody for us.
Well, when I say spring champion status, a top team at the very least. They got a long way to work towards, but Loken in this series, good as always. I mean, Loken has just been on a tear recently, so good to see. And my obsessive compulsiveness is annoyed that Kanavi was next to Loken there bowing, but whatever. Yeah, you just come through a messy series, and I think Vici fans should be content. It's not a win, but you're a team that just came off a 3-game series with FBX. JDG were hard to beat. I think Vici are a potential top 8 team. I think they're a top 8 team. I think with LGD falling.
After a performance like that, I don't see why not. Like, look, whatever about game number 3, we're going to put that aside. It was a couple of plays early that were missteps, and in a game 3 where you have obviously put your all into those first 2 games, it can be hard to muster up that strength to push on, the willpower to go into that final game. But game 1 and game 2, Vici 100% looked like a top team.
Yeah.
And this is a team that is very much lacking in experience, as you talked about earlier on. So for them to put up a performance like that, and then we do see the cracks as the later stages come on, it's more about getting the experience, and that's what we're seeing here, where that growth from spring to summer was exemplified perfectly in this game.
I think I would say impressive from Vici overall, that they came this far. I mean, the 4-series win streak comes to an end, but the 4-series win streak and then this, they were sitting at like 1-3. They got the win against BLG, lost to RNG, WE, V5, 1-3, and then they started picking up some of the wins. Now sitting at 5-4, and that's the same score as RNG, I believe, as well. Or FPX,
yes,
one of them.
FPX, yeah. I think actually FPX, RNG, and I think Vici's slightly below them.
But at this point, I don't know. I know for a lot of the fans, you're like, why aren't you complimenting JDG? We are, but JDG are held to a higher standard.
Yeah.
JDG are the spring champions. This was a spring champion dominant game, but we didn't see this all series long. Vici really tested them, and that's why Vici getting praise. But to finish off with Vici so we can sign off and talk about JDG, Zika is your answer. Zika Luyen, to extend that even further. Zika has turned this team around, and whatever Coma's done,
whatever he's feeding them,
whatever, you know, the oranges, instead of the belt, maybe the right direction to go with a love approach. Then, it's impressive that Vici just now actually look decent in a regard.
And look, even though that win streak has gone, they still went out with a boom. And I think that was what we really wanted to see.
Yeah.
And speaking of win streaks, look, JDG have managed to keep those rolling. They're on 7-game win streak right now. They look super, super strong. And although there was some mishaps here, as we talked about in game 1 and kind of in game number 2, game number 3, they showed what they're capable of.
Yep.
When they do get the stars to align, they look so, so strong. And one mistake was all it took. One mistake from Hung started to blow this whole game out, and then a second one started to come through. They capitalized again, and from that point on, it was smooth sailing from JDG, and that's what makes them a top team, is 1 to 2 errors that can just give them a bit of a gold lead, a bit of advantage, and they know exactly how to close out a game.
I mean, bottom lane performing well. Yigao had a much better game this time around. Kanavi, Zoom. a better performance. I think it's safe to say JDG have, in my mind, returned to a top 4 team. Top 3 is, you know, when do they verse
I mean, they're
V5?
sitting on 3rd at the moment. Yeah. I mean, they're sitting on 3rd at the moment, so obviously they are very much in that top spot contender.
Yeah.
It's just a case of them cleaning up a little bit of them.
FPX on Sunday.
True.
That's something that'll state top 3 for me, at the very least.
Well, look, to be honest, FPX are struggling as well, so I don't really know how to rate that game, but
Yeah.
definitely I think for myself, Kanavi looks good, Loken looks
LPL,
good,
man.
Zoom on certain picks looks good. I think it's just about trying to clean up some of these laning phases, and they're going to be running away.
It's always the case in LPL. It's much like IG's the reverse, where you get towards the playoffs and LPL teams are a very different beast, where regular season they could fail, where IG, like last split,
JDG
so
was
good.
the example of that,
Yeah.
right? Because coming in from spring, they were 4th, 3rd, and it was like, hang on a second, they suddenly had
Second
that
seed,
run
second seed.
towards the end, but like for the longest portion of time, they actually didn't look that
I mean, the
great.
thing is, look, they did finish 2nd seed, because remember, FPX finished lower with an upset, and then we got
Yes,
3rd
yeah.
seed top esports. Yes, 3rd seed with top esports. IG was 1st seed. Let's talk a little bit about their progression here in the development of JDG, now sitting 8-2. It was Suning that they found their first win. Top esports was like they didn't look competitive at all in that
Yeah.
series. Started dropping when they lost to RNG, but then they picked themselves up. DMO, Rogue Warriors, WE, IG, EDG, and LGD, especially the EDG series.
I think the biggest thing, though, was, again, kind of going right back to the start of the split, just to amplify that, was that Suning game, they should have lost.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
by
Suning
all
did
accounts,
not play that
Suning
well.
beat them around the Rift. And then it got to the very end, and there was a couple of macro errors from Suning that allowed JDG to win. But
Yep.
by all accounts, that was a Suning victory. So, honestly, the fact they managed to get that win was a massive, but just a wish on a star that came through for them. Now, though, as we start to go towards the rest of the series, we can still see some shakiness, but again, they're adding these wins on the board. But we want to see a cleanup because, as you said, they still have to face the likes of V5, FPX, our top teams that won't let them get away with some of the mistakes that we're seeing.
Yeah, V5 top team, who knew? Ladies and gentlemen, a bit of a highlight for you if you missed on that last game. I mean, we expected this to be a bit more back and forth, but it was this final fight. Zoom, his setup was great. Who put that ward down?
I don't know, but the fact that JDG managed to get that ward in and Vici not clear was the perfect answer. And then again, I mean, Zoom here just absolutely destroying folks. It just felt like non-stop. There was nothing that Vici were going to be able to do.
Cube tried his hardest, but not much you can do when you're pretty much the only damage source at the end. Kanavi gets MVP. A much cleaner game from Kanavi. I think Zoom was a big factor of that as well. This is a game where you mix the MVP and you're okay with it.
Yeah, very much so. I think when we look towards Kanavi, had a fantastic game in this Nidalee. Finally felt like he was back in form, where he was able to have the impact that we wanted and making life a living hell for Ike's once he did get that lead.
100% kill participation is a nice little value add as well. But JDG, 8-2.
30% damage
man.
is not a bad stat
He hit
either
hard.
when you are on that Nidalee. But that's what we love about Kanavi, why this pick is often banned against him. 82% of games is what we saw. Avicii left it open twice. Once, meh, twice. He's looking clean.
Now, JDG, where do they go from here with FPX, LNG, BLG? Remember, the magic number, I'm going to say again, is 9. If you get 9 wins, I feel like you're safe.
Yeah.
It all depends on the middle of the pack, and if we have a lot more, like, you know, towards this halfway point, we're sitting about 5, the average, 4 to 5. If that gets up to about 6, then it becomes 10. You know, like it
Yeah,
goes from
exactly.
there. So JDG are a team that I'm kind of excited for, but I'm very skeptical about in the same regard. I think the only team right now in the LPL that I'm so sure about going...
V5.
Yeah, I was going to say top esports, but V5 and top esports, I know, are going to Worlds. It's just about who's joining them. You'd expect JDG and like, or JDG, IG, FPX.
The thing that breaks my
LGD.
heart about V5 is that they have to perform in playoffs as well. Because they didn't get any points from Spring, they have to get those points.
They don't get the regionals, so they have to make finals.
Yeah, they have to get to finals and run the gauntlet then to get there. So
Well,
this is where it gets a little bit
actually,
dicey.
because of Spring points going down,
Yeah.
they can make it up to semis, and I believe if a certain team, such as FPX or JDG. This is hard maths,
Yes.
guys.
If IG or FPX do not get higher,
I'm about to end
then
the show, so sorry.
the 5th, 6th place, well then it's possible that V5 getting to
Bad.
semis or finals can
Hey,
get towards bronze.
you know what? We'll do some content on it. I think we'll talk about the situations a little bit later. But JDG, a big win here. Vici Gaming picking up a game was still exceptional, to say the least. As we tell you what happened today, we've been here for 17 hours. No, I'll tell you what.
Minimum. More closer to 18, to be honest. It's half.
One word to summarize E-Stars OMG for our audience. Go. There you
Please
go.
no.
Please no. That's 2, okay. JDG and Vici, though, a series I would go back and watch because Vici are surprisingly like a potential top 8, in my opinion. I'm curious about what our audience thinks. Big shout out to our chat and, you know, all the groups and communities around LPL. Recently, I've been seeing a lot of fun conversation about some of these potential outliers. And, you know, we got some 5 heads running in the LPL chat these days. So.
We have the best community. 100%.
Yeah, we do.
100%.
Yeah, you never thought you'd be called out and broadcast, did you, folks? But we're talking to you. Hey, here's how everything's standing. Biggest upset so far, V5. But it's not an upset because people are cheering in the street. I saw one guy running in the street naked the other day, cheering, saying, V5, woo! You know? Could have been dreaming, but who knows?
You have a strange dream.
Hey, you can be excited for V5. You can dream about being excited for V5, and you can see what's happening on Saturday. Folks, English broadcast won't be on tomorrow or the day after, but Saturday is when we return for IG RNG. Yes. My favorite, Matt Dagda, this is when I first started watching the LPL, the 2018 Summer Finals, going to Game 5. This is when we had MLXG. This is when the Shy was in peak form. This was the year IG won Worlds.
And Uzi.
And RNG won MSI.
Yeah.
And Uzi, that's right. So that's a really fun matchup to watch. That's coming up on Saturday. I look forward to that one quite a lot. IG RNG, FPX IG's recently become a really good one. What's another one?
I mean, Top Esports versus any of our top teams.
Top Esports versus IG.
Oh, yeah.
Have we had that yet? We haven't.
I don't think we have, no.
Regional finals.
think that is week 8, I want to say. I believe that's week 8 is when we see that.
Yeah, I don't have it on my sheet.
I believe it's the Sunday of week 8. Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
Double check.
And if it's happened, we're sorry. Because a lot of broadcasting.
It definitely hasn't happened. It definitely hasn't happened. Yeah.
A lot of casting happening. And even though we only see teams versus each other once, we have 17 teams. Yeah. And you know what? I'm sure that'll expand. My name's Hysterics. This is Dagda. Thank you to our English production. Sorry, I was a bit wacky tonight. It was a very big realization for me that I need to keep a cool head. But apologies aside, it is bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you on Saturday. I'll see you back here.